Not only is Hobbymaker available live from 1 until 8 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube, and the Hobbymaker app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Hobbymaker. Shopping with Hobbymaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines, and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Hobbymaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search Hobbymaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker. Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobbymaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click, and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card? Hello everybody, it's 1 o'clock, it's our turn. It's Sunday. Where's the week gone?
Where's it gone? I know.
I know.
Where's it gone?
You're back with us.
I'm back again, just the one day.
Like your goggles.
Oh, thank you very much.
Very
I don't wear them as often as I should do. I was saying to you, sometimes I'll catch myself and I'll be like, no, I don't suit them. And then sometimes like, yeah, I do suit them.
I think you look sharp.
Yeah, a lot of people have complimented me on them today.
Look good. Great to have your company. I'm Dave. This is Craig, obviously, from Crafter'S Companion, and we've got a great day ahead until 8 o'clock tonight. Remember, this is the last day that we're on air until 8. Oh. Because from tomorrow, we're on air till 9.
Yay!
Yeah, 1 till 9 every single day from tomorrow. So make sure you stay with us as long as you can through the day. What have we got coming up this afternoon then? Sunday looks like this. There's lots to look forward to. Lots of great guests in the building as well. A returning favourite, that's Craig. Crafter's Companion, the large Flourish corner die collection that we got for you. We launched it earlier this week, really busy for it. We brought it back for you today in case you missed it on Tuesday, I think it was. Sizzix, we got a new Festive Shakers with Sharon Curtis coming up at 2 o'clock. That's going to be a busy show. Watch the 2 o'clock show. We're not sure how long the stock is going to last through the day for that. Brand new Hunkydory Moonstone Christmas Blessing collections with Kat. She's here at 3 o'clock. Brand new from Sizzix again, the Festive Shakers. Another look at those at 4 o'clock. 5 o'clock back in stock with the Hunkydory Premium Magazine. Then we have Crafter's Companion again with Craigie at 6. A big gap for Craig this afternoon. With Sheena Douglas's Fusion Stamps and Watercolour Palettes. That's going to be fantastic. And then brand new from Sizzix, what we have left of the Festive Shakers, and maybe a few other surprises at 7 o'clock as well. So that's how we look for the last day of June. Last day of June?
Oh, no, last day. Oh, gosh, July
tomorrow, absolutely. Okay, now what have we got first of all? Craigie, we have got for you these incredible Flourish dice. Look at the size of these. These are absolutely huge and beautiful, but we put a bundle together for you as well. The bundle includes acetate. It includes the Arabian Nights beautiful linen cardstock, and you've got a massive, massive, massive bundle of double-sided foam pads as well. Now, if you were to buy the acetate, the Arabian Nights, and the foam pads at their proper price, you'd be paying £36 for that. What we've got for you is an incredible deal where you're going to get all 6 of these beautiful, beautiful Flourish corner dies, and that together at a crazy price. FQ2045 is the product code. Now, we've got the boards with Craig to show you how big they are and how useful they are.
They really, really are. Now, within these ones here, they make a statement when it comes to your card. Now, we say corner because the look of these ones will cut into the corner of your cardstock. But you can then be using them all throughout. You can do a couple at once. The second demo that I'll do, Dave, is we'll do a couple of them together. Yep. But just look at that elegance, that flourish when it comes to the corner of your card.
And versatile for all sorts of cards, for all sorts of occasions.
So many different occasions. We've got a finished sample that I done last week with these when we first launched them, where I actually showed you how you can use them for Christmas. Okay. The second demonstration I'm going to show you how you can use them for Halloween as well. Just by changing the colours. Oh, okay. Purely by changing the colours. But 6 different dies, 6 different designs. Some of them are very ornate, some of them are really, really quite intricate. And then some of them you're going to get away with doing paper piecing as well that you'll see. I mean, look
One of my
at
favourite
that
things,
one.
paper piecing.
Really, really therapeutic. Now that one, if you just do another one on the opposite side, that's going to give you a square. So you're going to get a different look. You're going to get a different style and a different shape. Now this is where instead of maybe pattern paper, Dave, that's going to be the focal point of the design.
Isn't that beautiful?
Little flowers to decorate. Look at that, side by side in opposite corners. Wait until you see this one. Whereas you were saying, Dave, what about for different occasions? What about a wedding?
Yeah.
How lovely is that? On the base, but then as the easel as well. And then look at this one. Now, we always say with your dies, think beyond just die cutting. All of that is stencil work. That is then stenciling through the die cut. So you can use them for stencils.
Brilliant.
What about shakers?
Yep.
You can turn them into shakers. And then I'm going to jump to, if you go back on either the Hobby Maker YouTube or even just the app from last week, you'll see I made this one, whereas that's paper piecing.
Paper pieced, yep.
And then look at this one as a shaker, but Christmas.
Stunning.
You would
Using
not
one on top of the
necessarily
other.
That's it,
Totally different look.
Changing the colour, changing the little embellishments. It could be for all throughout the year.
Okay, now the price on the screen is what you should be paying. What you should be paying for all 6 of those Flourish dies, and what you should be paying for the linen cardstock, the acetate, and of course the foam pads as well. How many foam pads do you get in that bundle? There must be thousands.
Oh, there's thousands.
Yeah, absolutely thousands in there. So it should be. It comes to the price of £83.91 for the whole lot. Okay, now. The first deal of the afternoon has to be special. We'll give you 30 seconds. Get your orders in now. Put it in your basket and check out. Everyone will pay the final low price. And don't forget, of course, if you do order from us, in case you haven't watched us before, it's a free phone number. Even from a landline and a mobile, it's free phone. And it's free to order on our website and our app as well, hobbymaker.co.uk, or download the app if you haven't got it already. It's free to download. You can watch us that way, send us messages that way, order that way as well. So the first deal for Sunday afternoon has to be special. Remember, the extras will cost you £36. The acetate, the linen cardstock, and the foam pads. Here we go. We can let you have the whole thing this afternoon for only £57.99. £57.99, and that will be on split pay as well because it's over £50. FQ2045. But think about how you can use those flourishes, where you can use them.
That's it as well. But if we just go back to that bundle there, Dave, if you were to take off the price of the 6 dies, that means, as you said, so your acetate, your linen card, and also your foam pads, that comes to £36. Within this bundle, it works out that you're getting them for £18.
Wow.
The foam pads on their own are worth £16.99.
Wow.
And the linen card on its own is worth $14.99.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just exceptional value when it comes to that bundle.
And to be fair, that bundle is giving you things that you're going to need every day.
Absolutely.
Everybody needs acetate to make their shaker cards. Everybody needs lovely luxury linen cardstock. That's, of course, Craig's favourite. And also, everybody needs the foam pads. And basically, you know, if you take off the £36 that you should be paying for the extras, it means you're only paying about £21 for the dies.
And it's not just any acetate we've put in there. That's our heat-proof acetate. So if you do want to do your heat embossing on that, you can do, but absolutely you can use it for your shakers, because your shakers, you don't need to be a thick acetate. So if you're just going to use it for shakers, great, but it is the heat-proof A4 acetate.
Happy Sunday, everybody. Gail has already checked out in Bristol. Hello to Margaret. Carol in East Riding of Yorkshire coming through for this as well. What an exceptional deal. I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, if I saw a bundle and I saw the extras that are coming with the dies, I'm thinking, well, I'm not going to use that. I very rarely use that. I wouldn't really be interested. But because I always need cardstock, I always need acetate, I always need foam pads.
Absolutely. So whether it's the shows that I'm on, whether I'm dipping in and watching the two Debbies that they're here, and I look at the bundles they bring, we're all crafters. And I look at even our own bundles and be like, well, I love my foam, I love my foam pads, obviously, but I love my linen cardstock.
Yeah, that's your
But
favourite.
as you were saying there, you look at the cardstock, going to need that, love the colours. Do I need foam pads? Always need foam pads.
Yeah.
Do I need acetate? Even though it's heat-proof acetate, even if you're just using it for that barrier of a shaker, then you've got all the key components you're going to need.
Well, we're busy already. This is a deal that's exceptional. Already 10% of our stock has gone in literally less than 10 minutes. It's getting busier and busier. Hello, Joan in Leicestershire. Hello, Carol in Wales. Crafter in Gloucestershire. Loads of you have checked out already. FQ2045 is your item number. Nearly 20% now gone. Now, we have got a bundle of the 6 Flourish dies on their own, without the cardstock, without the acetate, and without the foam pads. If you don't want that, I don't know why you wouldn't want that, but just in case you just want the Flourish dies, maybe you just stocked up on foam pads, you're thinking, I don't need any more at the moment. Okay, so yeah, all 6 of them, all 6 of these beautiful ornate flourishes should be $47.94 PX 2096, okay? We're gonna get that price down, not 40 anything, $39.99 for 6 beautiful, huge Flourish dies. Now, think about it, if you're paying the proper price that you should be paying for them, you're getting one of them free by looking at it here today. You're saving basically just over nearly £8 off the price. PX 2096 if you just want those on their own. Obviously, because they're under £50, they're not on split pay. So if you want to go for the big collection that's got the extra cardstock, the foam pads, and of course the acetate, that will be on split pay because it's over 50. If you just want the dies on their own, $39.99, one payment today, and you'll get all 6 of those dies. There's the dies on their own coming up. That's what you'll get if you order PX 2096. If you want the bigger collection, then that's available on split pay. Okay, how to use them? What can we use them for?
Yes, right here. We're going to keep this one really, really simple. So if you want to keep your cards simple, maybe you batch make to sell, you can absolutely do that. So let's do that. Now, we're going to add a couple of colours from our duets that we'll show you just shortly. But white card, 5 3/4 by 3 3/4. And this is our smooth cardstock. So even though I'm going to do a little bit of a water-based technique, I'm not saturating it. So therefore, my smooth cardstock will be absolutely fine.
Perfect.
And I'm going to go in with Awakening Forest and Spring Bud. So I'm just going to go onto my glass mat here. So we're just going to go onto the glass mat. This could be a craft mat. This could be a tile, a plate, a Gemini plate, a non-porous surface is going to be fine. And then I've got some water here, and I'm just going to go in with one of our paint brushes here.
And these are the Duet ink pads that we'll talk more about fairly soon.
They are indeed, yeah. So I'm just going to add just a little bit more because I want to really kind of water this down. So we're just going to pick that colour up. So as I say, I've got some water here onto my paintbrush, and then I'm just going to then flick. So I'm just going to flick over my card. And this is, as I said a moment ago, this isn't really saturating your card, Dave, so you don't need to worry, even although it's smooth card. We're just going to go in, I'm going to change the colour now. So I'm using Spring Bud and Awakening Forest, and then I'm just going to
I do love a good splat technique.
I do as well. Very, very rustic. If you don't, well, I do like symmetry and symmetrical. If you don't, if you do love symmetry and symmetrical, you might not like this technique, but it is a fun one because there is no way that you can dictate how it's going to look.
No, exactly.
There's
you can
no
do that
way.
3 or 4 times and they all look different.
Every single time.
Yeah.
Every single time. So I'm just going to use my heat tool. Now you can go in and blend a little bit more if you want to. You can go in and intensify that. You can add other colours if you want. But I just want to then dry that off. If you've got time, you can always leave it at kind of room temperature just to dry off. If you use a heat gun, your card will slightly bend and buckle, but it doesn't matter because we're going to be using our strong adhesives to hold it down. So we're going to go in and then we're just going to finish that off. Now by mixing the 2 colours together, where they start to cross over, you'll start to see it like into here. We've got the central part, which is the Spring Bud, and then that outer case, you've got the Awakening Forest, where it's kind of joined together.
I like that.
So if I go that way here, so prime example, look at that. You've got the Spring Bud within the middle, and then you've got the Awakening Forest. It's kind of encapsulated all the way around.
Looks really good.
So we're going, I would probably give that just another moment or 2, but we're going to be absolutely fine here. And I'm going to go in with the fancy flourish of this one here. And then I'm just going to pop them into my card. And this is where, yes, okay, they're called corner flourishes, but you can use them within the centre of your card.
Yep, they're totally versatile, they really are.
Very, very versatile. And then this could be a larger piece of cardstock, And then you could do a couple if you want to, 3 if you want
And
to.
there's no bottom or top. You can use them either way.
That's it, exactly.
In either direction.
Any direction, and that goes for all of them. So you don't need to worry about them being in a specific way or a specific order. You can just pop them on and you know you're going to get a lovely look.
Now, although these are big dies, they will work in your smaller machine as well. If you've got
Absolutely.
the Gemini MIDI that we have here, the exclusive one, it'll work in there.
Sarah was back the other day with my absolute favourites, and those that have watched me for a while now will know, even although I love the G2 and we bring it to you, you'll know for years I've always said the Gemini Junior is my favourite machine. That's back in stock. You can check out the website.
That's the electronic one, yeah?
It is, yeah. So it's the same size as the MIDI, but it's electric.
Okay.
So Sarah was back the other day.
That's on our website if you're interested.
But if I bring in a bit of black card, look at that.
Look at it pop.
So we've simply created our own background, and that is it. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go in with my dotty tape runner. Now your dots, Dave, are perfect for this one because you've got your intricate little lines in areas. So we're going to work our way over. And if you don't want to use the dots like at home, my preference is our tacky glue. You'll find on the Hobby Maker website, but simply for speed on air, I do use my dots.
And we do have the stock of the dotty and the straight tape pen together. Buy one, get one free. That's on the website. We haven't actually got the two dotties together anymore. That's
No,
sold
they've
out.
gone, haven't they? Been so popular. So press that in onto a bit of black card, and then I'm going to come in with a little bit of mint. Now this one here is from our Enchanted Ocean linen card bundle that we've got coming up just shortly. I've already got myself prepared for the black, and I've got my tape off here. And then if I pop that on, and this is a good way to show the finished cards I showed you, a lot of them are mediocre size or large sizes, but this is just a little bit bigger than so it's 4.5 by 6.5 inches. So it's not a big card.
The actual die, by the way, in case you're wondering, is 3.5 inches by 4.8, so just under 5 inches. So they're all roughly around about the same sort of size.
Round about that, but as you said, they will all fit within your Junior or your MIDI, and of course they work best. They are Gemini die, so they work with your Gemini machine, but any branded die cutting machine that size, they're going to fit.
Perfect.
And then I've taken one of my own just sentiment stamps from home. You can use whichever one that you want, and then I'm just going to pop that one. You can and you will. And then this is just a little flower die. That one was from Sarah's Once Upon a Time collection. White card, I've also popped a little bit of black card. I'm going to go in. These were foam pads from the foam pad bundle.
Let me grab those. Let me just see if I can work out how many foam pads you get in
that
there.
there. And then that is it. That is all that I'm doing. Little bit of inking. It's the centerpiece, it's the focal point, a little sentiment at the side, and then that is just one of hundreds, if not thousands of ways in which you can use it.
Absolutely. You'll reach for these time and time again. You really will. And also not just for card making. Think about maybe box tops or the sides of boxes. You could use them to decorate those as well. Now remember, the deal we've got for you today, let me just explain the deal that Crafter's Companion have put together for you. You've got, I did look at this a minute ago, I've forgotten already how many sheets you get. You get 20 sheets of the double-sided foam pads in different sizes. You're going to get your heat-resistant acetate as well. And remember there, you're going to get 12 sheets of that, included too. You're also going to get 24 sheets of Arabian Nights, the linen cardstock as well. All of that together has got a value combined, if you're buying it at the proper price, of £36. Now, if you were buying that at that price, it means that basically you're only paying £21 for those 6 big Flourish dies. That's absolutely incredible. And we've got it on split pay as well. So you can have the whole thing, and it's not like you're buying something that you're not going to use. You know, you're going to use the cardstock, you're going to use the acetate, you're going to use the foam pads, and it's nice to have a big stock there at home. The big bundle is the most popular this afternoon. It's $57.99 for the lot, and on split pay, all you have to offer us is $28.99 on a debit or a credit card today, and then the same in 1 month's time. On the 30th of July, that final payment becomes due. But it's the best value. You save the most money, and you're stocking up on craft room essentials at the same time. Let's look again at those flourishes. Let's look at those 6. They're the star of the show. Just look at all 6 of them. Imagine the colour combinations you can use. Imagine the situations in that you can use them, not just for card making, but for basically home decor as well. Maybe in a big picture frame, they'd look great in the four corners of a big picture. Here's the other ones, look, the swirling flourishes. All of them are different, all of them are unique. You can make them into frames if you cut them 4 times. You can make like square frames out of some of them with an aperture in the middle maybe. But there's so much there that you can do with them. And they were massively popular on Tuesday. We've got them back today. So the details on the screen now are for just the dies on their own. So if you just want the dies, you're not interested in the linen cardstock, the foam pads, and the heated acetate or the heat-resistant acetate, $39.99. You get one of them free, basically, if you just buy the dies on their own. But if you get the big collection, that's where the best value for money is today. And kind of neck and neck in popularity now, to be fair with you. PX2096 is just the dies. If you want the big bundle, that is a different item number. That's FO2045. Right, now, Craig in the demo used the Duet ink pads. Now, the Duet ink pads, let's just describe and explain what they do. They're like a hybrid, aren't they, these?
They are, yeah. So kind of, as I like to think of them as well, the best of both worlds when it comes to your water reactive, but then also your pigment ink pads. Now, these give a bit more of a chalkier effect. So you can blend with them, you can distress with them, you can do your water techniques like I started to do within that last demo. But then if you love that effect with the pigment ink pads, they're a good one to use with your embossing powders as well. But if you start to layer the colour, and you can do that with these, so certainly if you're using stencils, you can start to layer colour on top of each other, and then you're going to see the colour of each of the ink pads. So they really are versatile. They're that teardrop effect that you've got as well, but they're also good. Water reactive, I love to blend, spritz with water and dab that water off, but you're left with a little bit of that tinge of colour left. Yeah. Whereas if you do that with the Duet, spritz it with water, use a bit of kitchen roll, it completely takes away the colour and you're left with pure white of the cardstock left over.
Do you know what really appeals to me? I don't know how many different colours of embossing powders you've got, but by buying these ink pads, now you only need to buy the clear embossing powder because you can actually sprinkle that on the top of these inks because they don't dry that quickly. And it means you don't have to buy all your multicoloured embossing powders anymore. Just buy the clear and use this as the base, and it will then give you that beautiful, like a varnished, like a sealed effect, that shiny effect on top. So these are great. Now you're going to get, how many is it in the bundle we've got now?
Should be 10.
10 in total. Should be £59.90, so basically $5.99 per ink pad. And when you bear in mind they've got so many different uses, that's why they're called the Duet, we can do a deal for you this afternoon on these as well. So at the moment they're $5.99 each. If you want all 10 of them, and I showed you the colours a few minutes ago, Raspberry Ripple, Soft Heather, Midnight Mist, Sunrise Glow, Spring Buds, that was one of the ones that Craig used. Lemon Meringue, Awakening Forest, that was another colour that Craig used as well. Royal Apple, Vintage Meteor, oh no, hang on. Vintage Merlot, sorry, reading it upside down.
You should know that one, Dave. You're like a little Merlot, don't you?
Yeah, well, I'm more white now.
Oh, yeah? Oh, really?
And then Sweet Chamomile. No, not, no,
Clementine.
Chamomile. Sweet Clementine. There we go. Those are your colours. 10 of them. Look at the deal. It's down to $49.99. So you've got basically £1 off each one. So they're $4.99 each, not $5.99 each. And on split pay, because it's just under £50, they've let us have split pay, which is very generous. So that's $24.99 today, your first payment of 2. But they are truly, truly versatile. You're getting kind of almost 3 uses for the price of 1 from the ink pad, really, aren't you?
Absolutely, yeah, you really, really are, if not more. Can I just quickly show you, actually? Right, so that same die I used a moment ago within that first demonstration, because it was at the side of me, I've just die cut that into another bit of white cardstock here. But I've taken another bit of white, and I'm just going to layer this over, just to quickly show you, Dave, how you can use it as a stencil, the dies, with the ink pads.
Brilliant.
So I always like to put a little bit of masking tape or low tack tape. You can use your repositionable sprays if you want to, or you might want to use your finger daubers. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in, I'm just going to use my blending tool because that's what I've got to hand. So I'm just going to tape that down at the side here. And then I've gone in with the rosy apple here. So I'm just going to pick some of that colour up. Now, probably your brush, that you've got little fine details, so just be careful when it comes to adding your ink through. This is why maybe you might find it a little bit easier with a blending brush or the little finger daubers. But we can just go over the edge of this die cut. Now, although we're using it as a stencil, this top part, I would be able to use elsewhere. Doesn't need to.
I'm just thinking you're stenciling onto card, but think about stenciling onto walls, stenciling onto fabric with the right ink,
Yeah, that's a
stenciling
good idea.
onto furniture.
Yeah.
If you're upcycling furniture, these flourishes would look great, wouldn't they?
They would do. If you've got your translucent clear watermark ink pad, do that like I'm doing now, but then sprinkle your embossing powder over the top. You can do that. So if we then, actually that's given me a really, really good idea, Dave. Tell you what, I'm going to kind of go off piste again here. Let's just move that out the way. So if I pick that up,
Ooh.
look at that stencil effect.
So now your die is no longer just a die, it's a stencil in the making as well.
It is indeed. Now, I am just coming to my box of goodies here, and I'm going to look for, have I got a clear one, clear embossing powder.
Okay.
And then if I'm hoping, it's either clear or white, I think it's clear. So if
This is what I was talking about a few minutes ago. You don't need to buy all the different coloured embossing powders, just get your clear one.
just get your clear one.
Because they stay wet for, what, a few minutes or
Oh, a bit longer than that.
a bit longer? Okay.
Now I know it doesn't quite look it, but it's gone a little bit more subtler. It's not as strong in colour. So let's just get our heat tool. And then I'm just going to start in one area. And then as that melts, we're going to travel along. So that ink has captured and holding on to the embossing powder. And then we're
So it's
just going
acting
to
like
travel.
a sticky ink. You
It
know, when
is.
you buy the clear sticky inks, now you can use the Duet ink pads to do the same job, but it's got the colour underneath it.
So if we just go in, heat that, melt that, and this is just a clear embossing powder, like so. And then, probably need to go this way just to try and get that
Give it a
sheen.
shine on it.
Get that sheen of, hopefully the light will capture.
And obviously that was quite a light application
Exactly.
of the ink on there. If it was a stronger application, if you were stamping with it or something like that, you get that lovely shine. So it's acting like a sticky ink, but it's
Yep.
also a coloured sticky ink for your embossing powders. But of course you can use it as a water-based ink pad as well. You can paint with it.
Absolutely.
You can do the splat techniques like Craig was showing you earlier on. So if you want those Duet ink pads today, all 10 of them, of the colours that I went through earlier on, are down to under £50. So £4.99, they should be £5.99 each, so £1 off each one, £10 saved, and it's on split pay as well because it's just about £50, £49.99. So it's £24.99 to pay today, and the same in 4 weeks if you want to use split. And just to let you know, we don't farm out the split pays to an outside company or a finance company or anything like that. It's something we do ourselves within this building, part of the Gemporia group. We just say, okay, if you want to pay half today, that's fine. We'll get Crafter's Companion to ship your ink pads to you straight away, and then you pay the final payment in 4 weeks' time. It comes automatically off your card. And remember, one thing every day that we always love and we're so proud of here at Hobbymaker is the fact that we are just one P&P per day of £3.95. So if you buy something now, something from Craig again a bit later on, something from Kat from Hunkydory, something from, of course, Sharon with Sizzix in the next show, you don't pay any more P&P all day long. Midnight to midnight, 1p&p. Okay, now, Craig special. You know I said that Craig loves his linen cardstock.
Love
Arabian
it.
Nights, you're going to get with the flourishes, okay? So that's one pack of 24 sheets of Arabian Nights colour. I mean, ignore the name, just look at the colourways. That's what you're buying. It's not themed anything other than the colours that kind of worked with the Arabian Nights collection when it came out. But you heard Craig and saw Craig use one of the sheets from the Enchanted Ocean collection. There's 24 sheets in there, totally different colourways, but beautiful, all very kind of water related, obviously. You've then got your hydrangea collection, so more floral, with your pinks and your mauves and your greens in there as well. And then the last one is your honeysuckle. Honeysuckle, 250 GSM, linen cardstock. Why is that your favourite linen
I
cardstock?
just love, because it's got that bit of texture.
Yeah.
It's not an overly strong, powerful texture. It's linen, so therefore it's giving you a material sort of look,
Yeah.
but within cardstock. You can emboss it, you can die cut it, you can still ink over the top if you want to, you can mat and layer with it if you want to as well. It's just a beautiful, beautiful texture. I do love smooth colour cardstock, but I just love that kind of faux material linen card. Oh, look,
Levi's
Chris,
on
look
fire.
at that.
Levi on the
Levi on
lens.
camera as well.
Yeah, look at that. That's the linen that you're going to get with each and every sheet, okay? That's just one sheet I took out of the honeysuckle collection. So you've got 24 So that's 40, that's 96 sheets.
A4 in size.
A4 in size,
Yes.
all with a linen texture and all beautifully boxed in sets of 24. Now they, I think, they range between $14.99 and $16.99.
That's right,
don't they?
yeah. Yeah. And you said exactly what I say as well when it comes to bundles like this, Dave. Ignore the name. Ignore the name that's on the package and look at the colours. Look at their range of colours. You don't have to use honeysuckle with a honeysuckle collection. Maybe you've not got the honeysuckle collection, but look at the tones that you're getting there. And you're going to be able to use, certainly Hydrangea, definitely Enchanted Ocean, with going, or, you know, in crafting, we're into Christmas now. So the cold tones, the ice tones, go in with your glossy highlights, glossy accents, go in with your clear embossing powders, all of those as well. The Arabian Nights, great for your autumn colours as well. And then you've got hints within some of these, with the reds as well as the yellows as well as the greens, Christmas time.
Absolutely. Well, the whole set would be, if you bought them at the proper price, £59.90. So just short of 60 quid. MI 2012. This afternoon for Sunday, we're going to give you a deal for all 4 of them. Okay, the arrows are flashing. How about another £10 saved? $49.99 for all 4 packs. For 90, what did I say it was? 90, 24, 48, 96. 96 sheets of 250 GSM. It's a lot of cardstock, all with a linen texture. If, like Craig, you are a massive fan of linen cardstock, it's literally pence per sheet. It really is great value at $24.99 on split pay as well. To get all 4, again, like Craig said, ignore the fact this is Arabian Nights, just look at the colours.
Look at the colours. And I have to say, you know, full transparency, Dave, I did have this bundle on the other day when I was here. This was not meant to be on today.
Wasn't it?
This was not meant to be on today.
That was
just my show the other day. But because I'm back again, that I asked for another linen bundle. They couldn't give it to me, and I knew we had some quantity left of this one.
Great.
So I'd done a little bit of arm twist. Well, actually, I was on the phone the other day, and we've got it. So it wasn't meant to be on today. So if you've seen it the other day, it was meant to be for that day only, but I managed to get it.
You brought it back for the weekend. Okay. Do keep the paper and the card in the packets, because that obviously keeps it in tip-top condition, stops it getting dusty or tattered or whatever. Just take a sheet out as you need it, because they're easily openable packets. You can see on the back there's a little flap there and a little sticky disc. You remove that, open it up, and just take out a sheet at a time. So good deal if you're into your linen cardstock. Remember, you are going to get a pack of the Arabian Nights with the Flourish dyes, along with the heat-proof acetate, heat-resistant acetate, and the double-sided foam pads as well. But if you want that card pack, $49.99 with split pay as well, MI 2012. Okay.
Rightio.
Next
Shall
demo.
we do another demo?
Let's do another one, yeah.
This one we're going to be using some of the colours from the Arabian Nights, and this is colour-wise. It just goes to show. Don't worry about the design. Think of the colours, and we're going to turn it into a Halloween card.
Okay, great.
So you know, you can go to town when it comes to the decoration of Halloween. I've kept it simple just to give you that idea. So I've gone for a piece of our white card, 4.5 inches by 7.25. So it's going to be a bit of a long card, and I'm going to go in with the Elegant Flourish. Now, the other day, I did show you how you can turn them into a Christmas card again. And this is simply, Dave, by changing the colour. That's it. Change the colour and think where else and how else.
The embellishments.
That's it, exactly. So we're going to go in to one corner here. Now, as I said, this one is the Elegant Flourish. Now, we're going to turn it into a shaker as well. So what I want to do is I just want to make sure that I've got a little bit of a gap all the way around for my foam on a roll to fit onto the back, onto that back edge. And we're going to go in. I'm just going to then stick with my midi, because we've got the midi, and then we're going to run this one through. So running it through, the midi is kind of habit. I always go forward and then I come back, but you don't have to do that. And then we can open that one up. We're just going to then carefully prise that one away. And then if I bring in just a little bit of black card so you can see the detail within that one.
Bluebells.
Actually,
That's the other one that's bluebells, isn't it?
You know, that's got a little look of bluebells within that one.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, so yeah, it could be. You know, it could be. And that's the thing, you'll start to see different, Chris has just said snowdrops. Yeah, could be. Now, if you've got your pokey tool or your die release tool, you can use that for quick and speed. And no doubt Lauren's going to take a picture when I go to the green room earlier on and send it to me and say, you've made a mess again. I'm going to just tap the back. If you do that, make sure you tap the back of the die.
Not the front.
Not the front,
No.
otherwise you're going to be damaging it. And yeah, you don't want Leanne to catch you doing that because, no, as Leanne says, little tap, you don't want a great big wallop. Now I'm going to come in and now I'm going to go into the opposite corner here. So this is when you can start to elongate it, you can start to panel it if you want to. So let's go in. Once again, I'm just going to go into the corner, making sure I've got enough room for my foam on a roll.
Totally changing the look of it. It doesn't
Completely.
look like a corner at all now.
Not at all. And I'm using the same die, but you could use one of the other ones if you want to. They don't have to be exactly the same. So just going to run that one through, using the MIDI, use the Junior if you've got it, your G2, your OG, or your any other branded die cutting machine. So let's move that one out of the way here.
What's the OG?
The original Gemini.
Oh, right.
A4, yeah. Sorry, we'll call that the OG, the original A4 Gemini,
Right.
and then obviously our new one's the G2.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what we refer to. We kind of, you know, flippantly said it a couple of months ago, and it's kind of stuck
Crafter's
now.
companion speak.
Yeah. Now, you can see here, what I have got is I've got that beautiful design in there. Now, what I have already done, Dave, is I've matte and layered that onto a bit of black cardstock that you can see here. But what I had to do is I used my V-blade trimmer and I got my black card. Otherwise, that would shine through.
Right.
And I don't want to see that.
Gotcha.
So I've already popped red liner tape onto the back. You can absolutely use your tape runners if you want to. But when it comes to things like this, I am still quite old school and I still like to use things like my red liner tape and that.
Well, if it works,
Well, that's
why
the thing.
change it?
Why change it? Why change it? Now we've just got little kind of locked areas there, so I've just got little bits on.
And all these essential things that you see all of our crafting experts use will be on the website. Just search for red liner tape on our website and everything that we have will pop up.
Absolutely. Now this is some of the heat-resistant acetate that we've got within the big bundle, and you can see it's a lot more flimsy, so you wouldn't use it for construction.
Right.
But if you don't want to use it for your heat-based techniques, it's still a good one to use as that barrier for shakers. Doesn't have to be thick. Now I tend to have mine bigger than I actually need.
And cut it down, do you?
Trim it down afterwards, yeah. It's personal preference, but I do just find it easier to trim afterwards. And we're going to run around the edge there. And these are little strips, heat-proof. Keep them. They
Yep,
could
they're
be
handy.
little wraps or stamp onto them, heat to emboss onto them. And then now we've got basically we've got our barrier here of the acetate. So let's go in. Now, you don't get a foam on a roll within the foam pad bundle, but this is one I know many of you have already got, or, yeah, as you said, Dave, check out the Hobby Maker website for
A foam on a roll or
foam on
foam
a roll.
strips, that sort of thing.
The foam
Yep.
strips would work an absolute treat as well. Now with shakers, you want to make sure that you butt right up against the edge, because whatever you pop in between, you don't want it to fall out. So we're going to go and match right up to the edge all the way round. And there's a few different ways that you can do shaker. Some people will put the shaker content in, then another layer of acetate to block it off. I don't, I just go direct into my card like you will see in a moment. So before we put our shaker components in, that's it started, ready to go. So let's go in with our card. So it's an elongated card, so it's taller. So it's 5.5 by 8.25 that we've got. And these two colours here, these are from the Arabian Nights.
Lovely.
Mix and match if you want, but because I wanted to go with that Halloween-esque colour, the other bundles, there's purples in there that you can use. You've got your honeysuckle that has a bit of red, a deep red in there that you could use.
And that orange is a colour that we always associate
It
with
is.
Halloween, isn't it? Pumpkin,
It is.
pumpkin orange.
Pumpkin orange. And then just to lift it that little bit more, I do like my black, so that's just going to go onto a little thin matting layer of black. So that one now can then go onto my card blank. And if we then add our tape, this one's just the straight tape runner. We're going to bring that one in. Now this is where I do my shakers. So I'm going to take the backing off first. So if I take the corners and pull all them off, Then I'm going to go in. I've just got some green sequins that we've done in the past here.
And to be fair, you can use anything in a shaker.
Of course you could.
Can't you?
Absolutely. All these little offcuts, why not keep a hold of them and use them as a shaker?
Why not?
Doesn't have to be sequins or micro beads or glitter or anything like that. So I'm just going to put I want to put a nice quantity in there because it's quite a tall shaker.
Because there's two camps with shaker cards. Some people kind of fill it to the maximum, and others put quite a conservative amount in. So
That's
you can
it.
choose how much or how little you use.
How much or as little as you want, as you say. And then all that I'm doing is I'm making sure there's no shaker element on that outer edge because you don't want to create that block between your foam pad and your card. So if we pop that over the top there and press that in here, give that a really, really good press. So we've now got our shaker. And then if you were lucky enough last year to get our little Halloween boxes that we'd done in our Halloween stamp set, I've taken the Halloween. This was from our main Halloween collection last year. So I'm going to lift this up on foam pads that you get within the bundle, completely optional. So if we take these off, and then let's go in with a couple of little additional embellishments. I'm going to pop that right within the middle. You can come further down if you want. But we've got Happy Halloween, and then I've gone in with a couple of little ghosts that were also had within the Halloween collection.
I'll be honest with you, looking at that Flourish die, I would never ever have thought of using that for Halloween, but why not? They're suitable for all occasions.
They are, yeah. It's all that is think about your colours.
Yeah.
Change your colours to then fit the theme and change the sentiment. And then let's go into here. Now you could add glitter drops and red glitter drops and pumpkin die cuts and all of that, but just turning it into a completely different an occasion.
And that's just using one of those Flourish corners in a different way, so it just shows the versatility. Details on the screen, by the way, are for the dies on their own. Okay, so if you just want those dies PX2096, we'll show you those dies again in a sec with the board so you can see all the detail. And also they are available as individuals, which many of you found on the website too. But the bundle, you're going to get one of those dies free if you buy all 6 at $39.99, PX2096. If you buy the big bundle, that's got, of course, the 24 sheets of Arabian Nights, the heat-resistant acetate, and the double-sided foam pads, you're saving, basically, the cost of the extras are £36. So it's like you're only spending about £21 on the dies. So either or, the two deals are really, really good. Choose which one's suitable for you, or you can buy them individually as well. But of course, the best deal is to buy either all 6 together or the big I Want It All bundle. But individually,
rightio. So let's start off with our decorative flourish that we've got here. So it's a really quite proud, it's a really quite bold corner in there. It's a lovely one, little flower embellishments and the sentiment, and that's all that you need. And although I've been cutting these into my card, Dave, remember you can cut these into your card blanks, and that's your front card blank already done.
Absolutely, and don't forget to use them as stencils as well after you've done the die cutting. $7.99 for that one. That one is RD2030. They don't have individual names per se, but that's the item number if that's the die you like the look of.
So that one's your decorative flourish.
Okay, next one's the ornate flourish.
There you go.
Which is this one. So that's a lovely corner, isn't it?
It is. That is a full-on corner there. That's the one, if you do it in the opposite corner, Dave, that's going to give you a pure square.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you do 4 corners, you've got then like a diamond shape in the middle, haven't you?
Yeah, that's a good idea. Scrapbook page, of course, or a frame from an inexpensive store with a photo in the middle. Yeah,
beautiful.
It's a good one.
$7.99 for that one. FK 2049. FK 2049.
Then we've got Elegant Flourish. So that is the one that I used for Halloween.
That one there.
That one there.
Yeah. And that's got the bluebells. It could be other small little flowers as well, but really beautiful. Lots of you checking out for this one on the website right now after Craig used it in the demonstration. $7.99 FX 2052.
Then we've also got our Opulent Flourish. How beautiful is that one again?
That one flows so well.
Flows really well. Really lovely if you've got angel stamps or angel dies. If you've got our angel collection the other year, that would be a good one to
that looks,
complement.
just in that corner there, almost like a rose. That could be a little rose bud maybe.
That's true, yeah. Absolutely, it really, really is,
So that one's UO2061, $7.99 for that one.
And then that one, we've got our fancy Flourish. So that's the one where I really stripped it back, Dave, right at the beginning. Little bit of inking, and that's it.
Well, you're liking this one individually as well. $7.99 for that one, FI2014. One more to go.
One more to go. We've got our swirling Flourish.
Beautiful.
That
That one's slightly thinner, isn't it?
Thinner,
that one?
yeah, thinner. So that's giving you that thinner look, that thinner take, and a lot more intricate in some of the little components.
And that item number is BR2052. And remember, the ways to order, dead simple. You can either order on the phone lines. It's a free phone number, even on a mobile, it's free. Also, it's free to order on the app, and it's also free to order on the website as well, which is hobbymaker.co.uk. Okay, what next? The two 12 by 12s. Okay.
Oh, I can't believe you've still got these.
I know. Meadow Garden and the Floral Scrapbook. Let me show you the Floral Scrapbook first of all. This I love because this is a composition of not just flowers, you've got other objects in there, you've got postage stamps, you've got keys, you've got bird cages as well. Really lovely. And they're all double-sided. So the background of the main page is the back of the page, okay? So if you want something a little less busy, then always look at the back. You'll have something a little plainer to work with. But this has got dragonflies, butterflies, postage stamps on it as well.
A lot more of a vintage feel, this one.
Yeah,
You know,
definitely.
The vintage colours, the browns, the sepias, the oranges.
You've got your musical notes and your manuscripts on there as well.
180 GSM, so really lovely heavyweight paper.
Beautiful florals, little birds in there too. You've got butterflies and musical notes in this one as well. Beautifully put together.
Really are.
That one is your floral scrapbook. So it's like a scrapbook that you put together yourself, but it's all been done for you.
Well, that's it. And these are all uncoated as well. So if you wanted to add extra distress, you can do. If you want to come along with your glitter pens, you can do that. Or if you want to enhance the distressed look, die cut the Flourish dies and then do what I've done with the inking, using it as a stencil, but on top of that, and it just enhances it a wee bit more.
So you've got 36 in there, 180 GSM. And then the other one you've got is Meadow Garden, sorry, not Mellow Garden, Meadow Garden. And again, this is like you're walking through a lovely kind of wildflower field in the spring and in the summer.
Isn't it just, yeah.
Beautiful. And
Remember-
again, sorry.
No, I was just about to say, remember as well, chop them down into 4 6x6. You've got all of these 6x6 card fronts.
And don't forget, you've got the bolder on the front and then the slightly less bold on the reverse, which is really lovely. So beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Now, if you want both of these, I think we can do you a deal. They should be $14.99 each, which is a great price actually for a 12 by 12 pad, $14.99. So $29.98 for the two, but it is a Sunday afternoon. We can do a bit better than that. So if you want Floral Scrapbook and the Meadow Garden, we can let you have them for $12.49 each. So £2.50 off each one. That's your P&P more than paid for the day that you've saved. $24.99 gets you both. That's 72 sheets of 12 by 12 kg 2030 will get you both of those. So you're getting, remember, this one, which is your Meadow Garden, and that one that's your Floral Scrapbook. So if you love both of those, that's the deal we can do. They are available individually, I believe, but they're $14.99 each. So $24.99 gets you the two.
And still relatively new to our range as well. If you remember, I just launched these the other month with our big number dies.
Yep.
So, you know, they're still relatively new. And yes, as you were saying, they're double-sided. So if you love your fold backs, your tea bag fold-ins, you know, you're maybe getting more familiar with them again, you know, like with Linda Chapman that does them within our CD-ROMs. Maybe now you want to do it with your pattern papers, of course, then you can absolutely do that.
Because they're patterned on both sides, it's always going to look good if
Exactly,
you are
yes.
folding and that sort
Yeah.
of thing. KG 2030 for both of those, another great deal for Sunday afternoon on Hobby Maker. Now the tape pens I mentioned earlier on, we have sold out of the Dotty 2 offer, 2 Dotties side by side. They sold out with Sarah this week. We can give you a straight tape runner and a Dotty tape runner, and you're only going to pay for one of them. They should be $8.98 for the two. The Dotty one is normally $4.99, the straight one is normally $3.99. That's the one you're going to be paying for, so you'll get basically the straight tape runner free. $4.99 for both of these. You've got 22 metres on each one, and the Dotty one is the latest to the family, and that's the one that just leaves the dots on the fine flourishes and the fine words and letters in sentiment, so you don't end up with glue strips everywhere. You just get dots where you want it, basically. EY 2050 gets you both, but you're saving basically £4 off the price because you're getting that one for nothing. You're buying that one, okay? EY 2050 for both of those. And we can do also 2 of the straight ones. So if you're not really into the dotty, but I don't know why you wouldn't be, but if you just want 2 straight ones, if that's what you're running out of, you'll get 2 of these, not one, for $7.98 normally, $3.99 each. Today we'll give you 1 free. So you get 22 meters of extra strong adhesive in the tape runner for nothing. $3.99 will get you 2 of those, okay? MO2064. The most convenient way of sticking things down, but also from a mum's point of view, the most convenient way of wrapping up presents.
Wrapping up presents, absolutely, yeah. Well, certainly when it comes to the straight one, you know, it took Leanne so many tape pens, so many adhesives to find the right one that she was happy with. These are great for your construction, so if you are wanting to do your box making and all of that, you can absolutely do that. But what I also love using these ones for, Dave, I'm going to use the straight one. I've just got a bit of black card because this is going to really show it off well.
Okay.
Yes, it's good for your mats and layers. Yes, it's good for your wrapping. Yes, it's good for your construction. But if you are maybe watching the pennies and you can't go for lots of luxury cardstock, what about creating your own mats and layers with things such as your Gildan flakes or your glitter? So I've just got some of our copper Gildan flakes here. And then all that I'm going to do is I'm just going to sprinkle that on. Now, we do many collections now where we've got little Gildan flake kits in there. So why not start to use them? So these could be decorative strips. These could be your mats and layers if you wanted it to be.
The easiest way to get a straight line of adhesive, isn't it?
And then, and that's a good point, Dave. If you really do, if you are doing, you want to use them as a mat and layer, and you're wanting to get the straight edge, because you've got that edge to the tape runner, what to do is just run that against your ruler, and then if we just come down
And equally, if you've got the dotty tape runner, you can have gilding flake dots.
of course you can, we're just going to wait to do that right now. So if we then take that off. Now your Gildan flake kits, you always get a little scourer. I don't have mine, so I'm just using the back of my blending tool. But you can see then you've got a perfect straight runner just by using the ruler.
Loads of ways of using the tape runner.
And then if you get your dots, now with these ones here, you'll maybe sometimes get a little bit of a cluster of flakes or glitter. This is where I would highly recommend get the actual scourer you get with your Gildan flakes. But this will kind of show. If I then take all of that excess off, you can start to see if I just pick some more up.
It's almost like a checkerboard.
Yeah, or like little scales or something like that, and then start to take that one off. You can kind of see, you start to get the dots.
Distressed dotty design.
So you've either got your pure solid, or you know, if you use your ruler for a straight line, you've got your dots, but these will still work as well for things such as your glitters.
Sure. Now, I'm not sure how long we've got this buy one, get one free deal on the tape pens. I know we had thousands in stock, and there's no real reason to give you a buy one, get one free deal because they're a bestseller every single day of the week at $3.99 each. You're going to get 2 for that price, not 1, MO2064, and that's the straight permanent tape pen. Okay, 22 meters on each one, so you get 44 meters for the price of 22. Now, the big deal today are these mega flourishes. They are absolutely exquisite, and they work for every occasion. A third of the stock of the big bundle is now gone, okay? You're gonna get everything you're seeing here. Now, let me just kind of reevaluate the value for money you're talking here, because if you bought the Arabian Nights at $14.99, if you bought the foam pads, and if you bought the heat-resistant acetate at the proper price, that would be £36 bar a couple of pence in cost, okay? So for literally £21 or £22 more, you're getting the dies, all 6 of those beautiful large Flourish corner dies. So that is ridiculous, isn't it? Ridiculous value for money. And it's not that you're just getting extras that you're never going to use. You're going to need linen cardstock, I'm sure, on a regular basis. You've got the Arabian Nights. Everybody needs acetate. This is the heat-resistant acetate. And everybody uses double-sided foam pads. So you're getting things that you're going to need. Even if you don't need them now, you'll need them in a month or two's time. You're getting them included with this deal today. And it's also on 2 split pays as well of £28.99. You pay that today plus your P&P, $3.95. And that's the only P&P you'll pay all day. no matter how many other things you order throughout the day. But as a versatile collection, loads of you now coming through and checking out after you've seen the demo with Craig. Maureen in Northumberland, Joan in Merseyside, Crafter in Northumberland, Rose in Hampshire, Carol in Wales, all with it in their baskets, but so many of you have checked out already. Hello, Stephen, Annette, Anita, Margaret, Mrs. Joan in Leicestershire, Carol in Wales, Marjorie, I think it is, in North Yorkshire, Margaret, Carol, East Riding of Yorkshire, all already checked their baskets out for this offer today. FQ2045. You're not paying, well, what you're paying for the dies, I mean, it works out to £22 if you take into account that the extras are worth 36. Great deal.
Such a great deal as well. You'll also find as well, if you go across onto YouTube, type in Crafter's Companion or Crafter's TV and even type this collection in, you'll find lots of other tutorials, masterclasses with these ones. You take ideas from the packaging. Our Nicole Bretherick, she does a lot of our product samples. So the photos that you see could sometimes be Maria, it could sometimes in the past be Bianca. Most of the time it's Nicole. They're absolutely beautiful. They really show off how you can use them. And then of course you can take those ideas. But as well as the design team that we've got thinking about die cutting, inking through, stenciling through.
Yep.
This one here, so Lily's made this one and just seeing using it when it comes to a stencil on the back, but then doing your water techniques as well. But you can still, because these cut into your card, you know, within that one there, Monica's made that one there. Now, okay, she's put green cardstock behind, but if she'd cut an aperture within the white card, what you would have done is be able to see all the way through. I mean, how beautiful is that one that Shan's made there? Again, just really, really lovely. You don't need to do too much if you don't want to. Cut the swirl, little flowers, maybe that one. Dave, maybe you do want to go to town. Can you imagine coming in with all your flower forming that you've created and heat activated and really made a beautiful kind of bouquet with the flourishes in the background?
Nearly 40% gone now, by the way, of the big bundle. We have got individuals, we do have the dies on their own, but it's the big bundle. Most of you are seeing the value for money, just thinking, I want that, I want to get that. And don't forget, when you have done the die cut, why not use them as stencils? And that then really explodes the versatility of these, because you're using them as a stencil, a card stencil. You could stencil furniture, you could stencil walls, around windows, have them at the top left and right of a window on a wall or something. That would look really lovely. Even fabric you could stencil through too.
Of course you could. Now see something like this, maybe not all of them, but what about Zentangling through them? You know, as a stencil, go in with your fine liner. This one, what about, whereas I ink through with the Duet, what about inking through with your Stay Sticky glue, let it go tacky, and then use your gilding flakes on there as well. So don't just think about die cutting for die cutting's sake within the card. Think of what else you've got at home.
And also think about the appropriateness. You know, when you're using a die, it's got to be right for the occasion when you're making a card. A flourish is right for any occasion, happy or sad or anything in between. And again, it's got a versatile use when it comes to furniture, upcycling, renovation, that sort of thing. A good friend of mine, Jackie Joseph, she now does renovation on the TV.
Yeah, she does,
And, you know, things like this to jazz up maybe a dressing table or a chest of drawers or something.
Anything like that. And you just saying there a moment ago, Dave, you know, sympathy cards. They are cards that we have to make, that we hate making. This one here, I would maybe substitute with a little bit of grey instead of the black, and then an appropriate sentiment. That's it. That is all that you need to do. Because you don't want a sympathy card. You want thought to go into the sympathy card, but you don't want it to be overpowering. You don't want it to be bold. You don't want it to be singing, dancing.
No.
You want it to be light, subtle. I tend to go with ivories. I'll start that one again. I tend to go with greys, sometime a little cream or ivory, and that's it.
Yeah, keep it nice and simple. $57.99 for the big bundle. If you want them without the actual extras, then they are available as a set of 6, and you can buy them as individuals if you want to as well. But if you just want the dies on their own, there they are, $39.99. It's like you're getting one of them free, actually, by buying them individually like that, or as a set of 6. PX2096 is the item number. Okay, that's you done and dusted till 6 o'clock.
Till 6 o'clock,
What are you going to do with yourself?
I'm going to go through to the green room because I'm going to have a play with something that Sheena just launched the other day.
Fusion.
And it's magic, magic ink pad, disappearing ink pad. I know we've only got it left in the bundle. We don't have it available individually, but I'm going to be back at 6 o'clock.
I've not seen that before. I can't wait to see it, how it works. It's coming up at 6. Yeah, disappearing ink. Why do you need disappearing ink? All will be revealed at 6 with Craig. I'll see you in a minute, though, with Sharon and Sizzix.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobbymaker app. Head over to your app store now and search Hobbymaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobbymaker app.
Shopping with Hobbymaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Hobbymaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search Hobbymaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker. Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobbymaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card?
Hello everybody, Nigel here. I don't know whether you've heard or not, but exciting things are happening at Hobbymaker. As from the 1st of July, we are bigger than ever before. Yes, every day we're going to be broadcasting live until 9 o'clock at night. That's 1 extra hour every day. 1 extra hour every day. That's 7 extra hours every week. That's, oh, well, you can do the maths, but yes, more craft than ever before. The channel of choice, so keep it here at Hobbymaker. And remember, you're with us every day until 9 p.m. as from the 1st of July.
I can wear this now because it's a Christmas show. The last show wasn't Christmassy. This one is officially Christmas. We're still in the Christmas mood right the way through June. Great to have your company this afternoon. Sharon is back. Hello, my love.
Hiya.
You all right?
I'm good, thank you.
Now, we are expecting not just a busy show, but a monumentally busy show. Because what we're bringing you from Sizzix is something that I've loved that they've done for a long, long time. And the price that we have it at today, if you love, I suppose you kind of call them, some people call them blisters, but I don't like that word. They're more like capsules.
We call them domes.
Domes.
But yeah, a lot of them are called blisters or shaker.
Yeah. Basically,
Shaker
what these
panels.
are plastic windows that you can have in your card, and you're going to get the dies to work with those plastic windows as well. Now, what we've got for you are 3 different designs, 3 different shapes and sizes. The first one we're going to show you is so you can make your own fantastic tree shaker cards for Christmas. Hibernation season, I like that.
Cute, isn't it?
It's really cute, but look.
Great for shaker. Of course, you don't have to use them for shaker elements. They are just great to highlight something on your card. The other thing is you can put 2 back to back to make yourself a bauble.
Oh, of course.
And then you could perhaps put photos in there.
Yep.
I've done them before where I've put photos of my nieces and nephews for my mum and dad. So you can do lots of different things with them, but they do make a really lovely feature of your card front.
Let me show you what you're getting in the first bundle, because you're going to get 2 of the tree dies. There we go, 2 of the tree dies. Now, why do we need 2?
The reason you get 2 is 1 will cut out the outline. So if you want to cut into a card panel to put the dome sort of so it's peeking through.
Yep.
The other one creates a border. So if you want to just go straight and stick your dome to your card front, that will create a nice little border to go round and cover up where it's stuck down.
So
if
basically
you
that
look
there.
Yeah, if you look at this card I've made here,
Oh, the gold, yes.
the gold piece is that. So it'll give you basically a border to go around the edge.
Nice frame, yeah.
Just sort of frames it nicely.
Okay, so you're going to get the 2 dies, which you can use, of course, totally independently if you're not using the domes. It doesn't matter. You're also going to get 2 packs of your plastic domes. You get 6 in each, so you're going to get 12 of them in total. Now, that should be £25.97 for 12 of those and the die, which I think you're already checking out, which means that that price is a fantastic deal. But that is not the price this afternoon. Carol in Midlothian loves this, doesn't want to run the risk of missing out on it. We have limited quantities of this bundle available. If you want it, get it in your basket and check out now, please, whatever you do. Crafter in Lanarkshire, hello to you. Another brand new crafter coming through for this. £25.97 should be the price. It is not going to be the price. In 3, 2, 1, let us get that price down. Where are we going with this? £14.99 to make 12 shaker cards, because you get 12 of those domes and those 2 dies to cut out the aperture. Absolutely amazing value for money at £14.99. Deborah's in, Lorna, Jennifer, Dawn, Pauline, hello. All of you coming through for this right now. They're fun, aren't they?
They're really fun. And of course, we do bring these back periodically, so you'll be able to stock up again. So, the key thing is to get the dies so that you can get more domes in the future.
Absolutely. Now look at that for a classy card. You don't need much. And sometimes the simplest of cards are usually the most expensive when you're buying them in card shops. But the simplest of cards sometimes can be the most effective. And for £14.99, I mean, you could charge easily £5 for that card, I'd say.
You could. And if you think about how we normally make shaker cards with foam tape and acetate, first of all, you wouldn't be able to make a Christmas tree shape like that if you were doing it yourself. But also, these are so much quicker and easier to use because they've got the adhesive on them. You just peel off a bit of release paper, stick them on your card, and you're done.
That's already on there, is it? The
yes.
adhesive? Okay,
so there's none of that risky trying to make sure you haven't left any gaps in your foam tape and all of that. So
nearly 40%, Sharon, of the stock of this is gone. Many of you are buying multiples, actually. One for you, one for a friend, one for you for another member of the family or something like that. So £14.99, TOXC94 is the product code if you want your trees. Now, we've actually got some other shapes for you. So that's a tree shape.
That's the trees, yeah.
And if you've put the phone down from the call centre or closed your laptop or shut your iPad or whatever you've got, don't worry, you can make as many orders. You don't pay for the phone call, you don't pay for the transaction, you just obviously pay the 1p&p for the whole day. Now, the next one we've got for you is the stars. Now, have we got a finished one? Yes, we have.
Yeah, we do.
Same sort of idea.
Same sort of idea, but a star shape. And I think a star actually covers you for birthdays, all sorts. It's great for sort of cards for men, a star, actually, I think, because
Covers
it's
you
quite
for all
generic.
sorts. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, but again, it's one of those shapes that would be a nightmare to make with acetate and foam tape.
Absolutely.
So having a shaped dome is beautiful. And of course, don't forget you can make a bauble with this as well. Stick 2 back to back. Get your crocodile out and put a hole on the top and you've got a bauble. Totally.
So there are your dies to give you the aperture and to give you that lovely frame around the actual star as well. You're going to get 1 pack of 6 of the domes of the stars. Now this could be for a little boy's birthday who's maybe into rock music or something like that, or a little girl that's into ballet, and your star in your family. Could be your dad, could be your wife, could be your partner, whoever it may be, for whatever reason, there's a star shining bright. $19.98 should be what you pay for these dies and the domes. We're giving you another amazing price with these. Let's get that price down, $12.99, £7 off if you order it right now for the star and, of course, the star domes. 6 of them in that packet and 2 of those dies, but you can use them completely independently of the domes, can't you?
You can, and of course a star die is just really a useful element to have for card making. So it's not like once you've used up all your domes, you're not going to be able to use the dies, because of course you are. They're great matte and layers, they're great sort of just useful shapes.
Now we did have a big stock of this, bigger stock of this than the tree in actual fact, and already 20% of that stock has gone. My screen is filling up with lots of names for people calling through. All of these people are in the ordering process at the moment on the website or on the phones. Yeah, loads of you putting them in your basket. It's one of those things, whenever I see them, they make me smile.
They do. They're really fun. I think receiving a shaker card is just lovely, and this just takes all the pain out of it because you literally can do one in a second.
Have you got a favourite thing that you like to put in shakers?
Well, the Sizzix beads and sequins are perfect for it.
Right.
And I do use those a lot. We have got some on the show, we'll come to them later, but yes, they're the ideal thing. But actually, go through your stash because I've got so many sequins in my drawer.
I bet.
I've got loads. But you can put other things in there. You could even put sort of small sweets and things if you wanted to.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Little wrapped sweets.
Or even a
something.
tiny little present could go in there, maybe.
Yes, yes.
What about a ring or
You
something
could
like
put
that?
jewellery in there, couldn't you?
You could.
A necklace
Pair of
or a ring
earrings.
would fit. Yeah, or earrings, yeah.
$12.99, RYXC20. Stock going very, very quickly. The whole show, by the way, is on the website. If you want to have a little look at all the items, you can shop ahead of us. And then we also have what we call the circles. Now, these are more than circles, I think. They could be planets, they could be portholes. So again, you've got the dies that cut out the apertures, but you've actually also got a couple of extra dies in here.
We've got a little set actually for this one. Rather than just the circles, we've put this Snowdome set with them. This is going to create a lovely sort of globe type effect. So not only could you put sequins in here, but you could actually put your whole little scene.
Oh, wow.
You've got a Christmas tree, you've got a Father Christmas, you've got presents, and little penguins, I think. So you can create a whole little scene in your globe.
Basically, everything on the front of the packaging, you've got the die for the Father Christmas, the penguins, the snowman, and you've also got the tree and the presents in there as well. So those dies are in this packet as well. But then we're going to give you four of the domes, the large domes. So you get 4 of those. And the die to cut out the aperture, of course, as well. But this is probably the biggest of all of them.
It is, and if you look at the size of this one, I use these domes a lot, actually, with floral die sets, because it just creates a beautiful sort of little bubble to put your dies in. So don't just think of Christmas for this one. I know we've put it with a Christmas die set because we're all about Christmas today, but these domes are actually really useful for all sorts.
Anything, absolutely. So £17.98, MUXC40. If you've gone for the first 2 and you've hung up the phone, just phone the call centre again because you're going to want this one as well. This deal is phenomenal. All the deals are $9.99 for 4 of the big plastic domes and the dies, with the extra dies for the tree, Father Christmas, the presents and everything else. Baskets have gone crazy, absolutely. Very busy on the phones, very busy on the web, very busy on the app as well. Lots of you using the app these days. We can actually see whether you're on the app or whether you're on the phones or whether you're on the website when you're getting in contact with us. Loads of you using the app. It's so easy, isn't it?
Really easy, yeah.
Just tap the app, you can watch us, you can send us messages. I haven't had any messages this afternoon, so if you want to say hi to us, we'd love to hear from you. Just send through from the website or from the app, and Laura, our producer, can put the messages on the screen. What are you going for? What are you loving? $9.99 gets you both. Brilliant, huh? MUXC40. Should we do a demo?
Should we look at some of these?
How to use them?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okie dokie. So lots of you going for all 3 actually, which is not a surprise. Loads of you going for the tree, the stars, and the circles as well.
I'm not surprised because they're just such fun. And we're going to start with the circle actually. We're going to do that little snow dome scene with the Christmas tree. Now, another thing we've got on the show, which we haven't had a chance to look at yet, is the pattern papers. We've got some of the Sizzix festive pattern papers. You get 80 sheets in here. It's really, really thick, good quality. Some of them are foiled. They're all double-sided, so you've got a nice solid colour that kind of coordinates on the back of all of them. So what I've done is I've taken a little snippet of one of those to give me a nice background. So I've gone with this lovely bright pink. It has got solid on the back, and I'm going to use that in my background. Now, with the domes, you've got choices. You can either create a window, so you can cut a hole, say, in your panel, and have the dome peeking through. That's easy to do. We will do that at some point over the shows, but I'm going to go with the more simple route this time.
Okay.
And that's to just stick my dome straight on there, which is even more foolproof. Because I've got a patterned paper going on in the background, and the adhesive on these is really hard to see anyway, so you don't have to sort of hide it if you don't want to. So we're going to go the easy route. So the first thing I'm going to do is just pop this on my card front, because I don't need to create a window with it.
And we are going to get to the pattern paper pad in a
Yes.
second, which I've just seen for the first time. It's incredible.
It's beautiful. Quite modern designs, I think. So this is going to give me a nice background, and then we're going to put our whole little seam in the dome, which is really fun. So make sure my card is the right way around, because this has got writing on it. I won't get away with it if I don't put this the right way up. So I'm using a craft card as my card blank. So now to create my little scene, you get your circle die. So I'm going to use that to create my background. So the first thing I'm going to do is cut my circle out.
Okay.
So let's pop that on my plates. And I can probably fit a few things on at once. So
By the way, we have got the Sizzix Big Shot in the show in a special bundle offer, which we'll come to a bit later.
and this die here is going to create a little snowy sort of, almost like a grounding to put all my other elements on. So we'll run that through at the same time because I can fit both of those on. Let me trim.
So it's like a drift, like a snow drift.
Yeah, like a little snowdrift. And again, this is, think beyond the domes really, because actually this circle and the little snow at the bottom, how many die sets have you already got with little characters?
Yeah,
You've
but
instantly got a little scene to put them in.
And if you've got like green cardstock or brown cardstock, that could be a mound
Yeah,
or a hill.
it could be
anything.
yeah, it could be grass
Sand.
or yes. Another thing I think looks fabulous with these larger circle domes, create a little underwater scene. So do a sand colour with
Looking
this
through a
bottom
porthole
piece.
in a submarine or something
So
like
if
that.
you've got any dies or stamps, those would look great in a dome. So yeah, it's such a useful design really. So that's my background. Then I've got my little snowdrift. So we'll pop that ready to go. And then to go in my little dome, I'm going to cut the tree. So we're going to have that from green. And then we want the decorations for the tree,
Yeah.
which I'm going to do in gold. You've got a star for the top and then some little stars and circles. So we'll cut those from gold. And then because I've got that pink background, I'm kind of going with colours that are going to work with that. And there's a die that cuts two different presents here. So if I do this from once from pink and once from this aqua, it's going to give me a couple of little presents with ribbon
Cool.
in a different colour. So we'll run those through.
It's very distinctively Sizzix, isn't it? It's got a
Very, it
very
has got-
distinctive look.
Yeah, it is. It's got that sort of contemporary
Contemporary
style
clean
to it.
cut look, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, really, really fun, this set. And of course, I'm only using the tree and the presents. You've also got Father Christmas, you've got the little penguin and snowman. So there's a lot in this set.
Yeah, there is for the money.
Money.
$9.99.
Yeah, you've got a lot to play with here.
Now, this is the biggest stock we had, and a quarter of that huge stock has gone.
Whoa.
MUXC40.
I'm going to do another load of the little dots, the little ornaments. I'm going to put these off to the side because we'll bring those in a minute. So I've got my presents in pink. Let's pop them there. And let's run those through again on this. I think this colour's called peppermint. Goes really well. This is very, very much a sort of contemporary colour scheme, not traditional. The pink and the peppermint. It's quite a modern Christmas colour scheme, isn't it?
Very nice.
Which I like.
And again, you're using the Sizzix cardstock rather than colouring things in.
Yes, I am, and we've got the Christmas card stock on the show as well.
Yep.
The plain card, and the colours in the plain card are designed to work with the patterns. You know, if you look at the pink that I've got here for this present, it matches perfectly with that background paper. So that's the beauty of using Sizzix. Whatever you pick up is designed to work with other products. So you can't go wrong. You can't end up with sort of clashing colours or anything because they're all designed from the same sort of palette.
Perfect.
So let's put this together. So the first thing I'm going to do obviously is put my little circle on for the background.
I can't believe this price.
It's a great deal.
It's basically nearly half price, isn't it?
It is.
Not far off.
And it's even if you've already got the dies it's work that at that price. It's still a good deal just for the domes.
Well, many of you buy more than one. Crafter in Surrey's buying 2. Deborah in Norfolk's buying 2. Quite a few of you are. Maybe one for yourself, one for a friend.
Yeah, at that price, it makes sense, doesn't it? So that's that. Let me just grab my glue.
Yeah, and if you bought something in the 1 o'clock show, this is a delivered price because you've already paid your £3.95 P&P, £9.99 to get it delivered as well. Amazing.
So the next thing to go on is my snowdrift, which I'm going to pop towards the bottom. Now when the dome goes on, it doesn't really interfere. If you can see, it sort of fits snugly around that. So I don't have to worry about sort of placing my elements in a little bit or anything. They're going to be clear. You can see that white is the adhesive, so it fits just snugly around the edge. So I don't have to worry about that. So I can go kind of almost to the edge with this. So there's my ground. You could do a couple of these if you want to. You could build it up. And of course, if you're not using the domes, you might want to add some foam pads and sort of create layers of snowdrift for a bit of a fun design.
That's a good idea, actually. Yeah.
Would be quite fun. So the tree's going to go there. I've got a little tree stump as well. So let's do the tree stump first, so I know it's in the right place. There we go. And then the tree. And I think this tree on its own is something that you will get use out of.
Oh, totally.
Independently, because this would be nice for quick, if you're making like Christmas gift tags or something, it's
Yeah.
a nice size.
Or decorating crackers.
Yes. And I'm just going to put some dots of glue all over my tree. And I'm just going to grab a pickup tool from my box, because these are quite small little elements. And I've got a star to go at the top. And I've done these from gold, so it's going to give a nice bit of shimmer.
And if you're lucky enough to have any of these like pickup tools that we do here at Hobby Maker, this is where they come into their own, really. I know the Dreamies do one, lots of companies.
Yeah, lots of companies do them. I've had this one a while. Yeah, absolutely vital when you've got tiny little pieces. Just makes your life so much easier. Especially if you've got fake nails like me.
Have you got what?
When you've got fake nails,
Oh, right.
you absolutely can't pick anything up with these, can you? So, just a couple more.
Very stylish, very minimal.
Yes, I've deliberately not gone too crazy with lots of different colours because I like that clean look. But if you wanted to go a bit more bright, you could do a rainbow of colours for the baubles. That would look really fun as well. So now I've got my presents. Now these come in 2 parts. You've got your present and you've got the ribbon for it. So that's quite fun. So just by cutting a couple of these, I've got a nice little pile of presents that I can just put underneath the tree. So we'll just put those here at the front.
Traditional's lovely, the traditional green and gold and that sort of thing, but adding a splash of vibrant colours like that pink, or it could be a turquoise blue or something like that, works well as well.
I think it's nice to do a mix, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because it's kind of about who you're giving it to. You know, if I was giving a card to my parents, I would go for something more traditional. But for my nieces and nephews and
more
slightly younger, I'd
more
go for
contemporary.
something more fun like this.
Yeah.
It's nice to have the ability, and of course this would look totally different if you went for traditional colours as well. So it's a design that would work for anyone, really, isn't it?
Totally. I remember
Now
the
I've got-
dies are coming included, the dies for the circle, but also the dies for the presents, the dies for the tree, the dies for the Santa Claus, all in there with the actual 4 big plastic domes for $9.99.
It's fabulous, isn't it? Now I've got 4 presents, but I'm only going to do 3 because balance-wise that looks better.
Okay.
If I went for 4, it kind of starts to look a bit too symmetrical, which you don't really want in card making. So I'm quite happy with that. If you wanted to, you could use that circle, those little circles that I've used for the baubles. Those can also be snow if you want to have some snow going on in the background.
Okay. Yeah.
But I'm just going to keep it quite plain. So now, shall we put some shaker bits in?
Yeah, let's do it.
Now, we will come to these in a bit because I think they're included in another bundle, aren't they? But these are the Sizzix Festive Sequins. You get sequins, beads in a mix. You get 5 pots in there. in different colours, and you'll see instantly, look at the colours, they go with the patterned papers, the plain cardstock.
Yep,
You've got those same. You've got your traditional red and green, but then you've got the more sort of modern colour scheme that I'm going with this lovely pink. Now, when you're putting shaker elements into the domes, don't overload them. And what I've done is I got 2 packs of these, and one of mine, I took them out of the pots and mixed them all up.
Oh, great.
I'm not taking credit for that idea because I saw Pete do it and I thought, oh, that's a good idea. Rather than opening 5 pots every time to take out a little sprinkling of
Mix
each.
them together.
When you want all of them, get an extra set, and then you can just put some in. So you want to put them right in the centre, away from where you're going to be putting the adhesive.
Yeah.
Because if you even get one of these under where it's sticking, it won't be a perfect seal. And don't go too mad with them, particularly when you've got a design underneath. You don't want to cover too much of
But
it.
if you put too many in, they don't shake as well.
No, they don't move, and you end up covering too much. So, and then to put the domes on, all you need to do is just get your pokey tool underneath the release paper and lift it, and it all comes off in one go.
Perfect.
So it could not be simpler.
And you can't see the adhesive that's on there at all, really?
No, you really can't. And then what I like to do is go around it with my pokey tool and just give it a firm rub so that I know it's completely stuck. Because if you get a gap, obviously your sequins are going to find their way out. So just go around a couple of times, make sure it's stuck down perfectly. And then there's my lovely little shaker.
How cool is that?
It's really fun, isn't it?
Well, we still have stock at the moment. We did have a massive stock of this. Half of that stock has now gone, so MUXC40. Let me just remind you what you're going to get. You're going to get basically your pack of dies, which is going to give you the circular die for the aperture, obviously the right size for the dome. But you're also going to get all the other dies to make the character for the snowman, the Father Christmas, the little penguin, and the presents, as well as the baubles for the tree or the snow. It could be either or, depending on what colour cardstock you're using. And all those dies are just in the back there. And you're also going to get a pack of 4 of the plastic domes. All of that for £9.99. Really, really great deal. And of course, the dome is generic. You can use it for anything. It could be a porthole window, it could be an underwater scene, it could be absolutely anything you want to put behind there, but you're going to get the Christmas dies with it. Now, this is really exciting because the pad, we didn't realise that this pad was quite the size that it actually is. I'll just show you that the card that Sharon used in the demo is in the back. So there's the fa la 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 on the back there in the pink, and you get the various quantities of each one. But if I show you, some of these papers are purely printed, but they're gorgeously printed, and some of them are printed and foiled. And look, you can see you get numerous of each design. A good, maybe, is it 8 of each design? I think it might be. 2, 4, 6. I think it's 8 of each design. You've got your white stars. 10% of this is already gone. So you get 8 of those. 10 designs, 8 of each, and 4 of each designs are foiled. So all these are printed at the moment. Then you've got that fantastic pink tartan. How beautiful is that? Then we come on to your polka dots. So that could be not for Christmas, that could be for any occasion. Lots of these could be for any occasion. Look at the colour on the back of that as well, that lovely kind of chartreuse greeny yellow colour. Lovely. Then you come on to your diagonal stripes, candy canes maybe, thinking of that. But again, it doesn't have to be Christmas. Then we come on to the other ones that are foiled. Look at this. Beautiful light blue, quite a contemporary colour for Christmas with the silver snowflakes. Then we go to the gingerbread man and the family. Next one. Look at that. Again, that doesn't say Christmas to me necessarily.
No, that one I use quite a lot with florals, actually.
Yeah, I think it's mistletoe, but I mean, it could be anything, couldn't it, really?
Yeah.
And then
yeah,
you've got the one at the
generic.
back there, the fa la 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 that Sharon used as well. So you've actually got 80 sheets in this, and it's a whopping pad. $29.99 is the price, or that's what it should be. And I think most of us would happily pay that price for that quality of paper and card. And the GSM and everything is... Did we put GSM on this? Should do somewhere, can't see it. Oh, here we are, 216, £146.
So it's the same as the plain colour cardstock.
Right.
That's 216 as well. So it's the same thickness. I would say it feels a bit thicker, I think, because it's kind of
you're
got a
right.
coating on it.
Okay, 3, 2, 1. Let's give you a deal price this afternoon for all of these sheets. What's the price going to be? £17.99. That's about a 45% reduction, and it's whopping. It's a huge, huge die, a huge pad, sorry, with lots of die cutting potentials. You can mat and layer it as backgrounds. A third of the stock already gone. Remember, most of them are beautifully, well, they're all beautifully printed, but most of them are just printed, and a small selection have got the foiling on them, of course, as well. But what about that for a pad and a half? And you can take a sheet out at any point in the pad. It's not all going to disintegrate on you. But £17.99, new today, half the stock gone. UP1S16, I think it is. Is that right? UP1S16? Yeah. UP1S16, it always looks like a 5, but it's an S. So if you fancy that, £17.99 and half the stock has gone. Not much of this left now. Lots of you ordering in the States as well. We can deliver to the States with Sizzix too. So Wendy in Virginia, she's ordered hers. Your P&P and shipping and handling in America is capped at $12.95. That's on a day-to-day basis from midnight to midnight. So if you want 10 things from us today before midnight tonight and you're in America, your total shipping and handling will be just $12.95, no matter how big it is, no matter how much it weighs. I don't know how we can do that from the UK, but we can. And in the UK, of course, your P&P is capped at £3.95, no matter how many orders you buy from whichever shows up until midnight. Now, we're nearly at the point of saying this is going to sell out. More of you want it than we have stock, so it's all down to how quickly you can check your baskets out, okay? UP1S16. Now, we've been talking about shakers. You can't have a shaker if you haven't got anything to shake. So, we've got this, the beads. Now, this is what Sharon actually emptied each one and then just put it back into the tube and mix them all up. You can do that if you want to, because you've actually got sequins in there. You've got little red beads. You've also got bells, I think. No, that's little Christmas trees, the green ones.
Little Christmas trees.
Little red stars. And you've got little kind of almost like pearlescent discs at the top there as well. So all of these pots in a tower for $7.99.
And I would recommend buying two if you can, because mix up one and keep one separate. So if you do only want, say, white, you can go to the ones that you haven't mixed up.
Well, I tell you what, the price we're going to makes it much more of an option to go for two. £5.50. So we're giving you basically $2.50 off. If you buy two, you save a £5, which is more than your P&P's cost for the whole day. How about that? And Jackie is actually gone for two. Anne in Lancashire's gone for two. Lots of you are going for singles. That's fine. But just £5.50 for all. Yeah, I would have thought each one of these would have been probably $2.99, £3 each, 3, 6, 12. Yeah, I mean, for $5.50, amazing value. JU1S50. They're making it really hard for me. JU1S50. There we go. £5.50 for all of those. Again, nearly more people want it than we actually have stock. Check your baskets out quickly. Doesn't matter how many times you check out, how many phone calls you make, it's all free. We've got some other bits to go through, which we'll get to a bit later on, but another demo, I think, if that's all right.
Shall we have a look at the star then?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do a Make-A-Wish card with the star. And this time, I'm going to show you how to have the star kind of peeking out. Last time, I did the dome just straight onto the card front because I want to show you both options, because you can do either. So what I've got is I'm going to have some nice dark blue card in the background, and then my star is going to be on an inky background. So that's the first thing I'm going to do. I've got some watercolour cardstock here and I've got some oxide ink. I'm going to create a little background for what you're going to see behind the star. So I'm just going to put some of this onto the watercolour card. I only need to do the centre part because obviously the star isn't going to take up all of this card. And what I'm going to do is put a nice layer on, like so. And then I'm going to give it a little spritz with water. That's going to give me a little bit of a sort of splotchy look, a bit of like it's been bleached. So I'm just letting that sit for a second. And then I'm just going to pop some kitchen towel on, and that's going to lift a bit of that colour and give me a nice effect, kind of like a starry sky, which I thought would look nice. So that's just going to be in the background of the star. So the next thing to do is cut my aperture for the star to peek through. Now we've got the Make-A-Wish set where you get a star. You've got your star dies that come with the star domes. In the Make-A-Wish set, you do get a repeat of this same star, which is quite handy to have. So I'm going to use that to cut a little aperture, or I could use the one from here actually, which will be easier. And this is going to give me the opening for my dome to peek through, because it fits, if you look, it fits just perfectly behind there. So I'm going to pop that onto my navy card where I want my star. I'm leaving myself a bit of space here for a sentiment, and then I'm going to run that through.
So the star in the Make-A-Wish collection, it's the same size as the one that's in the domes?
It gives you the border one, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Yep. We did that just so that the die set, the Make-A-Wish set, because it's got loads of other things in it.
All work together.
So it all works sort of independently as a set on its own. So my dome is going to fit nicely behind there. I can pop my background there. And what I'm going to do is work out what I'm going to put in there and do that. And then I'm just going to trim off some of the excess, because this is a much easier way. If I'd have sort of inked my actual card front, if you think about it, I would then have to be really accurate if I was sticking the star dome onto the card front.
Right.
Because it's got to line up perfectly. This has got to be dead straight.
Yes.
And that's really hard to do, really fiddly. It's far easier to self-contain your dome on a piece of card and then just stick it behind.
Gotcha.
So you'll see as I do it, it'll make more sense. So I think we'll just put a few little white shaker pieces in here. This is why you need two sets, because if I'd have mixed them all up, I'd have to pick out the white
Separate
ones.
them one by one. You'd be there for hours.
Yeah. So there's something to be said for getting two sets. I would say if you're only getting one set, keep them all separate.
Well, bearing in mind you're saving £2.50 on each set, you save a £5 if you buy two sets.
Yeah. So I'm just going to put a few in the centre there. Again, I'm keeping them in the centre so they don't interfere with the adhesive.
Mm-hmm.
And then I can just peel off that release paper and it will all come off in one go.
Nice.
And then I can pop that over, seal in. And again, I'm going to go around the edge to make sure that's stuck down firmly. There we go. And then I can just give that a little trim.
Mm-hmm. Obviously, you've got to wait for the ink to dry before you try and stick it down, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess so. By the time you've sort of put the other elements together, that'll be dry. It won't take long. So now I've got a sort of perfectly sealed shaker,
Yep.
which is going to be far easier to pop in the right place, because what I can do now is just put a bit of tape here to hold that in place, which is far easier than trying to jiggle it around and make sure you're straight.
Yeah.
But before I stick that all together, I'm going to put a bit of spray on this. I've bought some sparkly mica sprays.
Okay. This is from the Ranger range?
These are Rangers,
Yep.
yeah. So if you have a look on the Personal Impressions brand shop on the website, you'll find all of these.
Haven't we got a really special show coming up next
week?
week? You and
it's
me?
not with these, it's something similar. Thursday, yeah.
A new release from Tim Holtz?
The new
maybe
sprays.
Thursday?
Thursday,
maybe?
yes.
1 o'clock?
Now I'm just going to put...
Is it you and me at 1 o'clock on Thursday? Yeah.
Oh, I hope so.
You and me.
Oh, cool.
Oh, and it's Sherilyn. Sherilyn.
Oh, Sherilyn. There we go. So that's going to give me a really nice sparkly background. Now, ideally, you'd wait for that to dry. They don't take long to dry, actually, so I'm just going to go with it.
Just to give you a heads up, the pattern paper pack I showed you and the Sequin stack as well, both sold out. So if you're trying to get those, sorry, they've now gone. That's how busy we are this afternoon. So
we knew it'd be busy, didn't we, Dave?
Yep, we did.
So I'm just going to grab a little bit of tape. Now, this is the easiest way to put this together and line it up. If you take your card front, pop your star where you want it, make sure you're straight, and then if you just pop a bit of double-sided tape at the top and bottom, that will just hold that in place. So you know you've got it perfectly, like so. And then you can just put tape over the rest.
It's just so nice to have something different to make, isn't it?
It's a bit different, isn't it? And,
Yeah.
and if you give someone a card where you've done a shaker element, they really are going to be looking at it and thinking, wow, how did you do that, you know?
It makes it more special, more ornamental, I suppose.
It does. Make sure I've got that flat. So then I can just take the release paper off the back.
And don't forget, it doesn't have to be sequins that you put in the dome. It could be a little gift. It could be a little piece of jewellery maybe that you've made if you love Jewellery Maker, our other channel. Yeah, it could be anything really.
And because that's stuck to the back, it means I can line it up as I usually do by putting it on my desk. And then it's perfect. Now we need a sentiment. And in the Make-A-Wish set, you've got stamps and dies actually. So you've got some stamp sentiments, but obviously I've got that lovely navy blue. What's going to really show up nicely is the die cut sentiments. And I've got Shine Bright, which is going to look lovely. So I'm going to cut that from some gold opulent. And that's going to really pop against that dark blue. So we'll run these through.
We'll bring you the details for the Make-A-Wish set in a second. It's a stamp and die set at a crazy price.
Yes, and of course it matches perfectly with the Star Dome. So if you're going for that Star Dome set, you might want to grab this die set because it gives you a set to play with straight away.
And we've got a cracking deal on the Big Shot coming up as well, the machine that Sharon's using in the demo. So
Yes. We've got everything covered today, haven't we?
I know. My kind of show.
Yeah. Now these are beautiful. The font on this is lovely. So you've got Shine. And I need my little dots.
So the dies say Shine Bright.
Shine Bright. So just poke out the little pieces in between.
Nice font on that too.
It's a lovely font, and it's not too delicate. You know, sometimes when you've got a sort of scripty font, they're a bit of a pain to handle because they're delicate, but this is quite sturdy actually. So just going to poke out the centres there. And then I would recommend using tweezers to put your adhesive on because it's easier to hold it. And then just put tiny dots of glue.
If you've got any of our dotty tape pens that we do here on the channel, then it's perfect
Yeah,
to use
that's
for things
also
like
good
that.
for this, yeah.
Yeah.
And of course you could always put some double-sided adhesive on the back of the card before you die cut, and that will sort of turn it into a sticker really. I only ever think of doing that after I've die cut, so there we go. So there's my bright.
And that's a lovely card to receive, isn't it? Just someone
It is.
saying
It's
to you
kind
that
of-
they believe in you sort of thing. And
Yeah, it would apply for sort of so many different occasions, wouldn't it?
yeah.
Shine bright. And then I've got my little dots for the eye. And I don't know where the other one's gone. We won't worry about that now. Yeah, Lord knows where that's gone.
Well, you lost
But I
your dot.
do have, yeah, you do get both. Might still be in the card. No, Lord knows. Oh, here it is. It's on my.
Still on the plate.
It's still on the plate. There we go. So
Now you're ahead of us with the Make-A-Wish. You're actually jumping ahead and putting that in your basket and checking out. We'll show you what you get in a sec. 'Cause it's a great deal for not much money.
it's a nice set, this one. It's a set that sort of covers so many different occasions and people that it's kind of. I think stars are a nice design feature actually. There we go. Yeah,
Stunning.
shine bright.
Now we've still got stock of the domes, the star, the circle dome and the tree at the moment. We'll remind you of those, I'm sure, before the end of the show. But what about the Make-A-Wish collection? Now, when you see what you've got here, you'd think to yourself, well, that's going to be a few pounds. You've got the star, you've got the smaller star and the larger star, which is basically the same as the frame on the domes that we showed you earlier on. You've got the moon, you've got other star shapes, smaller stars and moons and full suns there, or full moons. You've got the stamps to go with it, of course, as well. You've got the word shine and bright, which obviously as dies are back to front, so that they cut out the right way around when you use them. And then look at the bottom. You've got Starry Night, Make-A-Wish, never stop looking up. I love that verse, never stop looking up. That's amazing, I love it. So profound and so kind of makes you think, doesn't it? And you get the whole lot, should be £17.99, and that would be a brilliant price if that was our final offer. But we're giving you an opportunity to get something ridiculously reduced. 20% already sold out, $8.99. Don't worry if you checked out before that price dropped. Everybody pays the final low price. You'll get an email confirmation after midnight of each day that you order from us, showing you what you've ordered and showing you and confirming that you're paying the low price and the 1 P&P of $3.95. $8.99? Well, it should be $17.99. That's a £9 saving. You're saving more than you're spending. And this is appropriate for everything. I mean, look at this one. Half the stock gone now. Never stop looking up. Just that simple crest, that moon crest with the stars in the background. That, to me, if you went into an upmarket card shop, which I do occasionally to see what's going on, and I look in all sorts of card shops to see trends and that sort of thing, that would be probably £5. A very simple card, but it would be at least a £5. Whether you charge that when you make them is entirely up to you. But I think with a stamp set and a die set like this, you can really make some very elegant and sophisticated cards. Loads of you coming through on the phones, loads of you ordering online, and loads of you ordering on the app as well. If you haven't downloaded the app yet, it doesn't matter whether you've got an Apple phone or an Android phone, you can easily download it. Just search for Hobby Maker on your app store, and you'll find it there, and you can order that way, you can send us messages that way, and you can of course watch us that way as well. DH1 S47, DH1 S47 for all those stamps, all those dies, for $8.99. You'll use this again and again and again, won't you, Sharon?
Definitely, definitely. All of these are quite sort of universal elements, really, that cover you for more than Christmas.
Yeah. Yeah, if you love like the galaxy, you love things like your star signs, anything celestial, then this is going to be right up your street, but also celebratory as well with a star. I just love that verse, never stop looking up.
I love that. It's a really sweet one. And I think with the moon, I use that one quite a lot for new baby cards and things like that, because it has got that sort of sweet, that hold to the moon and back type theme to it. It works really nicely for cards for little children as well.
Now we have also got this embossing folder as well, and dies. Now this is the Catherine Breen. Now this is absolutely going to fly. If I just open up the packet for a second, I just want to show you exactly what you're going to get, because it's not just an embossing folder, it's a really dinky embossing folder as well. But you've also got the dies in here too.
This is a fabulous set. I will demo this one next, actually.
Look.
You've got an embossing folder with dies in it. And the beauty of that is the embossing folder embosses beautiful little baubles on your tree. But rather than, we do have some embossing folders where the die's kind of stuck inside. There's little magnets on this one. So you've got 3 different types of tree to choose from.
How genius is that?
Clever, isn't it?
Very
really
clever.
And they just lock into place with the magnets, and then you run it through as you would an embossing folder, and you get your little trees with all the baubles embossed on them.
I've not seen this before.
It's really cool.
Never seen it before. So that's how it comes. It comes lovely packaging. You've got, of course, the different shapes of tree. You've got the contemporary straight-sided tree. You've got the kind of shaggy tree, like we all have at home, and then one kind of in the middle. But it will give you the embossed detail in the centre of all the baubles and the tinsel and everything else. But you choose which one of those you actually put into the embossing folder. So it will die cut and emboss at the same time.
Yes. And, of course, you can use those dies without the embossing folder if you want to, so it gives you a lot of different design options. Very clever.
The dies actually come in their own plastic wallet as well.
They do, yeah. And you just feel it sort of click into place.
Look at that. The little magnets, they're strong magnets too, are just there, and there. That pops over the top.
You just feel it when it clicks.
Yeah, it clicks in place.
You know it's in the right place. It just sort of... So
run that through, it will die cut it and emboss it. Nowhere near $33.49 this afternoon if you fancy giving this a go. Lots of you are in. £15 and 99 pence. Look at it in the gold. It embosses and it die cuts as well, but you've got 3 choices of the outline of the tree. Genius.
It's lovely, isn't it?
It is. I mean, I don't think I've come across Catherine Breen before, but she's very clever.
She is the queen of embossing folders.
Is she?
She designs a lot of the Sizzix embossing folders, and this is obviously embossing folder and dies all in one.
Yeah, and it will go through any die cutting machine. 20% of the big stock already gone at £15.99. Fill your boots, enjoy it. OJ1S12 is the product code. Now, the Big Shot deal, I talked about that a few minutes ago. This is the machine that Sharon has been using in the show and often uses in the show. with the Sizzix machines, they are back to the very beginning of when embossing and die cutting machines first came out. They were at the forefront of inventing the die cutting and embossing machine. And they have changed, to be honest with you, very little since. Now this is the big shot. It's a good size. What sort of size are we talking about with this? 6 inches?
Basically A5, 6 inches, yeah. And as you say, Sizzix were the ones that invented die cutting.
Yeah.
The parent company to Sizzix have been around since 1977.
Okay.
They were creating die cutting machines that were used in the education sector, and they still are actually. There's a whole other side to the Sizzix company that we know that still does that. But for the craft industry, they came up with the Big Shot. It's been around since about 2005, and as you say, it hasn't really changed much. We've changed the colours of them over the years, but the basic design of it is the same because it's a workhorse.
Okay, and what I love as well about Sizzix is they make everything so simple. The plate formations, when you're using different dies, you can use Big's dies in here.
Yes, and that's one of the
game-changing.
key game-changing differences between this as opposed to other die-cutting machines. There aren't that many die-cutting machines on the market that you can get the thick Big's dies through, the cartridge-type dies. And with those, you can do other things. You can go into soft crafting because you can cut materials, fabric, leather, balsa woods, craft metal, mat board, mount board, lots of other things. So having the ability to use those dies as well means even if you're not thinking about that kind of thing at the moment, you're future-proofed. If you suddenly decide you want to make some leather earrings, your machine's going to do it for you.
Yeah.
So,
Leather earrings.
yeah.
How
I
very
don't know why
different.
that sprung to mind. I think it's because I saw someone asking about that the other day on a forum and I answered the question.
Right.
But yeah, so you can cut leather. And of course, we've got lots of amazing big dies in our catalogue.
Absolutely. So you're kind of future-proofing yourself in that way. Also, the fact that all the plates have got the plate formation printed on them, so you don't have to rummage through instruction books or anything like that. I mean, it is always an issue with machines, especially if you own more than one. Oh, what's the plate formation I need for this particular die or this particular embossing folder? Every plate on this has got the plate formations printed on it. Now, not only are you going to get the Sizzix Big Shot, you're also going to get the cardstock that Sharon was talking about. So up here, you've got 60 sheets of A4 cardstock. This is the colours that will go with the festive printed pad that we showed you earlier on. The colours will coordinate with that. And look at the wonderful colourways you've got in here. And this is, again, a linen cardstock. It's a signature cardstock from Sizzix. So you've got 60 sheets of that. You're going to get that included. In the middle, you're also going to get your crystal paste as well. So you can put it through stencils and that sort of thing to give you that look of like a snowy ground or a frost.
Yeah,
or...
Sizzix do crystal paste and crystal glaze. The crystal paste is a white opaque with a lovely sparkly glitter in it. So it is great for creating realistic snow on your projects.
And also, you've got your cards and envelopes down the bottom here in a really classy green, a pack of 10 of the actual cards and 10 of the envelopes as well in that green. Now, these are included with your Sizzix Big Shot today at an amazing price. Now, the price you should be paying for all of that together is $164.96. You are not going to be charged anywhere near that sort of price. And we don't have masses of them. We never ever do. When we get stock, it's always, double figure stock, not triple figure stock very often. So here to get the machine, and again, this is, as I said before, changed very little over the years. It's incredibly strong and tough and durable. It's incredibly well manufactured. The gearing to make it easy to turn the handle is absolutely brilliant. But to get all the plates and to have that ability to be able to put the Big's machine or the Big's cartridges through as well, with the extra bundle that we've got here today with that kind of festive theme, look at this, $119.99 for a brand new Big Shot with the extra cardstock and the extra cards and the extra paste and four-way split pay. Four-way split pay, it's $29.99. That's all you pay today if you want a brand new Sizzix Big Shot. And for my money, you're buying one of the most respected names in the industry when it comes to die cutting machines.
Yeah, the company that started the whole thing.
Yeah.
Way back in.
And it's changed so little.
2001, Sizzix started. No, changed very little because there's no reason to change it. It's probably one of the most simple machines to use, in my opinion. And of course, you've got the ability to do all those other things with the big dies. So, yeah.
Now, I know a lot of you like to pay in full, which is absolutely fine, $119.99, but normally there's no way we'd have a four-way split pay on something that's $119.99. Maximum normally would be three-way, but we, for some reason, have got four. Take advantage of it. What that does is it cuts it cuts basically the payment into four interest-free payments. One payment today, one payment in a month, next payment in 2 months, final payment in 3 months' time. 20% of the bundle has now gone. It's fee-free, it's interest-free with split pay. It's something we do ourselves as a company, okay? It's not through a finance business or anything like that. So just pay $29.99 today, and Sizzix will be we'll be sending this out from our warehouse, actually next door, because the stock is there, ready to go if you want it. Lots of you coming through. Patricia in Herefordshire, SS, Pat in Devon, Bernadine in West Yorkshire, Crafter in Northumberland. If you want to treat yourself to a machine that's A, really affordable, but B, is also the most versatile, because you can use any thin standard die, any embossing folder, 2D or 3D, and also any Biggs cartridge die can go through there as well. And it's under £120. We've got a message actually confirming what we're saying from Kerry in Cumbria. Love the big shop. It's by far my favourite machine. Many recommend enough. Absolutely. Yeah, may recommend, yeah, you recommend it basically. Thank you ever so much for that, Kerry. So $29.99, your first split pay of 4. Lots of you coming through. Treat yourself. I mean, if you've got maybe Biggs dies that you haven't been able to use for years, you're thinking, oh, if only, you know, they would have cost you quite a lot of money. Certainly many years ago, they were quite expensive.
When they came out, you were paying like over £100 for an alphabet
for a die.
And that's what I love about Sizzix, because as Sizzix, we've brought out the Switch since, but all of the dies that you might have bought back in 2002, you can still use them today.
Yeah.
And I like that, because there's nothing worse than sort of investing in a technology. You know, we do it with other things, don't we? With over the years, if you think of all the different ways we've played music, and then something else comes along to replace it.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, I've got loads of tapes and vinyl and CDs, and now we're all just digital. The great thing about this is, you know, if you've got stuff from way back when Sizzix first started, you can still use that today in this machine. So, you know, you're basically creating a library of your dies, and you're always going to be able to use them.
Well, not surprisingly, this deal is very, very popular. Half the stock available to us has gone, and that's not taking into account those of you that are thinking about it and putting it in your baskets right now. Remember, the deal for less than £120 is not just the machine. You get all the plates. All the plates are... Can you just show us your plates, Sharon,
Yeah.
so you can see what I was talking about?
It's such a simple machine to use, because first of all the info is on the plates. So you've got a base platform, and here you can see if you were using embossing folders, it tells you what you need. You would use your base platform and then your 2 clear plates, put your embossing folder in the middle. If you're using the 3D folders, which are the ones we generally have, and you know this little tree one is, it tells you need this grey plate, 1 clear pad.
Yep.
Then you've got your thin metal die adapter. Look at this, and it tells you you're going to use that grey base plate, then this adapter, and then your 2 clear plates with your die sandwiched in. And it shows you the different types of thin dies. So it's all very simple. There aren't sort of, with some machines you get magnetic shims and all sorts of different things. With this, really, all you've got to think about is, do I need this thin adapter if I'm using thin dies or not?
Yeah.
And then it's just the order. So it's a very simple machine to use. Sizzix have been around for so long that also there are great resources, because obviously Sizzix over the years do videos on everything.
Yeah.
So whatever you want to do, you can go to the Sizzix website and find a tutorial.
And also, think about how many dies you've got that are bigger than the plates that Sharon's holding there. Not many, I dare say.
Not many.
Most of your dies will go through this machine without any trouble at all, size permitting. But also, they're not big, hefty plates that you've got to worry about where you're going to store them. Lifting them can be awkward sometimes. It's very compact, but also very well manufactured. 4-way split pay. There's loads of the machines that have actually gone in this show. So treat yourself today. Maybe your other machine's given up the ghost, or you just want to have one that's portable that you can take anywhere. You don't have to plug in. If maybe you go to the local church hall, there's never a plug point where you need it or whatever. A big shop doesn't require power. So it's there for you with the extra A4 cardstock, the card blanks in green, and that crystal paste as well for your snow effects. That's included in the bundle for £120 and 4-way split pay. Right, Sharon, you're back with me in an hour, aren't you, at 4?
Yes.
More from Sizzix at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Kat is here. It's Calendar. We got Kat from Hunkydory, who's not maybe as vocal as she normally is, and we'll explain explain why in a couple of minutes. But yeah, Hunkydory, a brilliant offer coming up from Hunkydory in a couple of minutes' time. Don't go away.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobbymaker app. Head over to your app store now and search Hobbymaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobbymaker app.
Shopping with Hobbymaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Hobbymaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search Hobbymaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobbymaker.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobbymaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card?
Hello everybody, Nigel here. I don't know whether you've heard or not, but exciting things are happening at Hobbymaker. As from the 1st of July, we are bigger than ever before. Yes, every day we're going to be broadcasting live until 9 o'clock at night. That's 1 extra hour every day. 1 extra hour every day. That's 7 extra hours every week. That's, oh, well, you can do the maths, but yes, more craft than ever before. The channel of choice, so keep it here at Hobbymaker. And remember, you're with us every day until 9 p.m. as from the 1st of July.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Welcome back. It's the last day of June and we're still very much in Christmas mode. Thank you. That's why we're still wearing these. I almost went into a petrol station the other day with these on. I forgot I had them on. That would have been hilarious. Welcome back. Hello, Kat. How are you?
I'm okay.
Ish. Go on, tell us what happened.
Yeah, so sorry if my speech is a little bit different today and I'm not talking quite as much and I've got a big scar on my chin. I had a little accident on Friday where I fell off my son's scooter trying to be cool, Mum. Went straight over the handlebars. Ended up in A&E checking my jaw wasn't broken.
Director Chris, do not laugh. Did you hear him?
It's okay. He's not the first and he won't be the last.
Bless you. So I'll be doing a bit more talking than normal. So Kat's going to be here demonstrating. Now, I tell you what, because today is obviously, you come to us every couple of weeks.
Every other Sunday?
Every other Sunday. Yeah. So we thought, okay, we don't have a Cat's Day every Sunday, it's only every other Sunday. So let's make this Sunday a bit special, especially as Cat's a little bit under the weather. Let's give you the most incredible show opener deal from Hunkydory. Hunkydory, guys, thank you ever so much. This deal is amazing. What about if I say to you, we can give you a fantastic embossing folder with the beautiful flourishes and snowflakes and so on, and snowfalls. You get that embossing folder. Also, they're going to throw in your Moonstone bauble dies as well. So a die set and an embossing folder together with the Christmas theme. What would you expect? Yeah, £10.98 for two. That's pretty good going.
That is really good going.
Really good going. £10.98 for both the embossing folder and the dies. And of course, these dies, you can cut them out of all sorts of different cardstock, different colours, different effects. WAHD 75. All I'm going to say to you is that is not the price. And pop it in your basket and please check out your baskets. Everyone will pay the final low price wherever that price may go. Well, it's only going to go one way. It's not going to go up. It's going to go down. But to what price? I can't remember actually. Oh yes, I can see now. It's a pretty special price. Check it out. Put it in your basket. You won't regret owning these two items. This is a special that Hunkydory have done for us. They don't normally do things quite like this. They give us great deals, but today they've excelled themselves with this particular offer. In 5 seconds, we'll reveal the price for both the dies and the embossing folder. Loads of you putting it in your baskets right now. Here we go. I promise you, you'd be delighted. £5.99. And that is a delivered price if you bought something already. If you've already paid your P&P.
Definitely. I don't think I'm the only one that's had a bang on the head this weekend.
$5.99 gets you the two dies and the embossing folder, and they go together so well. Better, well, just under half price, isn't it? It's down from $10.98 to $5.99, WAHD 75. It could be two separate gifts for other people. Buy a set for yourself, get another set for two gifts for crafty friends. They'll love you for it. Yeah. Free phone number to call.
These are Christmas essentials. These are going to work with absolutely everything that we've brought you so far this Christmas and everything that we're going to bring you for Christmas. These can be used as additions.
And can I also say, if you're watching us in America, Hunkydory do dispatch to the USA as well. So if you would like to take advantage of this, please do. We've already got someone from Virginia already ordering this as well. Remember, your shipping and handling in America is capped at $12.95 for the whole day, midnight to midnight. So they can do that for our USA viewers as well as our UK viewers as well. Your P&P in the UK is capped at £3.95. $5.99 for both. I mean, if you could get one of those for that price, that would be a good deal. But to get both of them, you would easily pay $5.99 for an embossing folder, wouldn't you? If not more.
Oh, definitely. Yes.
And a die set, that's got to be at least £6-7 worth. So to get them both for $5.99 is pretty special. WAHD 75. Loads of you multi-ordering. I'm not surprised. Treat yourself today. Maybe it's the only thing you buy today. That's absolutely fine. Now we're getting some messages in. We thought we might. Kat says, or actually no, Janet says, Kat, I'm so sorry to hear about your fall. I'm sending you the biggest hugs to help you feel better. Thank you, Janet. That's lovely.
It is very nice.
A lot of love out there for Kat, absolutely. Right, so that is our show opener. A quarter of the stock is gone, and we did have a big stock. Okay. Now, the main focus of the show to start with, we've got brand new die sets for you. Now, I've got the kind of boards here to show you. The Angel and the Dove. You're going to get both. Both die sets. The Angel, absolutely gorgeous. The flowing gown that she's got. the halo, the wings, and you get the extra elements there. You've got Christmas blessings as a verse. You've also got little snowflakes, a little robin, the Star of David, and a little gift as well. That gift could be in the angel's hands. The star could be in the angel's hands. So you've got that one. And then you've also got the dove. Now, the dove is beautiful too. The dove has got, as you can see here, three-dimensional wings, which is really lovely. You've got a little tag, so the dove could be carrying a little message with something written on the tag. Could be carrying the mistletoe, the star, the cross, and the words peace on earth as well. Now, I've got some wonderful cards here to show you. Let me show you these from the design team. Kirsty's done this one. Isn't that beautiful? Very simple. Using that embossing folder. So that embossing folder in the show opener, that one there, has been used to great effect to decorate the base of that card. Really lovely.
Been used to deboss on that one
Deboss
as
it,
well. It's
yeah.
so beautiful, such a subtle effect, but just gives it that something extra.
I love the 3D wing on the dove. Really lovely. I mean, this could be sympathy, it could be Christmas, it could be a love, dove of love. You've also got the little star hanging from the beak of the dove there as well. This is one of the angel ones. There we go. There you go. Look at that beautiful angel. And we've got these hexagons, by the way, coming up in the show as well. Let me just show you a few more finished cards. Here we've got an easel card there with the dove on some white non-shed glitter card.
Isn't it gorgeous?
White card on craft card. Again, that hexagon die is coming up soon.
Just already you've seen the variety you can make with these dies.
Absolutely.
Such a simple concept, but just changing your colours up and your card shapes, and they look so different.
Beautiful. Let me show you a few more angels as well, because look at that.
Oh, that blue is stunning.
Amy's done that one. It's always nice to give the design team a little bit of a name check. Look at this. A box with a decorative angel on the top of the box. Count your blessings. Don't know who's done that one. Oh, it's Donna. Donna McMillan's done that one. Another one. Oh, hang on. Wasn't expecting that to be quite so heavy. It's got full of sweets.
Goodies.
Didn't know that. Didn't know that. Look at that. So that's a little kind of treasure trove of goodies in there. There we go. But with the dove on the front. Another box with the angel on top. Beautiful, isn't it? So it should be $28.98, so basically $14.99 per die set, okay? DBHD64. But if you want both of them, the angel and the dove, should be $14.99 each. Today you can get both for £24.98. Both die sets, and they're brand new already. 20% of the stock is gone. And Moonstone is basically a division of Hunkydory, isn't it? It's a part of Hunkydory.
Yes, it's our dye division. Yeah, absolutely. And it's been ever so popular, and we just keep bringing more and more. We're going to show you some things coming up in the next part of the show. You've had a couple of sneak peeks there as well, but we're already screaming for extensions to the collections that are coming up. I absolutely love this set because you can mix and match them so well together as well, especially those little elements. You can take the crosses over to your angel, you can take your star and that little bird over to your dove. It's absolutely stunning, and you can mix and match the sentiments as well.
Totally, and also not just for card making, but also for ornament making. You can actually hang the angel on the Christmas tree, or indeed the dove could go on the Christmas tree, make a dove mobile maybe.
Oh, so cute, definitely.
And they're big enough to do that, they really are. $24.98 saves you a fiver, that's your P&P paid for, basically by that saving. DBHD64. Now we've also got the hexagons. Now, we've got for you, are we doing them both together? We are, aren't we? Yeah, okay, so they're duos. So wait until you see these. Wait, I can't pick them up. Wait until you see these. These hexagons, to start off with, these are the sketchy nesting hexagon frames. Now you saw those on some of the finished cards a few minutes ago. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 dies, but it's like you've used 8 dies and offset them slightly. That's a really clever and cool effect.
Such a good idea. And this isn't just a Christmas die. This is going to take you through all your year. If there's an example on the front of the die packaging, but for making all those kind of wreaths, those adding your flowers on, so you could do a spring version, you could do a summer version. I'm already screaming out for different shapes in this style because I think it is so stunning. It really adds that elegant touch to your cards.
It's so different as well, isn't it?
It is.
That's what I love about it. And it's an elongated hexagon, slightly stretched. So that's the first set. The next set is the straight edge nesting hexagons. And these are, again, extended hexagons. Now you're going to get 15 dies in this one. So obviously they go down in what, a couple of mil increments, I think, don't they?
They do. They've really fine matte and layers on these ones when you put them up, which is absolutely stunning. Again, this is a brand new nesting shape that we're bringing to you. We've never done this before. Just look at that. How stunning is that when you put them all up together?
That's incredible. So many dies. Now, obviously, each one of these is going to make an aperture. It's going to make a frame if you want it to, and you can choose the different widths of frame as well that you're making. But you can see why they kind of call this pyramage, because it does go up to like a pyramid style, but equally use the apertures that the dies have cut out, and it creates like an inverted, like a cave look.
Absolutely. Imagine doing that on one of your little book pages and then layering them up and having that 3D effect, that pyramage effect coming out of your little book page. Absolutely stunning.
Now, both of those together, they're brand new today. They complement each other beautifully. I mean, nesting dies like that, not long ago, would have been probably £35, just for those.
Yeah.
We are going to give you an amazing deal. Both of these today, you get both for £24.98. So basically, if that's £12.49, so is that £12.49 for 15 nesting dies. And they're a shape that probably you haven't got. And it works landscape, it works portrait as well. £24.98 for these. If you've already got hexagons, I bet you haven't got the elongated hexagons.
So it's really contemporary, isn't it? It's really got that beautiful modern feel to it.
20% gone already. We knew you'd love them, and you are absolutely lapping these up. XNHD79. Right, Kat, demo time. Over to you. What do you want to show us?
Okay. So we're going to have a play around with our, well, most things. We're going to do the dove, and we're going to use our 2 new hexagon dies for you. So first thing I'm going to do, let's take some gold, and we are going to start with our sketchy hexagon nesting frames. We are going to pop these on here. Now, because of the way these are designed, you can layer them back up inside each other to actually die cut them. So we can really save on the space that we're coming. So we're going to layer these up on here. It's easier if I do it on the magnetic, please.
Sort your mic out, Kat. So I'll tell you what, we'll get that sorted and change your Kat's mic. Sorry about the noise at home. But you're going to get both of these die sets, remember, for £24.98, okay? XNHD79. Are they available separately or just as a... They are available separately, but you pay more for them that way, £14.99 each. So if it's the sketchy ones on the left you've fallen in love with, you can buy them for £14.99. But I'm just looking at my screen and I can see just how many of you are coming through for this duo. Half the stock has gone. I'm not surprised. 15 of those elongated hexagons on the right, and you get 1, 2, 3, 4 of those sketchy hexagons on the left, all working together really, really well. They stand alone well, but they also, of course, work together very, very nicely too. Yeah, it's an opportunity that's just too good to miss out on. Hello, Cheryl in West Sussex, Maria, Jennifer, Leonore, Valerie, Tish, Wendy in Buckinghamshire, all coming through for these. Absolutely brilliant. And of course, those nesting dies are so versatile. They always are. Apertures, frames, card blanks, whatever you want to make out of them, you can do that. I think we swapped your mic now. So
I think so. We'll see whether we're better. So I've just laid them up on there. We're going to pop some gold mirror on top. Just add that back in with our frame. Just run this through. Now you're going to want to repeat this process 2 or 3 times. So you're going to have lots of these sketchy frames.
Okay.
And we're going to use it to build up like our own foiled background. It's absolutely stunning when it's finished. So we're just going to pop these out of here. Oh, what have I done? Why is that not cut?
Oh.
Okay. This is going to be good if we've got a die show. A machine that's not cutting.
Have we got the right plates?
I think so. This is usually what it is.
Sometimes we get the plates mixed up.
Right. I have got another sheet here that we usually use for embossing, but we'll add this in to see if it makes a difference.
Okay. Yeah, they are the correct
There's not
plates, by the
usually
way.
a thicker one with this. It's just, interesting.
Very strange. Give it another go.
Let's try again. It's definitely working a little bit harder this time.
Yeah,
I
you can hear it working
that.
harder, absolutely.
Just pushing that out.
And these are
It's
brand
'cause
new
it's on
die
the other
sets.
side.
Yeah. The machine's confused.
It is. It must be.
It's broken its routine.
No, something going on here. Okay. So that's
How bizarre.
how strange. So,
Maybe if we got another set of plates, maybe that would be a... Or we could always use maybe the Sizzix Big Shot from the last show. Sharon?
everything seems right. I'm not 100% sure. I have got some that I've cut earlier, so we
Okay,
can
let's do
work
that
with
then.
what we've got. It's later on when it comes to the next part. So we're going to take a little bit of white inky cardstock.
Okay, we're fine.
Can I try them for after? Because I've got a bit more die cutting to do.
Okay. Thank you, Levi. Brilliant.
So I'm going to cut this down to 6.5 by 4.5. And we're going to take these frames, and like I said, you want to cut multiple of these out. And then let's turn them all over. We're going to get a little bit messy with our crafting. Let's take a little piece of scrap. I've got a little bit of scrap gold here. I'm going to take some wet glue. You can also do this with your glue stick if you have them, which I know is getting fewer and far between until we get them back. So we're just going to take this.
And also, you could also use maybe the Hunkydory dotty tape pens on this as well. It's another thing that you could use.
You can. And then we're just going to layer these up around this piece here. We're just going to create a lovely like background effect. So I'll pop a few on just so you get the idea. So we're just going to, and you can trim off your excess bits and put them back on in different positions. But we're going to fill in this piece of cardstock. We can go back in with another one and pop that in there and fill it all in. Cut off your excess bits and put them in your little corners. And when you're all done, you're going to end up with something that looks a little bit like this.
Oh, I like that. That's a great way of using them, isn't it?
Really, really cool. So we're going to do that. Then I was going to show you, but luckily I have got one that I've just thrown on the floor. It's been one of those days today. Oh, let me disappear. So we have taken another one of the frames and then we've backed it on to some white, and then I've just cut around it.
Yeah.
And we're going to pop this on here.
And there's so many ways of using these fantastic sketchy hexagon frames. It reminds me a little bit of when I looked at them first of like terrariums that you sometimes see with, you know, like succulents growing inside. It reminded me of that a little bit, but
Definitely. And you could make the card to that effect as well if you've got those kind of like cactus dies. I know we did a launch of them recently. You could really mix and match those in and give it that kind of effect as well. So we're going to pop this on to our matte and layer there. Then I've gone ahead. I'm nervous about using this machine again, can you tell?
we've got some more plates. I don't know if that's good.
But yeah, we will give it a go. So just let me grab. I've gone ahead and I've cut my dove out of gold, just so for a reflection. I want to go in and I want to cut it out of the white. And we're just going to use this to be like a shadow. And what I love about this dove is the fact that we've got this separate wing. So when you place that on to give that 3D effect, there's different ways you can do it. So
that extra wing, having that extra height, it makes it so effective and so beautifully eye-catchingly different.
Right. Are these the new plates?
Yeah.
I think it was this that we were missing.
Right, okay. That would make sense.
There we go. So we'll pop that in. Pop these down on here. It all makes sense now.
This is why we say, you know, plate formations can be very confusing and very complicated. We see lots and lots and lots of different machines.
I've got an extra plate.
That's why we were saying about the Sizzix Big Shot earlier on. It makes it so easy. All the plate formations are printed on the base. Happens to everybody. That looks like it's cut to me.
It does, doesn't it? I'm so glad I've had an accident this week and I've got something to blame this on.
You can always blame me, don't worry about it.
That is cut absolutely beautifully.
Angels and Doves, half stock gone. Not surprised. Only 20 minutes into the show.
So again, this time we'll go over to our tape runner. Now we've got a larger area. So we'll start with our single wing. And this is what I'm going to do. I'm just going to layer them up and just leave that little bit of a drop shadow, just so we're reflecting everything else that's going on in the card.
Lovely.
And then...
Of course, doves, you know, they can be romantic, they can be for sympathy, they could be for peace, they can mean so much in so many ways.
They are so universal, aren't they?
Yeah.
So we're going to pop that on there. And then I think we'll bring the wing to the front for this one. So we're just going to use a little bit of foam pad just to pop that on.
Hunkydory foam pads will be on the website, different widths and thicknesses and all sorts.
So we can just pop that at the front, but as you saw in some of the examples, you can add them to the back. There's loads of different ways you can do that. And then we're going to add another foam pad on there. Then we're going to have him just flying onto that hexagon like that. And then I've taken the matching sentiment and I've just done white and gold again. I actually did a version of this card just all white, and that was so, so stunning as well. But I thought bringing the gold would really make it show up on telly. And
I do love white on white. It always looks lovely.
It does. It's just hard to show you the true effect on air, but I think this one works beautifully as well. And then I've just taken that little olive branch out of the gold, and we're going to pop that onto a 7x5 card blank. And I think this is one of my favourite cards that I've made. You know, I think it's absolutely stunning.
And of course, like I said before, the angel and the dove don't have to be just toppers on cards. You can use them for ornamental decorations and that sort of thing around the home. You can hang them in the windows maybe if you wanted to as decorations.
Definitely. Oh, do you know, she was about to do an Australian card as well.
Hey. There you go. There's our first card done. Using the fantastic angels and the doves.
We got there.
We did get there. Absolutely, we got there.
I think it was worth it.
Okay, let me show you the boards again quickly in case you just switched on. We only launched these about 20 minutes ago, and already, what was the, half stock gone. So normally they'd be $14.99 each die set, and you can buy them individually, but most of you are going for both, because if you love one, the chances are you love both of them. The dove has got all these accessories. There's the olive branch that Kat used in demonstration a few minutes ago, the love heart, the tag as well, which you could write on, the little dangling heart and the cross, all with that peace on earth sentiment as well. And then the angel is just gorgeous. It's like she's just kind of gently floating through the air, holding on to a present, holding on to a little bird maybe, or indeed the star could be in the palm of her hand if you wanted it to be. It's entirely up to you. But leave them plain or decorate them, colour them, it's entirely up to you, and use them again as decorations, not just on cards, but on boxes. You can use them on all sorts of things as well. Can I just check, have we got the, is the stock of the show opener still available? We do still have of the, okay, nearly half the stock of that has gone as well. Loads in baskets for this. One of those cards I showed you earlier on actually had the embossing folder debossed on it, which looked really good. But you're going to get, remember, both of the bauble dies, both of those, and that fantastic 5x7 embossing folder for only $5.99. That is crazy, a ridiculous, ridiculous offer. We have half stock remaining, but we did have a big stock. I dare say that's why we were able to do that price, why Hunkydory were able to give us that price. Lots of you ordering twos and more. So Anne in Derbyshire's done 2, or gone for 2. Crafter has gone for 2. And Net in Lincolnshire's gone for 2. If you want them and you weren't watching at 3 o'clock, half the stock has gone. and they're only £5.99 for both the dies and the embossing folders, WAHD75. Now, another one that we've not even touched on yet is the Christmas rose. Now, this is a classic from Hunkydory, absolute classic. You've got the Christmas rose and the foliage here. I haven't actually got a board for these, I don't think, but you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 9 dies here. All of those dies you can see there, and they're really good sizes. I think we've lost one of them on the back, but yours will be intact. But you've got your Christmas rose. That was what I got married with, Christmas rose. That was my lapel, yeah. So there's the Christmas, because I got married on New Year's Eve. So there we go. And you've got the little sprig, the pine cone in there as well. But you can layer them up and create your own little display, your own little kind of foliage display really effectively. And that on a card with some coloured cardstock or coloured it in with your pencils or your paints would look lovely. And that's $14.99 if you want it. UIHD 13. There's a lot of metal there for $14.99.
There is, and we've brought you this today because we thought it would be the perfect accompaniment to go with those new nesting frames.
Yeah.
Like we said before, when we're making those arrangements up, like you said, we've seen it before where we've cut the frames ourselves and mix and match them, and we thought it's a beautiful Christmas flower that would work with them perfectly.
And yeah, absolutely, it'll work with the doves brilliantly, work with the angels brilliantly, and work with the hexagons or the stretched hexagons brilliantly as well. $14.99 gets you all of those. Sorry about that one missing there, but yours will be there, I can assure you. There we go. So you've got pine cones, various different kind of sprigs and foliage, but when it's layered up, it looks really beautiful, doesn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. So that's $14.99, very busy for that one as well. Okay, back to Kat with demo number 2.
Okie dokie. So we are going to use our angel this time and a combination of our flowers. I'm getting lost between plates and trimmers now. So we're going to do a nice 6x6 card. We are going to do a 6x6 matte and layer. And that's just some silver mirri, and I've gone in with our, I think this is spearmint, I'm going to go with spearmint, matte-tastic card. Just really, really fresh, lovely contemporary colour for Christmas. And I am going to use our tape runner to pop this down because I am going to die cut from it. So you can use your construction glue, but make sure you give it plenty of time to dry before you do that. And then we're going to pop it straight on to our card blank. She says, so many bits and pieces today hiding. Hang on. Let me find my card blankets here. There we go. So we'll pop this again using the tape rather than the runner onto our card blank.
The Hunkydory tape runners, the dotty ones and the straight ones are on the website for you. That's a relatively new thing for Hunkydory, their tape runners, wasn't it?
It is. It's not, they've only launched this year, but they have absolutely revolutionised our crafting. So I'm going to take our one of our frames. I'm going to pop this on here. Have I got? I think somebody's been rooting in my stuff because it's all disappeared. God, I wanted a little bit of masking tape, so we're going to have to be really clever. Or the idea is that you pop this on here. Secure it down, you want it over to the right-hand side of your card, run it through your die cutting machine, and you're going to be left with an aperture that looks a little something like this.
Perfect. Yeah.
So you've got that aperture window going to the back of your card there. And then I have just taken the frame, one larger and one smaller than the frame that we've got here.
Yep.
So we could create this lovely little frame.
And isn't it lovely that the hexagons are actually elongated? Because I think most of us have probably got hexagon dies in some shape or form, but to have them longer gives it a whole new look and effect.
It does. So she thought she'd made things easier for herself by pre-putting a tape on, but now her tape doesn't want to. So we're going to skip that. We're going to go over with this. We are just going to use our tape roller. You could use foam pads for this, but I just like doing this bit flat, so you've just got that slightly embossed look there. So we're going to pop that on and hope it stays in place. we are going to take our angel die, and I have got an extra there, so let's just use this. We're going to try and go through this machine again.
We've got quite a few plates here now.
I know.
They're all mixed up a little bit,
This is what's going on.
pick a plate, any plate.
It's scaring me a little bit because I'm not quite sure where I'm going. So I know I want that on that one. We want one underneath and one on top, and
Right.
we should
Be okay. Fingers crossed. Get the other rogue ones out of the way for you. There you go. Shoots the way. Sounds all right?
It certainly does.
Yeah, it's done it.
I think so.
It's done it. We got there. Perfect.
So I'm going to take that out of there. And let's just pop this out. And we are going to colour this in a little bit. So you just go ahead, you can poke all your bits out. I'm not going to do it all live because we would be here a while. But then I've just got a selection of my colours. We'll just do a little bit of colouring for you. But this is the full palette that I'm using to create this angel that I'll show you later. So we're just going to go in with this lovely greens, just picking up on those colours from our cardstock.
And these are the Prism alcohol markers, which you'll
They
find
are.
on the website from Hunkydory as well. There's a whole selection of them, different quantities and different combinations.
I'll just do the bottom of the dress here. And then just to get that lovely definition in, we then go with a slightly darker version of that tone.
Where you think the shadow would
Where
be.
you
Yeah.
should be. But you can, with Hunkydory, they'll always give you a guide. They'll always give you a little bit of idea of where you're wanting to put it. You definitely want to go where that natural shadow would fall. But if there's crease and score lines in there, you know that's a good place to
Yeah,
start.
that's a good indication.
And then you can blend those colours into each other perfectly. And when you're all done, and we skip forward a few minutes, we are going to have something that looks a little bit like this.
Oh, beautiful.
But again, you can go with whatever colour that you like. Now, I've taken a version in silver, but what I've done with this one is where I removed one of the plates, so it's kept all my bits that are in the stars and the wings intact. So when I pop this over the top, I'm still going to have that reflection coming through just to add that bit of shine
Lovely.
in there. And again, this is where your dotty tape runner is absolutely perfect. So we're going to pop that on there. So we'll bring in our remaining elements. That's not stuck, has it? Because it's onto the tape. I'll come up with something in a minute. Let's just skip to the next part. So I've gone ahead. We have taken another one of these stretch hexagons that's just going to fit into that gap. Lovely there. And we're just going to pop that on foam pad so it's still got some definition coming through that aperture. And we can pop that in the centre.
Honestly, they'll be some of the most versatile dies you've ever owned. Those
There's,
stretch hexagons.
there's so many beautiful things that you're going to be able to do with it.
Yeah. And of course they match with the sketched hexagons brilliantly and work with them so well.
They do. So we're just going to pop that one in there, just picking up on those silver accents again. I'm going to add a little bit of construction glue to the back here because that is going to annoy me if it's not thinking. Best laid plans and all that. So we're going to pop that on there. Let's add a little foam pad to our angel lady. And we can have her just coming across here. Then I've built up the sentiment again. And just make sure this is sat inside here so it's not going to interfere with the opening of the card. You could go in with some silver gems just to finish it off. But again, just a lovely
And there she is.
little aperture.
So we're using basically 3 of the elements that we've got in the show today to make that card. We're using, of course, the hexagons that we'll get to in a minute. We've also used, of course, the angel with the Christmas blessings. And let me just show you those details, I think. That's what's on the screen, isn't it, at the moment? So, the hexagons are on the screen. I'll show you those first then. Okay, so the hexagons, same deal. You get a £5 off if you buy both of them. But I don't think I've ever seen nesting dies quite as impressive as this. That is like you're walking up steps to an impressive, I don't know, stately building or something like that. It's absolutely magical and so 3-dimensional. But it's entirely up to you if you want to use maybe every other one or every third or something like that. For making frames, you can have thin frames, thicker frames in that shape if you want to as well. But it also leaves the aperture out as well. So not only have you got the pyramid style for the kind of prominent, but you've also got the inverted kind of cave-like style, what the aperture leaves behind. So you can use them in all sorts of ways. I always say they're the most versatile dies you can ever own. And to have them in the elongated, extended hexagons, that's fantastic. $24.98 gets you those nesting dies, and it also gets you these, which are the sketchy extended hexagons as well. And again, they've got very much, as I said before, very much a terrarium sort of a feel look to them as far as I'm concerned. You can interlink them, link them in together. Again, you can use them landscape or portrait. They look lovely, but very, very different. It's almost like you've got 2 die cuts overlapped on each one, but very, very cleverly done with just 1 die. $24.98 gets you both. And the stock has been absolutely flying out the door. So details coming up on the screen again. Now the angels and the doves. The dove could be a symbol of love, peace. It could be sympathy, obviously. Christmas, you can colour them. It doesn't have to be a white dove if you don't want it to be. Where I've just come back from holiday, they had basically doves that looked a little bit like pigeons, but they were really dainty and cute and really friendly. Much nicer than the pigeons we have here in this country. But yeah, and then you've got the civilized doves. And then over here you've got the angel, of course, as well, just beautifully gliding through the scene with Christmas blessings and peace on earth. And then you've got the nativity star there as well. And all of those objects could be actually in the angel's hands, or indeed they could be above. It's entirely up to you. So both of these together today should be $14.99 each, and they're on the website at $14.99 each. But if you buy both together today, you're going to get them for a £5 off, which covers your P&P for the whole day. $24.98 is your price for both of those. Very busy, DBHD64. Now quickly, going back to our show opener that we had, which I've buried. Now, if you go on Hunkydory's website, which Laura, our producer, has done, this embossing folder is $5.99 for that exact embossing folder. So that's on Hunkydory's website. We can show it to you. There it is, $5.99 for that right this minute. So buying it from us today, thank you, Hunkydory. You've done us a massive deal. We're giving you a free set of dies compared to what Hunkydory want on their website for that embossing folder. So you basically get those for nothing. £5.99, WAHD75 is your item number where you get the free set of dies with us today, and of course just that cap P&P of $3.95 for the whole day's orders. Maybe you want to go for this, maybe you want to go for the hexagons, and you want to go for the angels and the doves as well at the same time. All 3 of those items, put them in your basket, and just 1 P&P to get the whole thing delivered to your door. $5.99 for the show opener. There we go, WAHD75. Okay, Kat, we've got time for one more demo.
All right, fabulous. So we're going to play with an idea that we've already seen, and we're going to turn these wonderful hexagon dies into a easel card.
Oh, great.
So I'm starting with a 6x6 here. I think this would probably fit onto a 5x5. Or you could create that out of an A4 piece, fold it over, and it would fit on. I found the tiniest little bit of masking tape holding onto one of my dies, so I'm going to pinch that to hold it into place. And we're just going to secure that down there. And we're going to keep this closed because we want it to cut through both sides. And this is just going to create us a shaped card blank.
Okay, cool.
So we're going to run this through.
It's behaving itself now, isn't it?
It is, which is good because we've got quite a bit of die cutting to do with this one. Now my confidence is restored. So we're going to take that through there, and we've purposely hung the edge over just so it's going to keep that score line in there for us. And then all we've got to do is if you open this up, fold your point down to your score line. In fact, we might actually come over, I think we'll come over the score line and fold it down so it meets with the rest of the bottom of the shape.
Okay.
Let's just get a burnishing tool. And just like that, you have the basis for what is going to be our easel card.
That looks good.
So we are going to do a bit at the top to fit. So I've gone in, and I think this is one of my favourite colours from my new Matastic collection. This pigeon blue is absolutely stunning.
It's kind of like an Air Force blue as well, isn't it? It can be called that.
It absolutely is.
Very nice.
So we are going to take our dies, and we are going to, I've just realised I think I've done that one too small, but never mind. It's one of those days. We will make it work. What we're going to do is we're going to take every alternate die
Right.
for a few.
I can't believe they've given us so many.
There's tons, isn't there? Absolutely loads. So we're going to take every alternate onto the blue. In fact, again, I should be doing this on the metal shim, and then I know they're going to stick in place, so let's pop that there. You can, if you're frugal and you want to work with your foam pads a little bit more, place these inside each other and then just build them up on layers of foam pads, so you're not using as much cardstock. But I'm going to pop that on. I'm going to take that through.
Just when these dies arrive home, just spend a couple of hours just playing with them, and you'll soon, I'm sure you've got nesting dies already that are very versatile, but I'm sure you'll be amazed at just how many different effects you can create, how many different frames you can make, how many different apertures, how many card blanks you can make out of them.
And then you're going to do the same with a white piece of cardstock, either your Ink Me or your white Matastic, so you've got lots of layers.
Yeah.
And we're just going to layer them up on a few foam pads till you've got this kind of effect. You can see I've done that there.
Look at the accurate spacing. They go down in equal increments. So you get that really lovely effect thanks to the dies.
Isn't it beautiful? And I love that you can do this with easel cards because you've got this space coming forward to work with.
Yeah.
It works really well with layering up your cards on the background. And then we're going to take some of these for the bottom here. Let's do the opposite. So you're going to have to do a couple of versions, run that through a couple of times so you've got lots of options for your top and bottom, but we'll keep our bottom section quite flat, but we'll do the opposite. So we've got a white border and a blue insert. So take those out the way. And now we can start having a play around with some of our other pieces here. So I'm going to take the smallest one. We're going to cut this once out of white and once out of the blue. Now I'll do it out of the blue for you this time because it's not the frame that we're going to want with our blue piece, it's the bit that sits in the middle.
Okay.
So let's take this through again.
It's good that they're actually offered together as a set because they do work together in perfect harmony, really, don't
They
they?
work absolutely beautifully together. So we'll put this on here. Run that through.
I'm really pleased they're so popular. You're going to have so much enjoyment and fun out of using these, definitely.
You're going to have so much fun. Ooh, there we go. So you're going to cut this out of white and you're going to cut it out of the blue or whichever colour you choose to use. You're going to pop that out of there. It's not actually giving me the bit that I wanted. It's the middle section for this one. So you're going to have your white frame and then you can glue that down onto a piece of the blue card. I've cut this again separately because what I want to do is to take that beautiful little cross that we've got on there and use it to make a little background to add in some decoration.
It's kind of very Wedgwood in its look, isn't it, in the colour of the blue and the white like that.
Definitely. And we're just going to pop these on all over. And it's just taking those little elements that you might just be wondering, what can I do with them? And just using them as part of your details, part of your decoration. And layer them up till you have a piece that looks like this.
Oh, great.
And then we can just pop that back in the centre. But it's much easier to do it that way, and then you can trim off your excess and fit it in,
Right.
rather than just trying to fit your crosses straight into
Yeah,
that
got
gap
that.
in the middle there. So we will pop that in, and this is going to be the centre decoration for our hexagon at the top here. But I've also gone ahead and out of some parchment, I've cut just the wings of the dove, and I've cut one from the back so we can get this kind of like angel wing effect. So you can take it away from the dove.
Parchment's a nice touch.
It is, it's beautiful.
Very soft and delicate. And
Just
yeah.
adds to it, doesn't it? So before I stick that down, I'm just going to go in, place these on, and then just going to come off this side here. And then we can go over and pop this in. I just think it's something that looks so different, but it's so lovely. And then we're just going to take one of the white sketch frames just to build in this
See
back
now,
at the
although
bottom.
that's the dove's wing, that now to me looks like angel wings.
Wings, yeah, that's
So
the
you
idea.
can-
yeah.
yeah.
So they're so
lots of ways.
versatile. Pop that in there, and then we're just going to finish with our sentiment back in the middle, and this is on a foam pad, so it'll work as our stopper. And we can bring that up, and you've got this lovely
That is stunning.
easel.
And by the way, if you're looking for the cardstock that Kat was using there, check out the Hunkydory brand page on our website, because all the Mactastic and the adorable scoreable card will be there. And it's called, what blue was it called?
Pigeon blue.
Pigeon blue. Search for pigeon blue and you should find it there, no trouble. But that's a lovely card. I'm using, of course, a little bit of everything that we've got in the show die-wise. Now, details on the screen then are for the angel and the dove. Let's remind you of those. Now, the stock is going very fast on the angel and the dove, and the dove's wing that Kat used in that demonstration was basically that separate wing that is used to create decoupage, like a three-dimensional bird in flight. But then all these other elements you've got for the beak of the bird, or you can choose to leave them off, it's entirely up to you. Plus you've got Peace on Earth there. Now that should be $14.99 on its own. The angel, you can see the angel's got her palm outstretched, and you can put the little robin in the palm, the little gift in the palm, the star, or maybe the smaller stars, it's up to you. Or just leave her just outstretched. Count your Christmas blessings is basically what you've got there. For $24.98 you get both of them. They're $14.99 each. You save a £5, which covers your P&P for the whole day, because it's only $3.95, one P&P for the whole day when you shop with us at Hobby Maker. And a free phone number if you want to call the call centre. It's a UK-based call centre upstairs just outside Birmingham, and it's free to call them even on the mobile. 0800 001 4433 will get you through to the call centre, and they'll set you up an account if you've never had one before. Now the hexagons, I must admit, if anything in the show, if I were to say I would buy one thing and one thing only, I would definitely, without a shadow of a doubt, buy these hexagons. These stretched hexagons are just beautiful. And they're a twist on what you maybe have already got in your collection. If you've already got the standard six-sided hexagons and the standard shaped ones, here's the opportunity to get ones that are slightly longer, so they kind of work vertically, they work horizontally, but I don't think I can remember seeing a nesting die set that is so comprehensive. You've got 15 different dies to give you 15 different shaped card bases, 15 different shaped apertures, 15 different sized frames, or actually more than that, because you can, go individually one at a time to make a very thin frame. You can do maybe the second one to do a slightly thicker frame, third one to do slightly thicker, and so on. So there's probably dozens and dozens of permutations.
There really is. And those from probably about your top one that we've got on the top there for about $6. How perfect are they going to be for like sentiment labels and
Yep,
things as well?
absolutely,
For popping
yeah.
your dies on, stamping on for your sentiments. Absolutely wonderful.
But of course, that's the positive, but think about what's left behind. You've got the apertures. So don't throw the apertures away as waste. Just nestle those together, and you end up with creating like an inverted cave effect. So there's what do they call it? They call it pyramage and what was the other? Invertage. Thank you, Sharon. Yeah, invertage, that's it. So it kind of goes like a cave that goes in. So there we go. That's what you could do with those. And then this works alongside it. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4 dies there, 4 dies, but that's got the kind of sketchy effect, which works beautifully well with the nesting dies. £24.98 for both, £5 saved, and it's been incredibly popular and very, very busy in this show. XNHD79. Now, another very, very popular die set's been the Christmas Rose. This is guaranteed to last a lot longer than my Christmas rose did. Mine kind of wilted after about 20 minutes. It didn't like being cut and put in someone's jacket.
They're very delicate, aren't they?
Yeah, they are, absolutely. But look at this Christmas rose. And it's quite a big die as well, quite a big size rose. So really lovely. All the foliage you get with it as well, cut out of different colours of green. Cardstock would look amazing. So again, mixed media for your plaques and things, that would look great. But on cards, it would look amazing. Decorate maybe picture frames with them too. And it may be that for me, you know, the Christmas rose is very kind of sentimental because that's what I got married with. Maybe it is for you too, or maybe you just love something a bit different to a poinsettia.
Definitely. I think these would look great as well if you like to go really extra with like your gift wrapping and stuff. Having something like this on instead of a bow would
Nice.
be beautiful as well.
Nice little
Some
touch.
beautiful brown paper packaging with this
Yeah.
as your pop of colour. Stunning.
Absolutely. And you've got your various different kind of branches there. You've got your berries as well. You've got your pine cone in there as well. There's actually 2, 4, 6, 8. There's 9 dies in that set for only £14.99. UIHD 13. A third of the stock of that one is now gone. You're in the mood for Christmas this afternoon, massively. Now, quickly, a reminder of the show opener. What have I done with it? I've lost it.
It's just there. Well, I can see the embossing folder.
Oh, yeah. Thanks. There's so much here, I can't see anything. Okay, there we go. It's full of plates. Yeah, plates everywhere. So here's your embossing folder, which remember on Hunkydory's website right now is $5.99 on its own. Good price. But with us, you get this and you get the dies for the same price. So you've got basically free 2 bauble dies from Hunkydory. Thank you very much to them for that. $5.99. It's our show opener that we had just at the beginning of the show at 3 o'clock. And very, very busy, very, very popular for that one. WAHD 75. Let's go through a few more finished samples. I've got a few more in the boxes here that I've not shown you yet. Using the dove and using the angel. Let's give you a few more. Ooh, hang on.
And this again is just another show, isn't it, of how much our design team love these with how many samples that we've got.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, craft card, I wasn't a big fan when I first saw craft card. Now it's one of my favourite things, especially when you mix it with white. Look at that, isn't that crisp and beautiful? Another colour combination that works well. Look at that, burgundy and gold. Wow, Karen's done this one from the design team. Another one with craft cards. Isn't that burgundy and gold lovely?
Using all those little stars to make up that background as well, absolutely stunning.
Jane has done that one. I think she's used some vellum in the background again, not on the wings, but certainly in the background, looks lovely. This is done by Kirsty of the design team.
Oh, so pretty.
Oh, look, using those kind of sketched hexagons in the background, it's like almost like a background frame, isn't it? Really beautiful, that's very effective. Yeah, it's like the bird's flying out of its cage, maybe.
It is, and with that movement that you've got when you were standing it up, it's stunning.
It's like it's flying. Love it. Again, great use of craft card with the white. Now, you talked about different colours. The grey here, grey and silver, very, very classy. Non-shed glitter card ribbon around the waist of the angel there too.
Yeah, so that our dies are designed as well, so you can snip into them, so you can cut it twice, one side of the shimmer, and just cut in round that bow detail and add it back on. Absolutely beautiful.
And she's got the little robin in her hand this time.
Yeah, so cute.
And then the next one, she's kind of outstretched her hand, pointing to Christmas blessings, basically. Again, using that sketchy elongated hexagon in the centre with Christmas blessings on the top.
So this is where I got the idea. Well, I made this one as well for the one that I made in the show, but just showing how using different colours, staying with the white and stuff, that it's the same style, but a different effect just by changing up your colours.
And look at that.
Beautiful.
Isn't that just stunning? Now, the shade, is there shade? Yeah, there's slight shading on the dove, isn't there? Just slight shading around the chest of the bird and also the wings there as well, and on the tips of the wings too. Beautiful. But again, using those elongated hexagons, how amazing is that? DBHD 64 will get you both die sets. £24.98 is your price for both of them. Thank you, Kat. We'll see you a bit later. Thank you for watching. Stay tuned though. We've got more with the fantastic Sharon and Sizzix on the way in a second or so here at Hobbymaker. And don't forget, give us a call on the free phone number 0800 001 4433. That will get you through to the call centre or order on the website. See you in about 2 minutes. Shopping with Hobbymaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Hobbymaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search Hobbymaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobbymaker.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobbymaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card?
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobbymaker app. Head over to your app store now and search Hobbymaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobbymaker app.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Hello everybody, Nigel here. I don't know whether you've heard or not, but exciting things are happening at Hobbymaker. As from the 1st of July, we are bigger than ever before. Yes, every day we're going to be broadcasting live until 9 o'clock at night. That's 1 extra hour every day. 1 extra hour every day. That's 7 extra hours every week. That's, oh, well, you can do the maths, but yes, more craft than ever before. The channel of choice, so keep it here at Hobbymaker. And remember, you're with us every day until 9 p.m. as from the 1st of July.
Welcome back, everyone. It is Christmas in June. Do not adjust your sets. We haven't gone mad. We do this every year. In the craft world, you've got to be prepared for Christmas early to get all the stuff made to do the sales in September, October, November. So, yeah, that's what we do. And we're really busy, and you've loved all the shows. Thank you very much for all your lovely comments as well. Now, Sharon is back with me.
Yes.
Sizzix all the way. We've got 2 more shows, this one and 7 o'clock tonight with Sharon. I've got to let you know, though, we're not going to be spending too much time talking about this die set because we only have literally a handful of them left. And this is called Make-A-Wish. So if you want this Make-A-Wish, the die and the stamp set, we literally have a handful of these left, literally a handful of these left. So the next couple of you through, check it out, put it in your basket. It's gonna go quickly. It's a stamp and die set combined. It's called Make-A-Wish. If you want it from Sizzix, please. We literally have, I think, 2 left. So the next 2 of you to check out. Good luck. Now, 70% of the stock of what I'm about to show you went in the earlier show at, what time was that, 2 o'clock?
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
Yes.
And when I show you what we're bringing you, you'll know why and you'll understand why. You've got these wonderful domes, and you're going to get, in each pack you get 6. So you're going to get 12 domes in total, and you're going to get these dies to cut out the aperture that the domes actually fit in. So these are going to make the most incredible shaker cards from Sizzix. This is something that they've become quite famous for, isn't it?
Yes, they just make making shaker cards so easy.
Yeah.
Because, you know, if you've ever tried to make a shaker card with acetate and foam tape, it's quite fiddly, it's quite easy to leave a gap and end up with your sequins leaking out. And of course, making any sort of shape is pretty impossible, really.
So you've got the die to cut the aperture, and then you've also got the die, the one with the kind of border around it. That gives you the frame to go around it. So
yes.
That's what Sharon did with the gold, wasn't it?
Yeah, it gives you a nice border just to tidy up, really, because although you can't really see where the adhesive is, there is like a little border where it sticks to the card front. So you can cover that with a contrasting colour, and it just makes it look really, really neat.
Now, combined, this should be $25.97 for the dies and the 12 domes, but we're not asking anywhere near that. We did an amazing price at 2 o'clock this afternoon. It's still applicable now. It's still available now at the special deal, but 70% went in the first show. The chances are the remainder stock will probably go in this show. £14.99 to make. Obviously, you don't have to use these dies just for making the apertures. They cut out fantastic blanks of trees, whether they be Christmas trees or trees for everyday use.
Yeah, a tree die is always going to be useful, isn't it?
Yeah.
The other thing to mention is you can also use the domes as baubles.
Right.
If you stick 2 back to back, then you can create yourself some nice personalised decorations if you want to.
And you've got 12 of those domes to be going on with. Obviously, Sizzix, do make lots of refills and that sort of things for them going forward. So you're not going to end up with a die that's redundant after you've used up the domes. But certainly you've got a die that will be useful for making all sorts of, not only tree apertures, but tree blanks as well, in different seasons of the year. It doesn't have to be a Christmas tree. There's nothing necessarily Christmassy about it until you start to put it in kind of Christmas colours or put Christmas elements around it. But for $14.99, that is an absolute steal, and Judith's already checked out. Nearly 20% of the remaining stock we had left has already gone. It's TOXC94 if you want that deal today. TOXC94. Grab that while we've got it, because I don't think it's going to be in the later show.
No, it's such a useful one, the tree one, because as I say, it's very hard to make something like that without the domes.
And also, if you went into a really kind of posh card shop in a big department store or something like that, and that was on sale, I reckon you'd pay at least £5 for that.
Definitely.
If not more.
There's something really fun about shaker cards too, isn't there? It's just so nice to receive a card like that. They're really fun.
Oh, by the way, that Make-A-Wish I showed you has sold out. Congratulations, you've got the last 1 or 2 of those. That's now gone. Okay, now, same sort of idea, but we've got the star. So, this is not Christmassy. It can be, but it doesn't have to be.
No, I think a star's a great one for a birthday, actually. I use them quite a lot for cards for men because I just think it's, sometimes florals, depending on who you're giving the card to, but some men don't want to receive a card with flowers on. So a star is a really good sort of generic design. You can also use it for Christmas, obviously, but things like new babies, all sorts of things I think stars work for.
Yeah, gotcha. Well, this should be $19.98. You're actually going to get 6 of the fantastic domes. with the actual adhesive already applied. You just basically take off the carrier sheet and just stick it down, and it's a really good seal. And then again, you're going to get the aperture die to cut the actual star out, and then you're going to get, of course, the other die to give the frame as well. And we did another amazing deal with this in the earlier show. Now look at this. Look at that for a finished card. That's what Sharon did in the 2 o'clock show. £12.99. Gets you 6 of the domes and gets you 2 of the dies. £12.99 RYXC20. RYXC20. So if you were out earlier this afternoon, don't worry, the deal is still alive. It's still well, it's still there for you to enjoy. Pop it in your basket and check out, and we'll get this to you as quickly as we can. But it's been something I've known from Sizzix for many, many years. They do so well, and it just makes the card look so professional and creative.
They always fly when we bring them on, and I know lots of you have probably already tried these and you're stocking up and getting extras. But they do just make your card just next level, really, don't they?
Absolutely. Incredibly crisp and different and professional. That's what Sizzix are all about, basically, and quite modern as well.
Yes.
Modern twist on things. £12.99 RYXC20. And then by far the most popular that we had was the circles, which are over here. Now, I can see why this was the most popular. Many of you went for all 3 of them, which doesn't surprise me at all.
Not surprised.
You're going to get 4 big domes, and you're going to get not just one die to actually cut out the circle that the dome fits in, but also you're going to get dies to make your own Santa. You've got the presents, the wrapped up presents. You've got the snowman and the penguin there as well. Even the Christmas tree is a die that's in this set too. So that's the scene that you can put actually behind the dome. This is what Sharon made in the 2 o'clock show. Look at that.
It's fabulous, isn't it? I love the size of this dome because you can put a whole scene in it. You know, it is big enough to work to sort of as the real focal point in your card. Don't just think of Christmas. Obviously, I know this stamp set, this die set is themed towards Christmas, but the domes themselves, I use these a lot with florals because they're just so lovely to create a little scene.
I mean, that die there, when I looked at it, I thought, what's that supposed to be? Well, that's basically going to be your snow. But equally, if you do that in yellow, it could be sand.
Could be sand.
Do it in brown, it could be dirt.
The dome thing works like as a little porthole as well. So if you wanted to create like an under the sea type card, that would be perfect for it.
Okay, £9.99. Under £10 gets you the dies and gets you the pack of 4 big globes as well. And if you've often wanted to do shaker cards, or maybe you've found that you just don't get on with them, or you've struggled with acetate, you cut it wrong, or maybe you struggle with static or something like that. These are domes, so they're going to be they've got much more room in them for things to kind of move around.
They do, because of the dome shape, it does mean you get more movement of your sequins. If you think about when you do it with foam tape, you've kind of got to double up your tape to get a decent height. None of that with these. They're also quite anti-static, so you won't find your sequin sticking to it like you would with acetate.
Right.
And then, of course, you've got the adhesive on there. You literally just peel away the release paper and stick them on. It's like a 2-second job. So they are immensely easier to use than making your own.
And at £9.99, an absolute bargain. You've got £8 saved. If you've already bought something, you don't have to worry about any more P&P for the whole day until after midnight tonight. So fill your boots, and that's a delivered price to you if you've already bought something. MUXC40. Now, the embossing folder tree. Now, we only tickled this, if you pardon the expression, but we kind of touched on it in the 2 o'clock show. I've never, ever seen an embossing folder like this before. Got to give credit to the designer, Catherine Breen. This is a Sizzix embossing folder. Let me just move this out of the way. We haven't got many of these left. We didn't even demonstrate it, did we, at 2 o'clock?
No, it's really cool. You've basically got your embossing folder that's got your baubles and your decorations on.
But look,
then you've got 3 different tree dies.
It's got magnets on it.
Yeah, it's got little magnets which hold it in place. And you've got the 3 different tree designs. They all kind of click into place. You don't really have to line anything up. You just wiggle it around and you just feel when it clicks into the right spot.
So if you don't want that one, if you want kind of the most modern of all of them, that would be this one here then. Wiggle it. When it clicks into place, you feel it.
You just feel
and
it
what it will do is it gives you the embossing of the baubles and the tinsel and everything else, but it cuts the outside shape of your tree. So there are the 3. Look at those.
Really
so it
cool.
will die cut and it will emboss at the same time.
And of course you can use the dies without the embossing if you just want plain trees. And of course, you know, that one in the middle where it's quite raggedy, I think if you're creating like a winter scene or something, not necessarily Christmas, you could use it without the baubles. So
Yeah,
really
yeah.
cool.
Have it either with or without the emboss, because you can use the dies completely separately. I think that's a genius idea. I've never seen an embossing folder like that before.
Really cool, isn't
It is really cool. And all your dies come in a little plastic wallet, so that's really handy, so you're not going to lose them. And that will go through any die cutting machine.
Yes, yeah, you use the same sandwich as you would for the embossing,
Right.
because obviously that's the sort of thickness you're working
And
with.
that's printed on the back, so you don't have to kind of guess.
No.
There
no.
we go, all of that. So that together, it should be 30 odd pounds, £15.99 today, if you fancy that. And I know the stock is going incredibly quickly now. And you can see some of the finished cards here. They look lovely, they really do.
Fun.
Over half of that remaining stock that we had has gone, and when we came into the show, 70% of the stock had gone from the earlier 2 o'clock show. So that's going to be another sellout fairly soon as well. Right, Sharon?
Should we have a look at
Over to
something?
you. Okay, let's do a quick demo with, which one are you going to do first?
We're going to use the tree, actually.
What, the embossing folder?
No,
The shaker.
the shaker.
Right, yeah.
We're going to go with the shaker first. Let's move this bits out the way. And we're going to use some nice gold cardstock with it. So for my background, I'm going to use some of the pattern cardstock, which I don't think we've got any left of. But it's just going to give me a nice background. Now, I've got two options with any of these shaker domes. You've got the choice as to whether to just stick your dome straight onto your card front, which you can do, or do you want to put some cardstock behind it and have it kind of peeking through, cut a window in your patterned paper. Now you can do either, and in the die set you get two dies, one of which is going to give you a nice border that is going to cover, there's kind of a lip to the dome, and that's where it sticks to the card front. So if you are just sticking it straight onto your card front, you can use this to create a nice frame for it. And then I want to have gold behind my tree, so I'm going to do that. So let's do the sort of outlines first, and then I can talk about the different ways to use them. So I'm going to have the background inside my shaker with this nice shiny gold, and then a frame from this nice sort of matte finish. So we'll run these through. I'll do the background first.
By the way, the big shot that we had in the 2 o'clock show, we still have stock of, but half the stock of the offer went. We'll remind you of that in probably about 15, 20 minutes or thereabouts.
Yes. So that's going to give me my background, and what's clever about these is the adhesive kind of fits perfectly around it, like so. So you don't have to worry about there being a sort of edge to it. But I'll show you the other way as well. And then this is going to create my sort of frame for it. So we'll run that through.
And just look how easy it is to use that machine. How easily the plates move
It's
and the
really
handle
simple,
moves.
isn't it?
Yeah.
So you get all the options, and that also gives me another one that I could use as a background if you wanted it all coordinating. So this is my little frame, and that's going to go over the top to give it a nice polished, finished look.
Very nice.
So I can stick this directly to the card front, like so. Or if I'd wanted to, I could cut a window in there and maybe just put the gold behind it. Totally up to you. We'll just go straight on top because that's kind of the most simple. So let's start with the background piece, and I'm just going to stick this down with some double-sided tape. And this is going to give nice contrast. I'm going to keep sort of the colour scheme really simple for the tree itself. I'm going with the gold, which I think is going to look really nice with this sort of aqua colour. So that's a nice background. And then we're going to have the shiny tree showing. So that's going to go there. I've stamped a sentiment, so we can pop that on.
I love that sentiment, hibernation
season. It's nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because it covers you for winter rather than Christmas.
Yeah.
There we go. So I'm going to pop that there. And then I'm going to pop my background piece down. Like so. And then my shaker piece is going to slot over the top. Now, if you're putting shaker elements in, you'll find them on the website. I've got some of the gold Sizzix beads and sequins. We did have a festive one that sold out earlier.
Yeah, so the other colours should be on the website.
You'll find them all on the website. And I'm just going to use some gold. Don't go mad with these because you've got to keep the edge clear for your adhesive, because if you don't have your adhesive straight on the card, you'll find your shaker pieces have gotten, you haven't got a perfect seal.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to put some gold stars in. Make sure you're keeping them towards the centre.
I'm quite tempted to put less rather than more in shaker cards. I think they kind
move
of shake
more,
better.
don't they?
Yeah, they do move more.
They
yeah.
move better if
You
you
overfill
don't
it.
go mad. You kind of need enough that they're going to show.
Yeah.
And the beauty of obviously the Sizzix ones, as opposed to when you make your own, you've probably got about 1 centimetre depth there.
Right.
So they've got quite a lot of room for wiggling about. So they do move nicely.
And you wouldn't normally get that much room with just acetate, would you?
No, because with acetate you're limited to really your foam tape depth, which even if you double up foam tape, it's only
going to be 4 mil.
few mils, yeah. And I'm going to be brave and put some of these seed beads in, which usually bounce all over the desk. But we'll pop a few of those, because these will give a nice sound when I shake it.
Yeah.
So there we go.
Now, there's actually, we just looked on our website, actually, there's loads and loads of colours of different types of sequins and shaker elements. So whatever your colour choice, whether you want the golds or there's blues, purples, all sorts of different colours.
Yeah, I'd have a look, because all of the sort of Sizzix colours are there. So particularly if you're going for that circle die set, you might want to look at some of the more summery colours, you know, if you're using them with florals and things.
And of course, even though we're not showing it on air, on TV, if you buy anything off the website, that's covered by the one-day P&P of $3.95 as well. So don't think it's just what we show on television.
No, absolutely. So I'm ready to stick down my dome now. And this is as complicated as it gets. You just peel this backing release paper off, like so, and stick it down. So that's it. Now this is going to line up perfectly. Obviously at home I'd put my head right over the top to check I was straight, which I can't do here. And then what I recommend, go around the edge with something, the end. I'm using the end of my poker tool, but just to make sure that that's stuck down firmly, because you don't want there to be any gaps in the seal.
I mean, we're putting,
So
like little shaker elements in there to look lovely and shake around, but you could actually put a little gift in there.
You could. Yeah,
pair of earrings,
you really could.
little ring or something.
It would look lovely with jewellery in, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would.
And you could even be a bit inventive about the way you put your card together, and perhaps have something at the back where
like
you
perforation
could,
at the back or something like that.
Yeah, so you could open it from the back. So my shaker movement is perfect, and because I've got those beads in there, there's a nice sound to it as well. But then to neaten it up, now you don't need to do this step, because of course the way these are put together, you really can't see that adhesive, but there is an edge where it's stuck to the card. So if you want to make that look really professional, you can use your little frame piece and just put some glue on it and pop it on the top.
I've always loved these domes. I don't know what it is. They always just look so classy and fun.
They're really professional, looking, aren't
yeah,
they?
Exactly.
So just a bit of glue to hold that in place. And then I've got a really fun little shaker there.
And that card is obviously totally three-dimensional, and it just looks so professional. And when you find out it's been handmade, you can think, really? But it has been.
Yeah, you wouldn't think it would, you to look at it. It has got that real professional finish, and I keep saying it, but you really wouldn't get a look like that using acetate and foam tape.
No, you wouldn't. No, definitely not. And remember, the domes going forward are a constant supply from Sizzix, so you'll be able to get replacements of those as and when you use up all of them, obviously. Now we are approaching limited stock, I believe, on this now. So if you do want the trees, the festive tree bundle, including the 12 domes and the dies themselves to do the aperture and to create that wonderful frame for the tree too, $14.99, but the stock is going very fast now. TOXC94. TOXC94. Now, I mentioned earlier on that we've got the Big Shot in the show today. Now, the Big Shot, Sizzix actually developed the first die cutting machine many, many, many moons ago. And ever since I've been in this sort of business, probably 15, 20 years now, the Big Shot has always been the #1 big player because it's where it all began. And their style of machine has hardly ever changed over the years. They may have done different colours from time to time and that sort of thing. But you know, to be honest with you, the Big Shot is the choice of machine for so many people, including Sharon herself. Now, the Big Shot we've got here for you today, this is the 6-inch mouth. Now, most dies will fit through here. Obviously, I don't know all the size of dies that you've got at home, but not many dies are bigger than a 6-inch width, not many. And the plates are, again, compact. So if you're struggling with plates on other machines that are very big and cumbersome and bulky and heavy to carry, this is the machine for you. And it's also future-proofing itself because it will take the big dies. So any thin metal die from any manufacturer will go through there, but also the big cartridge type dies that will do fabrics and leather and that sort of thing. Excuse me. There's only a few machines on the market that will actually cope with those dies because they're the ones that have got the concealed steel blades in the foam. So this machine will allow you to use those as well. So that may be a turning point. You may have got lots of big dies, but the machine you've got at the moment just won't take them. Now, by buying this machine will take them. And it's also a genius because it's got the plate formations printed on the plates themselves. So you're not going to lose any instructions or get worried or concerned about what plate goes where, what plate do I need for this or that. But the deal we've got for you today, it should be $164.96 for the machine and what's coming with it. Because you've got here 60 sheets of your A4 Sizzix cardstock in the festive colours. Look at these colourways that you've got. So that is included. You've got the crystal glaze as well. Now this is going to give you that look of frost or snow or ice on roofs, snow on ground. Crystal paste is included as well. And then you've also got the pack of the card blanks and the envelopes down the bottom. How many is in that again, Laura? I can't remember now. The card blanks?
I think it's 10.
You get 10. Okay, 10 cards and 10 envelopes in that lovely forest green, okay? And it's 300 GSM as well. So that combination is included with the machine today, taking that price up to $164.96. Now, why did half of the stock go in the 2 o'clock show? Because of the deal we're about to show you. It is phenomenal, and a phenomenal deal where we're going to take this in 30 seconds time. If we're as busy in this show as we were in the 2 o'clock, this will be a sellout. Already we've got lots of you coming through. Pop it in your basket and check out. You'll love where this is going. It's not going to be anywhere near 150 even, let alone 164. For the machine, all the plates, the heritage, the pedigree, and all this fantastic cardstock, the paste and the card blanks. In 3 seconds, we're going to tell you, you can have the whole lot today, not just for a price, but with 4 split payments. I don't know who put it on 4 splits, but it is, and it's $119.99. Under £120 for the machine and the extras that I've just told you about. And on 4-way split pay, that means, wait until you hear this, it's $29.99 today. That's your first split payment of 4. Give us that today, plus your P&P, unless you've already paid it. And, you know, how much would this cost to post? It's a big box. That would probably cost 10, 15 quid postage anywhere else. We will get it to your door for a minimum of $3.95 P&P. If you've already paid it, it's delivered free. There you go. FSXC32. Gunvant in the West Midlands is already coming in for this deal. Anne in Suffolk is already coming in for it. Susan in South Yorkshire. And remember, if you've got Big's dies or you've wanted to buy Big's dies, the Tim Holtz ones, the cartridge ones, and you're thinking, oh, my machine won't take those, no point. Or maybe you've seen some of those journal dies that Sharon
Yes,
and
the
the gang...
Eileen Hull dies.
The Eileen
Yeah.
Hull dies. You know,
All
they're
of those
cartridge
things.
dies to make your journals. This will take it. Not all machines will. A few machines will, but this one will. And I just love the fact it's got the heritage, it's got the history.
Yes, I mean, Sizzix invented die-cutting
Yeah.
machines. So, you know, that's a good starting point, isn't it?
Yeah.
And the Big Shot has been around since about 2005. There are over 2 million Big Shots in the world.
Wow.
So when you look at it from that point of view, if you are another company making dies, the first machine you're going to test that it works okay with is the Big Shot. So you'd be mad to make anything that wouldn't work with the Big Shot. So
That's true.
you kind
Never
of
thought of
know that even when you're buying dies from other companies, they're pretty much going to work with the Big Shot. So that's one thing. The key thing really is the Big dies. You might think, well, I'm a paper crafter. Am I really going to use Big dies? Well, I'm very much a paper crafter, I'm very much a card maker. However, I do love to make journals. I quite often like to use different fabrics on my card making. I'll quite often cut out flowers from felt, things like that, to go on my card front. So by having a machine that can do that, you know that you're future-proofing yourself.
Yeah, and things
We
like,
all
you know,
pick up other things, don't we?
the thermal cinch that was the machine that we stock here and sold so many hundreds, if not thousands of them here at Hobbymaker. That's made an awful lot of people want to make their own journals and
Yes.
books. And if you're doing and cutting or wanted to cut into things like grey board or anything like that, you need a big die to do that.
Yes.
And this machine will do it.
Yeah, exactly that. And that's a perfect example, Dave, because I rushed out to buy a thermal cinch because I thought, great, I've got my Eileen Hull dies from here. Now I can make my own little notebooks with the cinch to go in them.
Yeah,
So,
perfect.
you know, it's always going to be the machine that's going to enable you to do whatever you need to do.
Yeah, well, more and more of you are coming through for this. I mean, you know, you don't have to think about it, obviously from a financial point of view, you've got to think about it, but you don't have to think about it from, is it a quality machine point of view? Because it would not have stood the test of time for nearly 20 years as being one of the best sellers in the world, and it's changed very little. Sometimes aesthetically it may have changed colour a couple of times just to give you something a bit different, but this is basically the machine that has been around for all that time. Everyone I know that's got a big shot is still currently using it. People I know that have bought other machines maybe have moved on to other brands because that one broke or that one wasn't reliable or whatever. You know, most people I know that have got a big shot, they just rave about it and that's their workhorse.
Absolutely. I bought a big shot when they first came out, and obviously that was way before I worked for Sizzix.
Yeah.
And over the years, I've bought all the different colours. When they brought out a new colour, I've used the excuse that I teach classes as an excuse for me to get the latest colour and then demote the one I was using for my classes. So I've got several. That I think about 10, 12 years ago, there was a black and pink version. I've still got that.
Yeah, still works.
And I love using them for workshops because I know I can take it to a class and it'll take me 2 seconds to explain to them how to use it. And I know they're going to be able to use it with very little sort of supervision.
But the main drawback with any die cutting and embossing machine that I see is that there's always that question mark about, oh, what plates do I need to do this?
Yes.
What goes where? And there's always that big kind of, have I got it right? Well, with this, there's no question. It's so easy. And also the plates are a really good, easy size to manage. They're not heavy in any way, but all the plate formations for what you want to do are printed on the plates.
They
on
are.
the base plates.
It's so simple to use. Now, the size of these is pretty much A5. I keep my standard size big shot on my desk at all times. I only grab my plus or my switch if I need A4.
Yeah.
And that's a very, very small percentage of the time. I probably only use my plus machines.
Because most dies will
once a
fit
month,
through here,
maybe.
won't they?
Yeah. A5 will fit most of the things you're doing. It's only really if you're doing, I'm trying to think of the A4 things. Sometimes some of the big sort of gift boxes, that type of thing, you need the A4 size. But for card making, most of what we're doing is going to fit easily on this. And you can't really go wrong. First of all, there aren't tons of plates and different configurations. You've basically got your base platform and your adapter for when you're using thin metal dies. Now, on each of these, it shows you what you need. So your grey plate, your sort of base platform, this is the thicker one. I'll just turn it to the side. So this is your starting point when you're using thin metal dies and embossing folders. If you're using the old sort of clear type embossing folders, you're going to use this grey plate, 2 cutting plates. If you're using the sort of more recent edition, the 3D, which are thicker, you're going to use this grey plate, then your folder, then just 1 plate on top. So it's really simple. And then when you're coming to your thin metal dies, you're going to use this and you're going to pop this adapter on it. And it shows you this is for your thin metal dies.
Okay.
If you're using bigs, you just need your 2 clear plates.
Now, can I just,
That's
I don't want to
difficult.
panic anybody and kind of rush anyone into making a decision they don't want to make, but if you're thinking this deal is the one for you, we're now approaching single figure stock. We did have a big stock to start with this afternoon because it's such a perfect deal to get because you've got the peace of mind knowing the machine isn't going to let you down. It will do all the thin metal dies that are out there on the market, size permitting obviously, and it will also do the bigs dies, which not many other machines can do. You've got the plate formations printed on the base, which makes it absolute doddle. You haven't got to find storage space for big plates because they're A5 in size and they're nice and light. And you're going to get all of this extra cardstock and card blanks and the paste included in the deal today for $119.99. You know, when a machine has got a pedigree and a history and a reputation like Big Shot has and Sizzix have, you don't expect to get a bargain on it. You don't expect to get a deal on it. People who retail them expect to get top dollar for them because they've got that reputation. The deal we've got for you today is exceptional at $119.99. I mean, I don't know exactly how much the cardstock is, how much the paste is, how much the card blanks would be. You're talking at least, what, 25, 30 pounds worth of extras here because you've got 60 sheets, if not more, 60 sheets of the linen cardstock from Sizzix in these beautiful colours. You've got your reds and your greens for Christmas, but you've got browns and blacks and whites and different shades of green in there too. You've got your crystal glaze. This will make a fantastic faux ice or snow effect on your projects. So they get a pot of that as well. And you get 10 card blanks and 10 of the green envelopes as well in 300 GSM. All of that is included in the bundle, and all you pay today is $29.99 if you want split pay. If you don't, you want to put it on your debit or credit card, of course you can do that and pay the full $119.99. But I don't know anywhere that can send a machine in a box like this of this size anywhere in the UK for $3.95.
No, it's
We'll
definitely not costing that.
We will do it, and if you've bought something already, we'll do it for nothing. So yeah, FSXC32. Keep checking out on that. Now, where are we with what we've been showing you in the show so far? Okay, now the embossing folder from Catherine Breen has now sold out. Sorry, Sharon.
I was going to demo that.
Sorry, you're going to do a demo on that.
I was.
That now has sold out, so congratulations if you've got it. Make-A-Wish has sold out. Oop. And then from the first hour, the sequins and beads sold out as well. The festive papers sold out, the paper pads, so they've gone as well. Now, we have also sold out of the Shaker Dome tree bundle. However, bearing in mind, lots of you have bought that. We can't get any more of the die sets for now. We are able to give you the chance to get more tree domes on their own. One pack, okay, of 6. So we're doing the tree domes. If you've already bought the tree dome deal with the dies and the 2 packs of 12, or the 2 packs of 6 to make 12, we can give you an opportunity to get extra tree domes. And this is something that you will need. If you bought that first collection, stock up on as many of them as you can afford. We'll do a great deal on them for you. But there we go. They're 2.5 by 3 inches, 6 pack. It's the only 6 pack I'm going to get, Sharon.
Yeah, and me.
HZ 1S78 $4.99 for 6 of your fantastic domes. £4.99. And that's a delivered price because you've already bought the tree dies earlier with the domes. So if you've got 12 coming, why not maybe order another 12 or maybe 24, $4.99. That's a deal price, good price for those. HZ1S78, Lynn's in. Hello, Lynn in Cheshire. Hello, Sue in West Midlands. Hello, Crafter in the Northamptonshire area. You know, if you bought that bundle earlier, you will obviously eventually run out of 12 domes. So now's the time while we've got them at this great price, at this great deal, stock up and put a few more in your basket. Is that going to be your signature card for Christmas 2024? Is it going to be something that you're going to want to make maybe 20 or 30 of? I mean, you know, it's working out to just under £1. It's working out to about 80 pence per dome for a card that I reckon, because you've got the dome on it, you could charge another £2 or £3 for. I reckon you could charge £5 for a dome.
I think so, yeah, because it just looks so much more expensive, doesn't it, with,
exactly.
with the dome element.
People won't expect to pay a couple of quid for a dome card.
No.
They won't. They'll expect to pay £4 or £5, maybe even more. And again, think about what you're going to be putting inside it. Is it you're going to be putting little gifts inside it? Are you going to be putting some of the shaker elements? All the shaker elements from Sizzix are on their brand page on our website for you to check out in lots of different colours. Hello, Marina, Janice, Ava, Andrea, Yvette, Lynn, Sue. 10% of the stock of this has already gone. $4.99 for another pack of 6 of your tree domes to go with what we showed you. Maybe you've already got the dies from years ago, because I mean they've done these for a long time, haven't they?
Yeah, they're a range that we keep, you know, because
Regular.
obviously we know you're going to come back to them and buy more domes. So we do bring these. I think they've been around a few years now. So yeah.
Absolutely. $4.99 for 6. $4.99, and they've already got the adhesive on the edge, basically. You just basically take the carrier strip away, and then, of course, the adhesive's there for you. You haven't got any messy glue to worry about or anything like that. Well, lots of you going for 2s, actually. Marina in Somerset's gone for 2, so that's less than a tenner, and you'll get 12 and no P&P if you've already bought something, which most of you ordering this probably have. Okay. Demo time. One more demo. What do you do next? The circles.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's about all we've got left, isn't it? So yeah, we'll do that lovely snow dome. So I've picked some nice patterned cardstock to give me a bit of a background. So I'm going to pop that onto a square card front first, and that's going to give me a nice something going on behind my dome. So we'll pop that just on with a bit of double-sided tape, and then we can have a little look at what's on this snow dome die set, because there's a lot. You get a lot of different elements.
Well, Denise in County Durham's bought 4 of those tree domes.
They're worth stocking up, because although they're something we constantly sort of have, we don't bring them on that often.
No.
And they do always sell out every time.
They tend to make an appearance in the festive shows, and that's really about it, isn't it? So.
Yeah.
And to be fair, you don't have to make the tree one festive. It could be, you know.
No. Well, and this one, this circle is just so useful for all year round. So the first thing I'm going to do, I've put all my dies on a bit of magnetic sheet. But you've got your circle here. Now, if you wanted to have your dome poking through a card front, you would cut a circle and then pop it behind. And you can see this circle die fits perfectly over it. So you can have your dome kind of coming through your card front if you want to. You don't really need to do that unless you particularly want to, because it does look so neat and finished. The way these domes have been designed with the adhesive not showing, you can get away with not doing that, which is always simpler. I always do at least one demo where I show you how to do that in case you want to do it. But I would say don't give yourself that work. Stick it straight to your card front, because, you know.
Could you see how easy that was to do using the Big Shot? Yeah, the plates are manageable, they're not massive, they're not heavy.
Not at all. Nice, neat size, I think A5 is to handle. So that's my circle. And then I'm going to cut, this is my sort of snowy ground. Of course, if I were doing a different type of card, this could be green for grass. It could be a nice sand colour to do a sort of under the water scene if I wanted to. And then I've already got die cut the elements to do my Santa Claus. So I'm going to do a tree as well. He's going to have a little Christmas tree sitting behind him. So we're going to die cut the tree. You've got a die that cuts all the little ornaments to go on the tree. You can see here I've already die cut those from a few different colours, so we can have those ready to go. You've also got some sort of lovely, it can either be like a sort of light garland going on in the background, or you can snip into it and use that as sort of like tinsel on your tree. So that's another useful one. Then you've got presents, and then you've got, this one creates like a little snowman or a penguin.
You couldn't really see all the dies in the packaging. It's great that you can show them to us. There's loads in there for £9.99.
Yeah, it's a lot. Yep. And so many different ways, because of course you could just take the tree, you could just take Father Christmas. This is Father Christmas, and I love the way that Sizzix do this, because all the things for Father Christmas are on one die. So you haven't got to rummage around thinking, oh, well, which one's his head, which one's... Just cut it from however many colours. So you're only going to cut it a couple of times. You'll want red, white, black, something for his face, and then maybe a gold for his belt. That's it.
Yeah.
So nice and simple. So I'm going to cut the snow and the tree, and then I should have everything I need to create my little scene ready to go in my globe.
Build your Santa as well. Every element you could build.
Yeah, it's really cool. And I deliberately did the Santa because I think you might look at that die and think, oh, there's loads of bits. But you'll see it's actually very quick and easy to put in together.
Yeah, good.
So let's bring in, so that's going to be my background. We might as well stick that straight to the card front actually. And then put everything on top, because the beauty is my dome can just fit perfectly around this. So I'm going to make sure that's nicely stuck down, because you want it to be flat. Obviously, we're going to be putting the dome over it and maybe some shaker elements in it if we want to.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to pop that nicely in the centre. So the first thing we're going to do is our snow. So that's going to go there. And then I've got my tree.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to pop these on with a bit of glue. You don't have to worry, because the dome fits quite snugly around this. You don't have to kind of worry about the elements being near the edge. You can kind of put them wherever you want to, really,
Yeah.
up to the edge of the circle. Sometimes with domes, you kind of need the space for it to stick to it, but not with the Sizzix
But
ones.
I think it looks classier having that kind of domed surface rather than it being a straight, flat surface.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah, catches the light more, makes it look a little bit more expensive.
It does. I like to leave just a little gap towards the edge. Now we're going to have Santa here, so my tree's going to kind of be towards this side. It's just going to be in the background behind him.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll pop it kind of out there. And then I've got the tree trunk as well. I would recommend a pickup tool.
And we've got those on our website.
Yeah,
Dreamies do one.
Loads of companies do them, don't they? I think the Dreamies one's a bit like this one I've got.
Yeah, I've got that one, it's great.
It just makes it easier, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
There we go. So I've got space for Santa, but let's decorate the tree first in case I want to overlap him over it in any way.
Okay.
So the first thing I'm going to do is we'll have a little star on the top. And then I'm just going to put dots of glue kind of going down the tree, like so. And then it makes it easier to just do them with my pickup tool. So let's go with yellow for that star at the top. So it looks
It's got to be
like
yellow,
gold,
absolutely.
yeah. And then I've got just a nice mix here. I've literally run that die through with some different colours. So I've got a nice mix. And you've got a nice mix here of, you've got some little stars, but you've also got circles, so you can kind of play around with the sizes. I tend to do the sort of larger ones towards the bottom.
And the die that cuts all those elements out, you cut quite a few at the same time.
It cuts all of these in one pass, so you
Okay.
just run it through with however many colours you want to, really. So we can just pop them all on with a nice, it's nice to have a mix of colours. And then we'll go there. We've got too many pink in that area.
A bit like doing diamond dots.
Yes, it is, isn't it? Yeah, it is. And let's put a little star there. So that's nice. I've got more left over. I could put more on if I want to, but I think that's nice. Now for Santa, if I just shift this across a little bit, you can see. It's very easy to put him together. It's very easy to see what's what. So the first thing, this is very obviously his body. So I'm going to have him kind of standing in the snow. And don't put glue right up to the edge because his arms, you're going to want to tuck under him.
Right.
So I'm going to pop that like so. And then these are his arms. And I like the fact they're separate because you can choose how you want them to be.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this arm will have by his side.
So every Santa can be completely different pose.
Yes, you get to choose.
Yeah.
And then the other one, I'm going to have him waving. So the other arm, I'm going to put as if he's waving at you. And you can just, because I haven't put glue towards that edge, I can just tuck that under. There we go. Like so.
He's waving.
Yeah, so he's waving at us. And the beauty, of course, of using a wet glue is that you can jiggle it about to make sure you're happy with the placement. I just want his feet overlapping that snow because he's got some nice little boots. So the next thing I'm going to pop on is his face, which I've cut from a pale pink. So that slots on there.
Oh, did you draw the eyes in, or was that on the die?
No, they're on the die. They're
Oh,
like
right.
they're like cut in. So he's got which is great. It means you just don't have to have tiny little dots. I usually cheat anyway. When there are tiny little dots for eyes, I tend to just get a black gel pen
Right.
and pop those on. Then his boots.
I usually get the eyes in the wrong place when I try and draw them on.
Yeah, it's nice that when they're already done like this. It saves you. So then his hat is going to sit perfectly. It's curved to fit perfectly around his little round face. Then we've got the top of his hat. So you can see this is really easy to put together, because I know quite often when you look at dies like this where there's loads of little bits, you think, oh no, that looks a bit of a faff, but this is really easy.
Now the dies and the domes that Sharon's working with at the moment on the screen, a third of the remaining stock has now gone of this at $9.99. You are going to get 4 of the plastic domes, and you're going to get 8 dies, all of which of course will allow you to make and build your own Santa, the tree, decorate the tree, and so on. If you want this, this is what Sharon's demonstrating at the moment. $9.99, MUXC40 is the product code if you want to get yours before it sells out, which is looking likely.
It's cute, isn't it? And then we've got the front of his shirt there, which I should have put on before the beard. Of course, you can refer to the packaging anyway to see how he fits together. And then we've got his belt.
Yeah.
Just going to go across, so that fits perfectly underneath that little white piece for his top. We've got another little glove, so he can be waving. He's got real character, hasn't he?
He has, yeah.
And then the last thing for him is I've got a little gold piece. Oh, and I need the little white bit on his hat. So
it's a little pom-pom.
Little pom-pom. And then I've cut from gold his belt. Isn't he cute?
Perfect.
So he's all good to go. If you want to, you might want to add, say if you were going for the machine and you've got that crystal paste,
Yep.
you might be tempted to put some of that over the snow, give it a bit of sparkle.
Absolutely.
And then if you want to add shaker elements, this is the time to do it. We'll put a few in. I know we've sold out of these. You will find, if you go to the Sizzix page on the website though, you'll find all sorts of different shaker packs, the Sequin packs. I'm just going to pop a few in the middle there. Make sure you're in the middle, because you want to make sure where your adhesive seal is going down, that it's a clear of any bits. So you take off the release paper, comes off in one piece, so very easy. And then this is just going to fit snugly around that circle, so you can kind of feel when you're in the right place. And then I always like to go round with the end of my poker tool and just push that down all around, just to make sure it's stuck firmly.
Perfect.
And there he is.
There he is, all done.
All done.
Well, if you want this die and also, of course, the domes selection, I say die, it's dies. So you've actually got 8 dies in total there. It's difficult sometimes when you're looking at the packaging to see exactly what dies you've got, but let me rest assured tell you that all the dies that you've got in there will allow you to make the decorated tree, the snowman, the penguin, the presents, and the Santa, and even the what look like snowballs. They can become, of course, baubles on the tree as well. You've even got a die for the tinsel and the garland to wrap around the tree too. And of course, you've got the circular die to cut the aperture into your card, into which the domes are going to fit. And you get 4 large domes in here. You can buy extras, of course. They always make sure that they have extras of the domes, because that's obviously a consumable. You will eventually run out of those. So $9.99 gets you started, and this can be not for Christmas. It can be for any theme at all. Think about if you wanted to maybe put a picture of your pet or a picture of yourself or your child or something like that, a photograph behind the dome, and put shaker elements in there as well. How unique would that be? Maybe you're sending a card to a relative showing a new puppy or a new kitten that you've got in the family. That kitten or puppy could be behind the dome. So it's not just for Christmas, but you are getting the Christmas themed dies with the domes today. And they are, I think, one of the most popular things that Sizzix do. And I know they've been doing them for years and years and years. But if it ain't broke, don't fix it, because people love it. And people, if you've never had domes, or you like the idea of doing shaker cards, but you've maybe had a bit of a bad experience using acetate, you can't get the depth or the space to get a really good shake going on, these domes are certainly going to achieve that. And I think they give a whole new, really upmarket look to a shaker card because they're so professionally done. And to have the adhesive already included, that strip of adhesive already included on the dome is just an extra bonus. You're saving £8 today off what the price should be. You're also, of course, saving on the P&P if you've already bought something, because it's just £3.95 a day. £3.95 per day is the maximum P&P you are going to be paying. Okay, now, in the last 5 minutes, I've got to let you know we are down to single figure stock on the Sizzix Big Shot deal. 3/4 of the stock we had left when we came on air has now gone, okay? FSXC32. This is the 6-inch mouth machine. This is the Big Shot. Please, if it's in your basket, check your baskets out. That confirms your purchase, confirms that you've got the deal. But if it sits in your basket, if you leave it too long and go to check out, it could tell you that it's sold out because someone else has beaten you to it. So that's how our system works. If you want the call centre to place your order for you, give them a call, 0800 001 4433. Just say that you want FSXC32. Even if you've never shopped with us before, they'll make sure that one is in your basket and they'll make sure it gets sent to you. You can have split pay, even if you're a new customer as well. If you want to spread the cost, I don't know how, it's on 4, but it is, it shouldn't be. $29.99 is your first payment today, plus your P&P unless you've already paid it. But I mean, this is kind of by the by, really. The main reason you want the machine is the quality of the machine and the pedigree and the history, the reputation it's got. But the deal is also important. So today you're going to get 60 sheets of this fantastic Sizzix core cardstock in Christmas colours. 3 or 4 shades of green, 3 or 4 shades of red. You've got white and you've got brown and black in there as well. You're going to get the crystal glaze, which will be like a faux snow. Paste, sorry, not glaze.
There is glaze,
crystal
but
paste.
this is paste.
This is the paste.
The glaze is translucent. This one is the opaque.
And
So
if I
it's
hold
a
it up-
nice crisp white with lots of sparkles in there. So it's going to give you a really good snow effect.
There you go, you can see the sparkle in there. So that's going to be great for frost and snow and that sort of thing, and icicles off rooftops. And then you're going to get 10 sheets or 10 cards of your green cardstock, 300 GSM and 10 envelopes as well. Now, all of that is coming included with the machine today and the easiest plate system for any die cutting machine, because all the plate systems are printed, the formulations are printed on the base plate. So the top 2 plates, which are your cutting plates, are incredibly light but very strong.
They are. They're going to last you a long time, your cutting plates, actually. I mean, to say how long is like saying how long is a piece of string, because it obviously depends how much die cutting you're doing. When I look at people on forums, they generally say theirs last months, if not years. So
Right.
It's not something you're going to be buying every couple of weeks. Even as someone that's doing this all day, every day, I only replace mine about once every 6 weeks. And that's with like constant use.
Right.
So they are going to last you a long time. Shall I run through each of the different things? Because we've got thin dies here. And we've
Okay,
got
great.
embossing
Yeah,
folder.
yeah.
Let's do just a little tutorial on how to use it, because we talk about how simple it is to use. If I just run through a couple of things, you can see. So let's talk about bigs first. I haven't got a bigs die to show you, but if you're cutting with a bigs, it's really simple, because you would just put a clear plate down on your desk, put your bigs on, put your cardstock on top, 1 plate on top, and you're going to run it through. So you're just sandwiching between the 2 clear with the bigs.
Yeah.
Then if you're using the thin metal dies, doesn't have to be Sizzix thin metal dies. Thin metal dies are pretty much of a muchness across all the brands. So it's very simple. You need your base platform, which shows you all the instructions on it. Then you're going to use this thin metal adapter. This shows you the sandwich that you're going to need for a thin metal die. So it shows you your grey platform, this adapter, and then your 2 clear plates either side. So let's just run something through to show you. So I've got some nice gold card here, and let's just do the Christmas tree outline. So all you're going to do is put 1 cutting plate down, then your cardstock, then your die, and then another one on top. You can do it face up, you can do it the other way around if you want to. You can do your die facing up, put your card on top. Totally up to you. Everyone likes to do things differently.
Yeah.
And then you're going to run that through. It's very easy to run it through. Doesn't take a lot of effort. It's not something that you're going to struggle.
Do you know what? I think because the base plate is so chunky, I think that helps to prolong the life of the plates.
I think so. And I think in terms of running it through, the sort of I can't think of the words, but the fact that the machine's quite sort of low and wide, it doesn't move, it doesn't wobble, it's really easy to use.
Yeah. It's got non-slip feet as well, and also it doesn't require power, so you can use it anywhere you go.
So that's for thin metal dies, and then we'll quickly run through an embossing folder. Let's do this 3 that we've got. So I'll just run this through. Now for embossing folders, I look at my platform and it tells me this is classed as a 3D embossing folder because this is the thicker. So for this, all I would do is pop my card inside, and then it shows me here, look, there's my grey platform, then my folder, and then one plate on top. That's it. And then we run that through.
Now, half the remaining stock is gone of the machine.
And there we go.
Lisa in New York is there. Yeah. If you're watching us in America, absolutely, you can order this machine. Yes, Sizzix will deliver, and we will deliver to the USA. And your split pay there is there for you as well. And your capped shipping and handling, by the way, is only $12.95. No matter how many things you order between midnight and midnight your time, you get $12.95 worth of shipping for as many things. I mean, this would cost probably $50 to ship. I would have thought.
Gosh, I would have thought so. There's some weight to it, isn't there?
So we'll get it shipped to you for just that $12.95. I don't know how we do it, but we will, and it will be done. So Lisa in New York, check out your basket. Nelda in Carmarthenshire, check out your basket. Brand new crafters coming through, deciding that the big shot is the one for you. I tell you what, so many crafters who've been crafting for years, if they get asked what die cutting or embossing machine would you recommend, I reckon so many people would say the Big Shot.
Go and look on the Facebook groups, the general craft groups. I see it so often. People ask what machine. 80% of the replies are Big Shot.
Absolutely. $119.99, and with split pay, remember, that means you only have to find that first $29.99 today if you'd like it, and you'll get the bonus cardstock cards, and also, of course, the fantastic, what was it called again? Crystal paste. There we go, you're getting that as well as a bit of a Billy bonus. I'm with you right the way through until 8 o'clock tonight. Sharon and I are back at 7 with some more fantastic Sizzix goodies and bargains, not to be missed. Join us for that if you can. We've got Sharon on the way as well. Sorry, that's Sharon. We've got Kat on the way after the break at 5 o'clock with another Hunkydory special. And Craig is here from Crafter'S Companion coming up at 6 as well. So 3 more hours of fun still to come and loads of great more deals. Thank you, Sharon.
Thank you.
Hello everybody, Nigel here. I don't know whether you've heard or not, but exciting things are happening at Hobby Maker. As from the 1st of July, we are bigger than ever before. Yes, every day we're going to be broadcasting live until 9 o'clock at night. That's 1 extra hour every day. 1 extra hour every day. That's 7 extra hours every week. That's, oh, well, you can do the maths, but yes, more craft than ever before. The channel of choice, so keep it here at Hobby Maker. And remember, you're with us every day until 9 p.m. as from the 1st of July.
Shopping with Hobby Maker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Hobby Maker app. Simply head over to your app store and search Hobby Maker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Hobby Maker.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobbymaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card?
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobbymaker app. Head over to your app store now and search Hobbymaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobbymaker app.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Hi everyone, good evening. Welcome along to Hobbymaker. I hope you had a lovely weekend. I know it's not over yet. We're with you right the way through until 8 o'clock. Kat is back, right? Good. Kat is a little bit under the weather today because you had a bit of an accident, didn't you?
Yes. Fell off my son's scooter, so.
But what a trooper to come in and yeah, so you're doing amazing demos and you're doing a great job. So thanks ever so much for making the effort.
Wouldn't be without you on a Sunday.
Wouldn't be without you either. Okay, now what we've got for you, we've got Hunkydory, we've got Crafter's Companion with Craigie, and we've also then got the Roundup show with Sizzix with Sharon to come between now and 8 o'clock. Do you want to meet the team? We've just had a bit of a shift change, all change in the gallery. We've got, well actually Chris has been there all day. We've got Alex, who's producer, there he is, jigging around. Hey. We've got Chris, director, there he is, brilliant. And then in the studio, we've got Levi on camera number 2. There he is. We've got Sharon just clearing up the show from the last hour. We've got Lauren, who's our floor manager. There she is, and she gets my tea for me. She's a lover to bits. And then we've got, of course, Kat and me over here. So that's your team through until 8 o'clock on Sunday. If you want to get involved in the show and get a mention or whatever, you can message in via the website, via the app. Absolutely free to do that. Any questions or whatever, just want to say hi. That would be lovely as well. Okay, now we've got 2 main focuses in this show. Actually, no, we've got more than that. We've got quite a few focuses in the show from Hunkydory. We've got the festive spinner cards. Now, these flew the other day. They launched on Thursday. We've got them, and you can make 12 different cards with the envelopes. And we're coming straight in, not messing around. If you want to make your festive spinner cards, and we'll show you how to do them. I mean, this gives you, I haven't got any finished cards here to show you, but if you look at that picture on the packaging, you can see roughly what they're going to look like. There we go. Look, that's a festive spinner. So presumably the middle element spins round, is that right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So you make 12 of them with the envelopes for £14.99. So that's the first item. If you want to get hold of that straight away, remember, free phone number on the mobile or the landline. And of course, it's free to order on the website as well. We'll tap the app and order that way too. So that's the festive spinners. We then also got coming up the magazine as well, the magazine with extra bonuses, but we'll come to that a little bit later on. So first things first, if you want to get your festive spinners OEHD09 for £14.99, I mean, there's a lot in here, Kat, and they're very, have you done these before?
No, these are brand new, a new concept card kit. They come together so quick. Everything is in there as normal as you would expect with our concept card. So everything is scored. Anything that you need to pop out is just on pips for you, so you can pop it out so easy. they come together so easy. They're so much fun to do. And as always, you can make so many other things with these as well.
So you can put your own spin on it if you want to.
You certainly can, yeah.
Okay.
No pun intended.
Oh, yeah. I didn't realise I did that then. Everyone else noticed, I didn't. There we go. But look, the foiling on there is beautiful. All those elements just pop out. Do you need to use like cotton or anything like that to make it spin?
You will, like, I've got a little bit of invisible thread with me, but a little bit of white cotton or a cotton that matches the colour of your background. Really
lovely. So there's all the card elements, and then you've got, of course, all these sheets of your toppers and so on. Again, they're foiled and also die cut beautifully. So you've got the silver foiling, the gold foiling, you've got the robin, the fantastic kind of winter scenes, the snowmen. Now, these are back in stock after they sold out on Thursday, did they? Oh, right. So popular on Thursday, they sold out. We got them back in time for today's show, which is fantastic. Now, we had a massive, massive quantity on Thursday. They all went completely. So if you missed them then, a chance for you to get hold of them now. I haven't got any made up, so we're going to put one together.
Yes,
Should we do that straight away?
Yeah. So you're going to have 3 component parts. You're going to have the outer part of your card.
Yep.
You're going to have the bit that's going to create your spinner element, and then you are going to have your sheet. And on your sheet, you're going to have 3 designs for each of your things. So we're going to pop out. So it's just about finding out your matching elements, because these pyramage up into a lovely topper. So you've got that lovely depth detail in there as well. So all you have to do, if you start with this part, just pop out this inner frame. Now, even though we're not using this bit in our spinner detail, definitely keep it because you can use it for something else, and I'm going to show you some ideas that you can do with it later on. So you've got this part, and these match up perfectly, so you can put them back to back, and then you've got your spinner element. So we're just going to fold in these score lines here. You've got a score line in the middle there, because that's how it's going to fold down to close flat. And then on this side, this is the inside of your card. So you've got this beautiful design on the outside. So I'm going to use my very favourite thing, because live TV is treating me so well today. I thought I would go in with the low tack tape, my high tack tape, because you can use your construction glue, but you're just going to have to leave it longer to dry. But when you've got something like this that's got mobility to it, you want to use the strongest kind of adhesive so that you can open it and close it as many times and not have to worry about anything.
And red line tape is your best friend, basically, when it comes to that.
Yeah, definitely. So we're going to do this. So I'm going to get that prep there. Then I'm going to take these 2 elements. I'm going to add a line down the middle of here, and this is where I'm going to secure my thread to. So we'll take that off down the middle. Now I'm going to keep my back in, because once I've got my thread in place, I'm going to put it back over the top just to secure it. So it's not going to stick to anything.
So if you've got
when
any
the card
invisible
closes.
thread or just some fine cotton or something like that, I suppose if you wanted to, you could make a feature out of it. If you've got baker's twine,
yes,
look quite festive, you
yeah.
could make a feature of it.
So I know it looks like I'm doing nothing there, but I promise I have put some invisible thread down. And then if I pop this back over there and we sandwich that in, then we know this. So it's when everything's closed. Although I am putting this on top, I'm talking nonsense. So let's use this one. In fact, I'm going to use a foam pad just so we've got a little gap. But again, you can pop this down flat if you want to. So you could just stick these back to back with your glue or your tape if you want to. But I'm going to go in this way. And then I'm not going to make my normal mistake. I'm going to lift this up and make sure I know what direction this image is going in.
And be careful not to lose your invisible thread. Because it'd be easy to lose it, wouldn't it?
So we're going to pop that on there. And this is going to be our little element. So again, we need to go in, and to secure this, I'm going to add a bit of the high tack tape to the top of the bottom of this score line here. And we are going to do this. So just go, and we're doing all this in real time. I think we had one piece of high-tack tape added, didn't we? So
Absolutely, yeah.
you know where we're going. So we're going to pop this on here. So if you just kind of place that in the middle where you're happy with it to go before you go and add that line of tape in, and then we can do that like that, and make sure it's nice and taut, suspended in the middle there. And again, I was meant to keep the back of my tape to seal that off, but I forgot. And then just trim away.
Yep.
I'm going to take I'm going to pop this over here, and then we can build up our layers. So this is, we were talking about the pyramage with the dies before, aren't we? But this is an example of it already done for you here. So we can just build these up.
It's nice to have a card that's a little bit different. You know, if you've made the same sort of cards year in, year out for Christmas, and you're looking for something a bit different for your friends and family, this is a novel idea, and it's traditional Christmas images as well on each of them. Enough to make 12 cards for $14.99. And you know, whether you buy these kits to make them and then sell them, which lots of people do with Hunkydory card kits, you sell them made up, or whether you're just buying them because they're the cards you want to give your friends and family at Christmas, they're special.
Okay, and I've said, I like the idea when you do things and you get kits like this, of dedicating it maybe to what, because you get 2 of each, maybe 2 family members or a friend, and giving them one year after year. So they, over the 6 years, they build up a collection of all the different designs.
Yeah, because they are ornamental. You can actually use them as Christmas ornaments, not just cards.
And then all we've got to do is, if you fold these bits back, we're going to line these up with the edge here. Now this might be where if you might be a bit more comfortable with the construction glue, but I think we can do it today. But then hopefully if we just lay that out flat there, that should do that. And then when we fold it up, you're going to end up with this beautiful card. Look, how cool is that?
Isn't that amazing? And of course you can spin it in the middle. Now this sold out on Thursday. You can make 12, of course 6 different designs, 2 of each. Only £14.99 for this card kit today, for this card collection. And remember, if you want 2, if you want maybe 3 or 4, it's 1 P&P of £3.95. But you could sell a card like that, I think, for at least £3.54, couldn't you?
Of course, yeah. Because it's not only the inside, we're focusing on that there, but you've got to remember that your front is fully printed for you.
Yeah.
You do get little sentiments that I've got here that you can pop onto the front as well. So you've got your little sentiments, but you can also go in with like your essential books and things like that. So we can add our sentiment on. You've got that lovely design carried through onto the back, so you can write your message on there and everything. There's just not one single piece of plain cardstock there. Isn't it gorgeous?
Let me show you again the actual thing. Now you've seen the concept and how easy it is to actually put it together. All you need is either a little bit of cotton, a little bit of baker's twine, or a little bit of invisible thread. That's all you really need. But the themes, obviously you've got here your snowmen, you've got your robins. These obviously are the foiled elements there that are all die cut and you just pop them out. There's your fantastic genuine Father Christmas, the real one, the ho ho ho, holly jolly Christmas. There's your Father Christmas. Then you've got the lovely winter's village scene, wishing you a Christmas full of magic. Isn't that beautiful? And the instructions do come with it. You're not left high and dry trying to remember how Cat did it. 'Tis the season to fill your home with joy. Absolutely. That was the one that Cat used, obviously. So you do get lots of variety, but there's 2 of each design. And there's 12 in total. So 6 designs, 2 of each. And then these are the wonderful images that make the outside of your spinner. So you've got the lovely kind of 2 robins there side by side, which is adorable. The family of snow people. You've then got your wreath for the front door. Really lovely. There's the jolly Santa. So it's almost like a book, isn't it? It folds up like a book.
It does. It's really got that really traditional feel to it, hasn't it?
Absolutely. And the quality of the card and the quality of the printing is absolutely exceptional. And then, of course, all the elements that give you that kind of pyramide style, they're on the separate sheets. There we go. I mean, it's traditional Christmas, isn't it? Really traditional Christmas. So you've got basically the village scene over here, the robin scene there, the family of snow people scene. So you get 2 of each of those. And then you've got your Jolly Santa, the kind of mulled wine at home, and then the wreath on the door as well. So everything you need to make 12 festive spinner cards. The only thing you don't get is the invisible twine or cotton, but you can just use ordinary cotton if you want to, but just make sure it's nice and taut. You will need red liner tape with this. Michelle in Greater Manchester's gone for 2 sets of these. Not surprised, that's less than £30. You can make 24 cards then. Denise in County Durham's gone for 2. Carol in Wales has gone for 2. If you were disappointed that these sold out on Thursday, we've got them back for you for the end of Sunday afternoon. So that's really, really good news. Stock up and put as many of them in your basket as you can. OEHD09. Okay, now the stock is going quickly. We haven't got that many of them left now. We did start with quite a healthy stock, but the stock is going very, very quickly. I love it, and I love it. I love a card that does something that's not just static. That actually, you know, you can twist it and tap it with your finger to kind of wind it up a little bit, and then once you've wound it up, just let it go. How cool is that? It goes on forever, doesn't it?
It is, and it's going to keep itself moving every time. If it's on your mantelpiece, every time somebody walks past and there's a little
give it a tap,
breeze,
give it a
it's gonna
flick.
stop. It's going to start moving. It's just going to catch people's eyes. It's going to be stunning on a craft stall. It's going to really draw people in, that little bit of movement there.
That's why it's called a Christmas spinner. Isn't that great? It's almost like you've opened a wardrobe, isn't it? Really lovely. And looking at it all the way around, look, the image, the printed image on one side and on the back as well. But it's lovely, really different. I can see why this absolutely flew on Thursday when it was launched. Have you done this sort of style of card before, the spinners like this?
If we have, it's not been for a long time.
I was going to say, I can't remember seeing anything quite like it. So it is, I think, new. Certainly if it isn't new, it hasn't been done for quite some time. But it's a lovely thing. It's a mantelpiece pleaser, a coffee table pleaser, a desk at work pleaser. And it could be something you just kind of fiddle with. You know, having a card that not only looks lovely, but you can actually kind of twiddle and play with. There we go. It's cool, isn't it? £14.99. It's an interactive Christmas card. Yeah, £14.99. You have fun making them. You'll have fun, obviously, kind of making them spin as well. But top quality from Hunkydory, OEHD09. Okay, Kat, do you want to do one more? Is that right?
Yes. Well, you're getting double bubble this time. 'Cause
Double
I'm
bubble.
going to show you how you can stretch your kit even further. And we're just going to use one of our designs, but we're going to make 2 cards from it just by bringing in a bit of silvery and an extra piece of cardstock.
Oh, okay. So you're doing your own twist on it?
Yeah,
Right.
but showing you how you can stretch it even further. So we're going to take the original kind of inner base here.
When you said double bubble, I think you reminded me I was on double shift. Yeah, I am.
And we are going to use our score lines this time as a guide to cut into these pieces. Just so we can make some extra elements.
It's nice, though, to know that you don't have to actually make the card the way it was intended. You can do your own thing with it.
That's all. So I'm going to make this into, this was from one of our pattern packs. I'm not quite sure we've got it, but if you have already bought it, you can use it with this. And I think it works with this design really, really well.
Hunkydory's paper trimmer, if you're in the market for that, it's on the screen. £17.99 today, special offer. Pays your P&P for the day. Lovely.
And it will be the best £17.99 you've ever spent, I
totally.
promise you.
Absolutely. Everyone raves about the trimmer.
Yeah. So we're just doing a mat and layer to 8x6. And it's so simple. We're going to make 2 cards here in absolute super quick time. So we're going to pop this on here. So we'll pop that down there. And then we're just going to layer these up. So if we put a little bit of, I'm just going to line these out. So if we layer these on here, let's go in with a bit of tape. So you could do this landscape or portrait, it's completely up to you.
Does it take you a long time to kind of come up with the concept of doing it like this, or did you instantly see that when you saw the cards?
It changes from what's every time you do it, it changes. Sometimes you'll see things straight away and you go, oh yes, I could definitely do this with this. And other times it can just take you a little bit longer. And then you're like, oh, but it was worth just thinking about that because it's so much fun what you can do. So then we're just taking this frame again. We're going to try and line it back up somewhere in the middle. So we're just building a background with the elements that we already had. Now this is the bit that we disposed of before, but this time I'm going to keep it. And I've just added some foam pads to the back. So take them off. And we're going to pop this on in that kind of like diamond position, just to give us more interest. So we're going to pop that on there.
Well, now half the stock of the spinner concept cards has gone. And the other half we have available is in baskets. So technically, if everyone checks their baskets out, it will be a sellout. So please don't think it's yours if it is in your basket until you check out it's not. Hopefully you'll get it.
And then we can pop this back on the middle. So you've still got bits peeking through there. And then we'll just pop that onto a card blank. And that's one of the 2 cards made. And this is all from one what should make one original card in the set,
Right.
so you're not making 2.
You've used a bit of extra cardstock, but yeah.
But you're stretching that one card into 2, so you can take that value even further.
I
So
love
that is our first one. We'll show it off proper at the end. We're then going to take, I've done this bit pretty much, but all I've done is taken one of our nesting dies that matches the shape of our topper here.
Yeah.
I've die cut that from the front, so we can take that away then. Then we've got the other part of the element that would go the other side of your spinner from this original
Pyramid style.
arch.
Yeah.
We've just built that up. We can pop that back in the centre there. Then just add our sentiment on, wherever you want it to go. And there, from one of the concept cards, we've turned it into 2.
Okay. So bearing that in mind, you get 12 concept cards in the kit. If you did that with each of them, you can make 24 cards.
You could. And if you wanted to, you could put your twine in here, still have this as a suspended element, and maybe just put like an insert or a message or something on the back if you've already used this in here. Maybe a little picture, maybe a cute little family picture or something.
Well, bearing in mind the stock is almost all spoken for. I mean, obviously some people put things in their baskets and don't check out, but if everyone does check out, we'll have sold out of this again. It sold out on Thursday when it launched. It is the Festive Spinner Concept Card Kit, enough to make 12 cards, 6 designs, 2 of each, and full instructions, of course, come with it too. But now you've seen the demonstration with Kat, I'm sure you remember it's really, really easy to put them together. All you need is a bit of cotton, some red liner tape, or construction glue if you've got a little bit of time to wait for it to dry, obviously. And you can be making these wonderful 3-dimensional animated cards, because they are animated. And you just basically flick it with your finger a few times. So you're winding up the cotton, winding up the invisible thread, and then just let it go. Yeah. It's great, isn't it? Really kind of satisfying. $14.99 then, brand new on Thursday, and we got it back today, and the stock is going fast. As soon as I let you know, it's sold out. Thank you for tuning in tonight and this afternoon. I mean, I know the audience that we have maybe during the week is different to what we have at the weekends, because different people have got different circumstances and commitments and so on. So maybe you didn't see that on Thursday. I was away, I was on holiday, so I didn't see it. First time I saw it was right now. I love it.
Gorgeous.
It's great. There's something else that launched on Thursday, which again, I've not seen until right now, is the latest Hunkydory magazine. First things first, it comes boxed, okay? So you know it's special if it comes in a box, because there's lots of other goodies other than the magazine in there. In the magazine, obviously you've got page after page after page of inspiration and ideas, 165 expert tricks and tips and ideas for your crafting, okay? But as ever, you don't just get the magazine when you buy a Hunkydory magazine. You actually get an awful lot more besides. You're going to get the card kit. You're going to get this amazing Eastern Moments card kit, which, is it a mini card kit, Kat? I think it is, isn't it?
You've got 4 toppers,
4
and
toppers.
8 matching cardstocks.
There we go.
And papers and inserts. So I wouldn't call it mini.
No, not at all. Not at all. This is a great card kit. Now, as ever, in the magazine, Anne-Marie and the rest of the team feature the card kit you get with the magazine in the first few pages. So there's loads of construction inspiration and ideas with every page you turn in the magazine. So there's the card kit. You're also getting double-sided papers as well. Beautiful quality double-sided papers and inserts.
And inserts.
Oh, no, I almost said so much, shouldn't I?
Coloured inserts
Crikey.
as well.
And the inserts as well. So you're going to get that. You're also going to get the stamp set as well. 5 stamps on the stamp set with a grateful heart, sending you love and light. You've then also got your bamboo embossing folder. I know. And you've got your beautiful die as well, or 3 dies actually. You've got your cherry blossom and you've also got your beautiful bird die too. So all of that with the magazine, and the magazine is worth the cost of what you're about to see. $51.96 is what you should be paying if you bought all of that separately, okay? The magazine, the die, the card kit, the embossing folder, everything else, £51.96. And just to prove a point, let me just show you here. You've got, on the first few pages, the card kit you get with the magazine is featured. So straight away you could be making these cards, couldn't you?
Yes, absolutely.
68 pages of absolute inspiration.
Yeah, it's absolutely chocker, and it's not just the card kit you're giving examples with, it's the dies and the stamps,
And the
everything.
embossing folder.
And the embossing folder. There's lots of little projects, it's stunning.
Okay, we're down to 0. Let's give you the price for all that I've just shown you. Look at this. $14.99. I know.
No.
$14.99 for the magazine, for the die, for the embossing folder, for the stamp set, and that From Eastern Promise card kit. All of that included for £14.99. I mean, I pay $14.99 just for the card kit.
Oh, yes.
Wouldn't you?
Yeah, and still think I've got a bargain.
Absolutely. Papers, inserts, double-sided papers, toppers, printed on foil cardstock, all adorable, scoreable. That, the stamp set, the embossing folder, the apple blossom die, and the magazine, yours for £14.99. That is a saving of about £35, £36 off what the price should be, BWHD 34. And what I also love about magazines, especially Hunkydory ones, Kat, is that you buy a magazine normally and you read it and you throw it away or you give it to the doctors. But with this, with a Hunkydory magazine, you keep it because it's a reference.
It is, it's great. And once you've gone through and you've used your kit, they're also great to keep in your collection because you can go back with other kits and make the same designs,
Absolutely,
just in different styles. So they're always great for reference points. Always keep them. We do it all the time these days, even us professional crafters. Like I said, you have days where you get crafting block and you're just like, oh, but we go back to some of our Hunkydory magazines, have a flick through and you're like, wow, right, I'm going to give this a go. And it just ignites everything again.
I mean, even if you were, I'm just making up prices here, but let's just say the die for the bird was $8.99, $9.99, something like that. What would you pay for the bamboo embossing folder? £6, £7, maybe £8? The stamps, probably £4 or £5, that sort of size stamp set. And the card kit, it's got to be, what, the £12, £13, £14 at least.
Yes.
That together with the magazine, boxed, is yours for £14.99, and the lines have gone ballistic. It comes boxed as well. I know many of you buy religiously every Hunkydory magazine that comes out, because if you add up the value of all the goodies you get, you've even got a chance to win £500 worth of Hunkydory goodies there. There's Anne-Marie on the front cover, look, there she is. But loads of you coming in, taking advantage of this. If you didn't see it on Thursday like I didn't, here's your chance to get it. It's volume 22. Volume 22. Right, should we do a little demo? Is that all right?
We shall,
Great.
but I'll warn you, I haven't prepped any of this.
Don't worry.
So we are just going to have a look. I have just quickly flicked through. I absolutely love these light coir carp, these fish that are on here. Absolutely stunning. So I've picked out the parts that work with that, and I'm filling some space while I try and think what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this gorgeous cardstock. It's just so beautiful. These colours work so gorgeously together.
Loads of you coming through for the magazine. It's one of those opportunities, it's just, there's no reason not to, because you get so many bonus products with the magazine and so much inspiration in the magazine for what you pay for, I don't know, a box of chocolates.
let's do... So I am going to do an 8x8, nice and chunky. And I really want to feature this paper in here because I think it's absolutely gorgeous. And it also gives me an opportunity to show off how great our trimmer is. So I'm going to cut an aperture into here.
Okay.
So if I come 1.5 inches round in all directions. So I'm taking the edge of my cardstock here up to the 1.5 inch mark, which is the very edge of the trimmer.
Right.
I'm going to move my blade down into the middle and I'm going to come down to 1.5 on the marker here.
Yep.
And that will take me, I've done this a little bit wrong because this is the matte layer, isn't it? But never mind, I will take it to 6.5 there. And as long as I try and keep it like that all the way around.
Having a really busy hour, by the way. Thank you for watching. Thank you for tuning in. Hope you had a lovely weekend. Treating yourself maybe to a magazine to round the weekend off nicely. Yeah. With all those extra bonus goodies.
Just line this up. And this is the absolute beauty of this trimmer, that you can see exactly where you're cutting.
Yeah.
So I've just cut that aperture out of there. We'll go ahead and do our matten layer. And we'll take this down to 8x8. And hopefully this will go on there. So we're going to pop that there. So I'm going to bring in some of this gorgeous, gorgeous paper. So I know if I cut this to around 7x7, it should fit that little aperture beautifully.
That paper, the quality of the paper is gorgeous. It's got a lovely kind of shine to it, hasn't
And
it?
you can see just how beautifully it cut through there as well.
Construction glue,
Of
that'll be on the
course,
website.
yeah.
We haven't talked about that for a long time, actually. It's not been on today so far, but if we can find it, we'll put it on for you.
So we can pop that back on there. So we are going to do this. So we're just bringing in those two elements, but they match so perfectly together.
Yep.
Then let's take our topper.
And as ever, with a Hunkydory topper, you've actually got separate frames as well, lots of different elements.
You do. So you've got your outer frame, you've got that inner frame that we keep to use with things like little books and things like that. Or you can just add them in a different direction. They're so much fun. So I think we might pop this one over here. And I'm going to be extra. I'm going to use 2 toppers on this one. And we can pop that down there like that.
Now, we have actually got the construction glue available in the show, if you do want it. We've got the singular, and we've also got the super size multi-buy available for you in the construction glue. Is that the 250ml bottles?
Yeah.
I think it is, yeah, the super duper huge
big
ones.
one.
Yeah, the big one, the big one.
I think I've actually got one down in my tub I can lift up for you in a little bit. One of the big construction glues.
Well, the big ones are 250 each, so that's 250ml, 750ml, 3/4 of a litre for $19.98. We're giving you £10 off if you want the construction glue, TOHD03.
So let's just raise this layer up on the foam pads a bit. And like I said, I am genuinely making this up as I go along.
You do brilliantly.
We are just going to pop that on there. Then I think I might overlap this. Let's do that for a bit of fun.
And of course, you can actually make it up like Kat's doing as you go along, or just look in the magazine and take the inspiration from the pages of the magazine and reconstruct what they've already done for you in the magazine. And you know, it gives you professional hints and tips. If you want it to look exactly like the magazine, that's absolutely fine. But if you want to do something your own, go on your own way, you can do that too.
You really can. So let's have a look what matching bits we've got left on here. So we've got that little tab there. We've got this beautiful one here. I think we might just pop that along the top. Now, because I've done this off the cuff, I haven't got a card blank for it to go on, but all I will be doing is putting it on an 8x8 card blank. So I'm sure you can use your imagination for that part. And it's just me being extra here. I'm just going to add that on.
Well, the magazine's proving massively popular this afternoon. What surprised at $14.99?
And there we go. I would go in, if I got them, and add some gold gems and pop that on. But we're just combining all those factors in there.
Love it. Absolutely love it. So let me just show you again what's in the magazine and what you're getting in the box, because it is, magazines normally, when you buy a magazine, it's just basically a loose leaf piece of paper, isn't it? You take to the checkout and that sort of thing. This comes boxed, so you know straight away you're in for a bit of a treat. There's something extra special going on inside there, because magazines don't normally come boxed unless they've got lots of goodies with them. And that's what you've got with this, lots and lots of goodies. But I want to show you the card collection that you get is everything in there that you need, from toppers to your plain cardstock, to your printed and foiled cardstock, to your printed double-sided papers as well. So with an oriental twist, you've got a beautiful selection. You've got geishas, you've got the little putty cats there as well, oriental cats, really cute. The foil and the beautiful foiled and printed cardstock there. There's, I think that's Mount Kilimanjaro. Is it Mount Fuji? Mount Fuji, Mount Fuji. The koi carp in there as well. And you've got your inserts. There's your double-sided papers. It's everything in there you need. And let me just show you on the front few pages. Open it up. You open up your box, take the magazine out and take the card kit out. And the first thing you see is a beautiful koi carp card, or koi carp card. That's not easy to say. Koi carp card. So you can make that exactly, provided you've got your adhesive and stuff like that. There's a little oriental kitty, really cute. How beautiful is that? Isn't that amazing? So again, go through the pages. You'll find more elements and more ideas. Keep flicking. You'll then come across some of the other benefits or some of the other goodies that you're going to get with the magazine. So that, for example, is using the embossing folder that you're getting as a gift in the magazine as well. There we go. So page after page after page, loads and loads of inspiration in the magazine. So you get your card kit. You're also going to get your embossing folder. You're going to get your die with the bird and the cherry blossom, and you're then going to get your stamp set as well. That whole lot is $14.99. You'd pay that maybe a year or two ago. You'd have paid that for the die. Now probably $9.99 for the die, £10, something like that. Come down a bit in price. You pay $8.99 probably for an embossing folder. You probably pay easily £4 or £5 for those stamps, I'd have thought. And what would you pay for the card kit? £15? So really, this is a Hunkydory's way of hoping that they'll appeal to you for you to try their products. And if you become a Hunkydory fan, which many of you I know have become, you'll then come back and you'll buy more from the shows in the future. So this is almost like their advertising budget, isn't it, really?
It's a good way to look at it.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we do. Try us. Here are some things to get your teeth into. And we're only going to charge you $14.99 for it. That's BWHD34 if you want it. It only launched on Thursday, and it's available for you right now. Now, something else that Hunkydory's famous for is the storage. Now, hang on, let me move this out of the way. Oh, is our spinner still spinning? Yeah. And actually, if you've got a little bit of a draft indoors, or you've got it near, I don't know, the fire with heat rising or something like that, that will probably spin of its own accord anyway, the spinners. So we've still got the spinner kit available if you want it. Now, hello. This is going to get you noticed. This is storage with all bells and whistles. Look at this. Glitz or what? I remember when Anne-Marie launched this.
Isn't it stunning?
It went crazy on the phone lines because she was inquiring about boxes and storage and what was on offer. And I think she said to the person that was the manufacturer, said, "You don't do a purple glitter, do you?" And he actually said, "Yeah, we can do." And then this was born. Look at this. It's glitter all the way, but it's not rough. It's in the plastic, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's all encapsulated. So I know a lot of people have a phobia of that texture of glitter.
Yes,
you don't feel that at all. It's all smooth plastic.
Okay, so there's no roughness or sandpaper like texture or anything like that. But look, the glitter is in the plastic all the way through the box. $17.99 is your price. Now, it doesn't have to be for crafting. You can use it for anything you want. It could be that you want it for your makeup. It could be that you want it for hair products or whatever you want it for. Fishing, you'll probably get a few strange looks down the riverbank if you're walking down with a... Yeah, but I don't know.
You get an awful lot of lady fishers, though, that
True.
might absolutely love that.
Absolutely, that's
You're
true.
definitely
Yeah.
going to be able to tell it apart from the husband's one, so
Yeah.
that's great.
So, FIHD 26. Is that the price, Alex? That's not your price.
What?
That is not your price. We're going lower. $14.99 this afternoon for a storage container, a toolbox that is perhaps the most elaborate and the most flamboyant toolbox I think I've ever seen in my life. Diana in Lincolnshire loves it. Mary in North Yorkshire's loving it as well. But you get loads and loads of space in there. I love the way that everything's kind of at your fingertips.
It is. It's just so handy. It's all the wonderful features of our original, but just with this fabulous purple glittery finish. I was a little bit disappointed. When I was leaving the office on Friday, I was carrying all my boxes out and my storage caddy was on top and I dropped it, me being the most clumsiest person in the world. And Dan ran over and he was like, oh no, your box is broken. And I thought he was going to say, get yourself a new glittery one, and he didn't. But now that it's on this price, I can buy myself one.
What rotter, he should have easily.
I know.
Yeah. Dan, if
He
you're
had the
watching.
nerve to fix it.
$14.99. All is not lost though at that price. And by the way, I always look at the hinges on things like this because if they're just one sheet of plastic, they're going to crack and they're going to split. This is actually what they call I think they call it a living hinge. So in other words, they rotate, so they're not going to kind of snap or anything like that. And then everything's at your fingertips. You open it up, you've got access to the base, you've got access to all the trays as well. You could have your paintbrushes up there, your pens there, or you could use it for totally different things. Or maybe you've already bought one and you'd like to buy maybe a few more. Dorothy in Somerset's buying 2. Diana in Lincolnshire is buying 2. Hello, Jean in Derbyshire, Carol in Midlothian, Pamela in the West Midlands, all coming through for the glittery glitter storage toolbox from Hunkydory. And that, by the way, will just peel off that sticker on the top. Okay? So FIHD 26, I remember when it first came out, very, very popular and very sought after. So many of you going for 2. Why not? Can you stack them? Yeah, you can, can't you? Yeah, I reckon you can. Yeah, you put one on top of the other. Oh, well, this is the clear version, and that will stack on there. We've got this one in the show too. So if the purple's not really your cup of tea, if the glitter isn't really your thing, and you like the idea of the transparent, well, this is starting at $14.99, but we're going to go lower with that, Kat, too.
What?
Yeah.
No.
The benefit of this one is you can see everything inside it.
You can, yeah, and it's all just personal preference. Yeah, so use the purple one for your food goodies, your chocolate goodies and stuff.
So no one knows what's in
So
there.
nobody knows what's in
that's a
it.
good
And then
idea.
this one for your craft stuff.
And then this one, if you've got 3 or 4 of these, all with different products inside them, it's so annoying. It's always the last one that you open that's got what you want in it, isn't it? Whereas if you can see everything, you can get to the right one straight away. Okay, where are we going with this? Clear one, transparent one, same product, just a different finish to it. £11.99.
No.
That is good.
I don't think I've seen it at that price before.
I know. I don't think I have either. And remember, if you bought something today already, thousands of you have, that's a delivered price. $11.99 for one. If you wanted 2, that would be less than £24, $23.98 delivered for that price. Remember, $3.95 P&P just once per day. So you can buy 25 things. You only pay 1 P&P of $3.95 to get it delivered. And by the way, we do supply to the States as well. Hunkydory can dispatch to the USA. So yeah, if you want to get this sent there, remember your cap P&P or shipping and handling there is $12.95. Okay, so you can get any of these storage containers, storage boxes without any trouble whatsoever. Just $11.99 for that one. If you want maybe a mixture of the 2, or you just want to stock up on you can see the difference. Look at that. That is on fire, isn't it? That beautiful purple one. UOHD 80, $11.99 for the clear. If you want the one that's the glittery purple, that is $14.99, and that's going very quickly. FIHD 26. Okay, now the other storage we've got in the show. Which one do you want, Alex? Super box caddy that's on the trolley. Okay. Is that the square one? Okay, that one there. Okie dokie. Ooh. Now, this one, super storage box caddy. Okay, now this is cool because it's boxes within boxes. You've got 6 totally sealable storage boxes. What would you keep yours? What in yours? Do you use
I always have one with my foam pads in.
Yeah.
I usually have one with my 2 tape rollers in. I store my gemstones in them at home, store my ink pads in them.
Gemstones?
Yeah,
Ooh, real gemstones.
not real gems, like our adhesive gemstones.
Oh, I see what you mean. Sorry, I thought.
So just my gem collection.
I did wonder. Well, we're next to the Gems channel, so next door. So I thought maybe she got a secret stash.
But if you wanted to store them in there, you could.
You could, absolutely.
In fact, I do tell a lie because I've got some of my son's fossils stored in them. He's got a couple in his room as well on his shelves. So I just forgot about that. But yeah, so your adhesive gems, your foam pads, some of your pens will fit in there. Your ink pads, you can get 6 of your Prism ink pads in there perfectly.
Okay.
So you could make this like a little compact crafting kit in itself.
And if you want to remove the lid as well, you can actually unclip it. You may not want to, but if you wanted to, you can. And of course, these are the same size as the Premier Storage Caddy, the bigger one, the mega one. So you actually use these to can into here and swap them around. They're all basically the same size. But you've got 6 of them, I think, in total. Yeah, 6 self-lockable storage cases. Great for ink pads as well. $19.99, but not today. And it kind of looks cool on the desk as well, doesn't it, really? Today, you can have all of that for $14.99, 25% off.
So handy.
And they will stack if you want to get a few. They've got the right angle lips just there that will stack into the top. So you can have maybe 3 or 4 on top of each other. That will work. $14.99. ATHD05 is your product code. Open it up. There we go. There you go, all 6 of those in there. Now, if you want the big one, the Mega Storage Caddy, this might well... Have we got stock of this?
Wow.
Yeah. So this is the big version of that, basically, okay? Now, this is a bestseller, always a bestseller, because it's basically a briefcase. A briefcase that opens out, and these, as I said before, are exactly the same as the ones I've just shown you in the smaller caddy. So you can chop them around a little bit. Ones that you want to have with you on the move can go in here. Ones that you want to kind of have to stay at home, you can put in the other caddy that we showed you a few minutes ago. You're going to get 16 of these boxes, 8 in each side. They're all on their own little shelves. So they're not going to kind of collapse if you take one out from the middle. They all kind of... Yeah, you could store it vertically, horizontally, it's entirely up to you. But every single tray has got its own little shelf it sits on. And we've got ribbon in here, you can put ink pads in here, you can put all sorts of things in there, and then lock it up. Don't do what I did. First time I saw this, I opened both to go and lift it up, and of course the whole thing came apart.
No,
one side opens, and it's the other side that's the handle. So don't try and lift both up because you'll actually open it and the thing will just fall open. But there we go. Look at that. How cool is that? And you can stack them again on top of each other if you want to. But basically, that smaller one I showed you, it's got exactly the same storage caddies inside this. But this is always a bestseller. $39.99 normally, but today we can do a deal with you. We can give it to you for 25% off, down to $29.99. That sticker, by the way, just peels off. But really, really practical, really useful, stackable, and again, everything's visible, isn't it?
It is so handy to have, like you said. I would make this my little crafting kit on the go. So if you think about you could put a little book in there, you could put your mirror mats in the other, your gemstones, your glues, your adhesives, and have just a little kit that you could take around and make your cards with.
Cool, okay. Well, we're going to go back to spinner cards because that's what we are featuring mainly in this show. Now, spinner cards, you can make 12 cards, 6 designs, 2 of each, and Kat was showing you actually earlier how you can put your own twist on it, or should we make another one like they're intended? Is that what you want to do? Or?
I don't know. I can do either. I've got both. I can do another twisty one, or I can do as is. Somebody gives me an idea.
As is.
As is cool.
Yep. We'll just follow you. Do what you want.
Should I show you then just before I do, because I have made one that I was going to do in this completely different style. So this is another way that you can use it. So this is where I have taken the base and layered it up
Should we
So
do
we've
that
used
then?
all the others. It's up to you. It's up to you.
Let's do that. Why not?
Okay.
Because it gives us lots
Well,
of other ideas. doesn't it?
I've given it away though now. I've taken away the surprise element.
Well, we didn't know what you were doing until we saw it.
So, and this is to show you, so I've made it in that pattern there, but we can do it in a completely different pattern and have the same effect. So I'm taking my base again and we are going to cut it in half down that score line. Then we're going to discard this bottom bit here. And we are going to use that bit that we've left there as a guide to attach this top bit back on.
Okay.
Again, real time, real life crafting, I would advise using your high tack tape. So we're going to pop that back on there, but we've still got that fold in. Now we're going to pop this onto here. So we're going to take it up to the 1 inch mark. And we are going to score, and this is how we're going to make that stepper element. And then we'll take that line to 1 inch and we're going to score again. Now I'm just going to see roughly what size this is. It's about 1.5. So if I find my halfway point there, which I think 1.5 is 3/4 inches. Does that make sense?
I'll take your word for that.
Yeah, 3.25 and 3/4 must make that. So,
yeah,
and
yeah.
this is going to create us a little stepper with that bit at the bottom there. So that is that element made.
Yeah, lovely.
We're then going to take the back cardstock here and we are just going to cut that in half. Now this sits just below the 5 inches. So if we do a 5 inch by 5 inch batten layer, and this is just the gold mirror, just to tie it all in. But obviously the other one was done with silver mirror. And then we've got a 5 inch by 5 inch card blank there. Now what I'm going to do with this top layer is pop that on there with this gold bit up, and I'm just going to trim off the bottom here. So we'll just take this again under that 5. I'll take this on. Ooh. So just pop that there. And then we're going to take that other section and we're just going to pop this behind, just so we're going to have that nice scallop coming over the top.
Just to let you know as well, Alex, our producer this hour, is actually putting lots of deals on the website that we haven't actually had time to feature in the show. Things like the glue and residue eraser, that's there. I mean, that's one of those tools that is just a must-have. Get rid of sticky labels and stuff like that, or when you put glue somewhere you don't want it. Bow makers on there as well. So loads of hunky-dory goodies on the website right now for you.
And then add this on to our card blank. Pop that on there. Then I've built up this layer and we're going to pop that. I'm running before I can walk here. We need to add this bit onto the base of our card because that's going to create the stepper element. So just line that up with that bottom layer there. Then I've built up the pyramage topper. Again, you can add more foam pads in real life. We're going to add this to our base here. I've put that a little bit too high up with my rushing. Put that, move down a bit. Add that to that bottom layer there. Then we can take our other topper that we had and we can add this back onto the top.
He's jolly as Santa as well, isn't he?
He is so jolly, such a traditional Santa. And I'm going to add 2 foam pads to this one just to really make it pop. Line that up with the top there. So it's all just sliding down a bit because I've used my construction glue. But there we go. Just using one of the cards again, but we've turned it into something completely different.
So quite simply, you can follow the spinner cards as intended, which I've got in front of me here, or you can put your own twist on it and use it in all sorts of different ways. But the spinner cards, I think, are great. You're going to get 12 cards that you can make. 12 cards that you can make, and just look, that's what they'll do. Beautiful. Kat, thank you ever so much. You've been a trooper today. Great to see you. Brilliant to see you. And whatever you do, make sure you get yours at $14.99 to make 12 cards. OEHD09. Still more to come. We've got Crafter's Companion in just a second with something very special from Sheena and Craig. And then Sharon is back with more Sizzix for you at 7 o'clock tonight. So stay tuned.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobby Maker app. Head over to your app store now and search Hobby Maker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobby Maker app.
Hello everybody, Nigel here. I don't know whether you've heard or not, but exciting things are happening at Hobby Maker. As from the 1st of July, we are bigger than ever before. Yes, every day we're going to be broadcasting live until 9 o'clock at night. That's 1 extra hour every day. 1 extra hour every day. That's 7 extra hours every week. That's, oh, well, you can do the maths, but yes, more craft than ever before. The channel of choice, so keep it here at Hobby Maker. And remember, you're with us every day until 9 p.m. as from the 1st of July.
Shopping with Hobby Maker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Hobby Maker app. Simply head over to your app store and search Hobby Maker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Hobby Maker.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobby Maker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobby Maker gift card?
Did you know that digital downloads are now available on the Hobby Maker website? Just pop over to hobbymaker.co.uk, go to downloadable content, choose the collection you would like to buy and click purchase. This will be an instant payment, and once purchased you will receive an email. Click on the link and it will take you here. Click download, and once downloaded the file will appear in your downloads folder. Right click on the folder and click on extract all. Once extracted, open the folder, click auto run and you're ready to craft. For more information, help and support, go to the further details section of the purchase page. Digital crafting with Hobbymaker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Right, before we go to David, we kickstart the show. If you did not see this with Sheena the other day, this is a way to blow your mind. We've got a bundle with a magic ink pad that Sheena's been wanting to do for about 6 years, and eventually we've got our way. So I'm going to show you straight away. I've got one of the brand new stamps. You can use any stamps that you want. All we're going to do is we're just going to ink it up as normal. Now, when I say ink it up as normal, we're going to take the disappearing ink pad. You heard me right, disappearing ink pad. You can use this, as I said, for any stamps, and this will disappear. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to press once, and it's going to give you a light blue tinge. Me personally, with my stamping platform, I like to do that a couple of times. Doesn't matter how many times you do it, it will still disappear with a heat source. So let's go in, and then let's press. And I'm just going to show you the disappearing. Later on when we come back after we've seen Dave, we will also do some colouring with the incredible palettes. Now I'm going in here. As I say, you can do it as many times as you want. I like to do it about 3 times because it enables me to see the stamp. Now, can you see the outline now of that stamp? What we're going to do, there we go. Now while we're there, what I'm going to do is turn my heat tool on, and we're going to go direct over the stamp, and that is disappearing. So you're going to stamp, you're then going to colour with your water-based medium, and then you're going to heat. That's going to give you the look that you've done the watercolouring without any light outlines, without any sketching. It's like you've gone in organically and started to create your incredible flowers, Dave.
Craig, that is genius. Now, I'm out of a job.
Never, 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 never.
Craig, you wanted to show you just how brilliant that ink pad was. And to be fair, the only way you can get it now is in a couple of the bundles we've got today. The big Fusion Arts bundle from Sheena and Crafter's Companion. And also, if you're not interested in the stamps, we do offer you that ink pad with the watercolour palette, the brushes and the spray gun as well. We'll get to that a bit later on. But the main focus is this brand new watercolour fusion from Sheena, the lovely Sheena Douglas. Now, with that ink pad that we just showed you that Craig has brilliantly demonstrated, the idea is you use Sheena stamps, use that ink pad, and then you paint using your watercolour palette. Then, when you've done your painting and you follow the lines that the stamps have given you with that ink pad, you heat up with your heat tool, and then the outline of that painting that you've just done disappears because there's no ink now. It's just basically disappeared. So it leaves you with the glory of doing the watercolour painting without any of the lines that would be otherwise there invisible. So that's the whole concept behind this. What you're going to get, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 sets of stamps. 6 of them are beautiful botanicals, wonderful flowers, roses and various other beautiful plants as well. And then you get a set of your verse stamps down the bottom as well. So those are the stamps. You're going to get your set of 5 brushes. They're included as well. The brushes over there. You're going to get your 48 colour palette of watercolour paints as well. That's included. You're going to get your spritzer bottle, your fine spray mist bottle. You're going to get your disappearing ink that we've just talked about. You're also going to get your mixing palette above as well. And over here, you're also going to get some pre-printed florals for you on watercolor card. So here again, you've got this beautiful floral images that are pre-printed for you. And again, you can practice and do your paint fusion on here as well. And Craig, I mean, paint fusion is something that I know Sheena has been very passionate about for years, and she's incredibly good at. But it's a wonderful way of teaching people to paint, isn't it?
Absolutely, it really, really is. As you say, you know, it's something that Sheena's done for so many years. I'm going to say as well as this show here, you're always wanting to go watch the master ourselves. So therefore, go back to Thursday on the Hobby Maker app, or of course on YouTube, because Sheena will tell you anything and everything that you need to know. Also go into YouTube and Crafter'S TV, where you'll have seen Sheena as well. Just to say, when it comes to this pad here, so Dave said to me just before the show, it's a really, really good question. You do get kind of like a little instruction sheet with knowledge there from Sheena. This is not disappearing. Now, what that is, Dave, is where we used to try and create as close as possible to a disappearing image. So what you would tend to do is maybe like a very, very, very light grey or blue. Stamp your stamp with that, go in with your water-based medium, and then that gives you the illusion that there is no outline. Sometimes you could still just see it, whereas now, with the disappearing ink pad, the stamps that you've got here, the stamps that you've got at home, it's all about building. If you love that masking technique, but you don't necessarily want to use the masking papers, you've got that. But then, of course, you've got that incredible watercolour palette too. Okay, now the deal should be $158.87, getting you all of those stamps, all 7 sets of the stamps, plus, of course, the pre-printed art in the watercolour pad. Plus, you're going to get all the tools and accessories as well, including the brushes, the palette, the 48 colours of watercolour paint in there as well as that, the spritzer bottle and the disappearing ink pad too. The whole thing should be $158.87. That is not the price. We did this and launched it with Sheena earlier in the week. You can watch that show back if you want to on our app, or you can watch back on our YouTube channel as well if you want to. But let's get that price down. Let's show you what we can let you have this paint fusion kind of masterclass for. $139.99 gets you everything here to get started. And I can't think of a better hobby to start at this time of the year when we're getting slightly better weather. You're looking out into the garden, you're seeing things bloom, you're seeing things start to open and grow, and you're thinking, oh, do you know what, I wish I could paint. The truth is, if you follow the paint fusion techniques, anyone can do this. If you can hold a paintbrush, anyone can do it. Absolutely, absolutely. Now, the only thing is, unfortunately, we don't have the finished samples that Sheena had here the other day.
Right.
So what I would say is go into Facebook, go into Sheena's Inkette groups, go into there, have a look and see all the incredible finished samples, or of course go back onto Thursday when it comes to Facebook, or well, not Facebook, that's where our Inkette groups are. But if you go onto YouTube or the Hobby Maker app, you'll see all the finished samples there. But yeah, when it comes to these, when it comes to the paint brushes, these are sizes I'll talk you through that Sheena put together herself, that palette as well, all the incredible colours that you've got. But when it comes to these florals, for instance, one of them you've got 9 stamps, one you've got 12, one you've got 8, one you've got 10, one you've got 7, one you've got 7, and in the sentiments you've got 8. So you've got an abundance of stamps and sentiments. But the thing is as well, please don't think you can only use the stamps for this. Use your alcohol ink pads and do your alcohol colouring. Do all your water-based ink pads and do your other water-based colouring. This is about giving you that watercolour effect, as if you've gone in, you've sat, you've looked at something floral, and then you've coloured it, but without an outline, and that's because you're going to use your heat tool to disappear the ink.
The thing is, when you look at a plain piece of watercolour card or whatever it might be, it's a daunting thing because there's nothing there. What these stamps give you is the outline, and that's what Sheena was brilliantly doing for you, is giving you the outline that you can then paint in, and using that disappearing ink, the lines will then disappear. So you've got that beauty of a pure watercolour result without any of the tracing lines or any of the outlines. So you're going to get your peony, you're going to get your wildflower trio. So they are absolutely gorgeous. There they are, look. And you've also got the names of the wildflowers as well. Lavender, cornflower, foxglove too. So again, all done in outline for you. Next one, you're going to get your daisy and wild rose. Then you're going to get your radiant rose. Then you're going to get your classic chrysanthemum. and your foliage fillers as well. So yeah, the greenery that works alongside the actual flowers themselves, absolutely magnificent and spectacular. So you get all of those, plus of course you get these beautiful verse stamps as well with happy birthday, take time to smell the roses, blooming beautiful, lots of love. They're included. Your disappearing ink, there it is, it goes on blue, heat it with a heat gun, it disappears after you've done your painting. And then you've got, of course, the misting bottle, you've got the brushes, the palette, and the 48 paint palette as well, all that included for $139.99, and you are going to get tutorials and instruction from the lady herself. You can go to YouTube and follow. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. You're going to get all of our knowledge from over the years, of course, but fully explain to you about this whole concept here. You know, when it comes to the images themselves, they've been hand-drawn by Sheena. You've got the colours that she's had a big, big part of choosing the colours. Just to show you when it comes to these ones, and I know Sheena talked you through these, and the best thing for you to do as well is to create your own kind of little palette on a little bit of watercolour card. Although you've got the colour guide, it's not always exactly true to colour until you actually pop it onto a bit of watercolour card. You have got them, they are all in order here, so in the order, that's the way that they come. You have got the ability just to pop them out if you want to.
Oh, they're independent?
Yes, so, and these are also half pan. Now what that then means is you can get other branded half pan colours out there in the market, in the industry, and they will fit in there.
Okay,
so
great.
although they're all numbered and you've got the number underneath as well, if you are going to be using another brand, instead of having to then buy a whole new palette from us, you can just go out there and then you can then pick away when it comes to the colours as well. And Sheena's even explained how much she spent over the years when it comes to the colours, when it comes to palettes. You've also got your mixing palette within this one, and it's really quite funky. It's really quite sturdy so that it's going to sit and it's not going to move. But this is when you're going to start to blend and build up your colours. Yes, blend, or it's just about going in with water, saturating it, making it lighter before you start to build on top of your stamped image, which we will do just shortly.
And the palette's a work of art in its own right, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, look at that.
Yeah. Now, also, what I love about the packaging, obviously I love the stamps that are inside, but the packaging actually shows you how Sheena envisaged the peony to look like or the rose to look like. So you've got that colouring guide actually on the packaging as well, which is a real help, isn't it?
It really, really is. And although you've got that mixing palette, what you have got as well is you've got a couple of mixing sections from your actual watercolour that you can see, your watercolour palette. But it's even the attention to detail as well. So if I close that, you've also got the ring for your finger. So if you are out and about, you can then just hold it securely, and then you could be sitting, you know, you could be sitting out there while you've gone on your travels by the lake, at the forest, and you've got that with your paintbrush on a little palette with your watercolour card. You've already got your image stamped, and then you can then just colour away.
Maybe watercolouring is something that you've always wanted to do. Well, believe me, one of the best in the business is, of course, the lovely Sheena Douglas. So you're going to get the tutorial from her on YouTube. There's also lots of hints and inspiration throughout the presentation today to get you to look like and to be an artist, and, you know, maybe even make it your new passion, your new thing, maybe even a new career. Maybe it's something that you've wanted to do all your life. Remember, the difference about this collection is Sheena and Crafter's Companion have been wanting to get a disappearing ink for such a long time. When you've got the outline, when you've got the actual outline of the flower or the foliage, that gives you the confidence then to paint, because you've got where you can see where you're going and what lines to follow. But the last thing you want is, after you've done that painting, for the telltale lines to be there that shows you it was a stamp. So by heating up that ink, it literally disappears off the face of the earth, but leaving behind the watercolour paint, obviously. So you've got that beautiful watercolour artwork that looks as if you've gone straight directly onto the watercolour card, where in actual fact you've had the benefit and the guidance of the stamps there all the time. So to get all of this for $139.99, it is of course on split pay. So that is on 4-way split pay, even better. So it's $34.99 today, your first payment of 4. Next payment in a month, second month, third month will be the final and fourth payment, okay? VK2080. And are you a painter, Craig, or not really?
No, I'm not really. I'll dabble in it. I'll dabble in it, and then I start to dabble in it when I've got something like this with absolute ease. It gives you that ability to then just have a play with, have a little sketch. Well, you don't need to do the sketching because, of course, you've got the stamps, you've got the ink. Just before we're going to dive in. You've also got your fine mister as well. Now, with that one, you know, think of along the lines of your water spritz, but your water spritz can sometimes give you little bubbles, you know, little bubbles of water, which works when you're doing your faux bleaching and that. This one just gives you that light, fine mist. Sheena talked about it within our show on Thursday. What's also good as well, unfortunately, we seem to escape now the heat wave, but if you wanted to, because it's a nice mist, I'm not going to do it because I've got my cable and my top back in, but you could just give yourself a mist when it comes to just water that's inside there. But, you know, if you are doing other, you know, your faux bleaching and all that, you can absolutely do that, but it's just a nice little burst of fine mist. So the fact that you've got that in there is great as well. But let's go and start right back here. So I've got my watercolour cardstock, and I'm going to go in, and you can use your stamping platform, use your rocker blocks like Sheena does. My preference is always the stamping platform. And you're going to find all of the components are individual. And this is where you're going to start to build up your own bouquet. So we can come in here. You can do them separately if you want to, but I'm going to come and pop that into there. I'm going to go just with a little floral leaf there. I'm going to come in into there, and then I'm going to go in with one more here. Actually, let's come down to the side here, and then you don't need to use them all. I've not used them all. And then this is where I'm going in with my stamping platform. So I'm just going to press so that it's on my stamping platform, and then we're going to ink up like we would do normally, but we're using our disappearing ink pad. So as Dave says, it goes on quite light blue. Now, you will be able to see it when it comes to the first application, but when it comes to the cameras through your TV screens, that's why I tend to do it as well, like I'll do it 3 times myself at home because it makes it easier to see, but also when we're live on TV, it also makes it easier for you guys to see. But it doesn't stain your stamp. You know, as you've seen a moment ago, if I was using black, you see the black going on my stamp, whereas this one, you don't. So again, I'm just going to go in now with my second impression, and we're going to pop that in. And then because I'm using my large stamping platform with the magnetic base, it means I'm going to get it bang on where I want. Now I can see that a lot clearer now, but what I'm going to do is just to make it that little bit easier for yourself at home, let's just do it a 3rd time. And please you don't have to do it 2 or 3 times. As I say, I'm doing it that amount of times to make it easier for you guys to see at home. So let's go and press that in, and then we can do a little bit of colour in here. So let's press that, move that out the way. Now, what you're going to see, if I move that now out the way, you'll start to see that blue outline. You can just see it.
You can.
And no more there. Now, to me, visually, I can see that crystal clear. So what we can start to do is let's bring in our watercolour palette here. Now, you've got 48 colours. Now, as I showed you before, it's quite a deep block. That's full. That is full, but it's water-based, so you're not going to be using loads and loads.
But thinking about that, 48 colours, that's potentially hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of colours by mixing them together.
Absolutely, exactly. You're going to take your paintbrush. Now, these are brand new sized paintbrushes that Sheena's tried and she's played with, and it gives you the right size. What we should say, and I'm kind of reiterating what Sheena said, Sheena knows best. Sheena knows all of this at the back of her. She is the master, so therefore, who am I going to watch and learn from?
Sheena.
Sheena, of course. So this is where she would recommend going with the largest one that you get within that set. Happens to be size number 10 here. And I'm just going to go in, got some water, and I'm going to go in with my palette here. So if I bring this back in, I'm going to go in with this cerise here. It's number 22, and it's all numbered. So cerise number 22. And then you've also got, I'm not going to take, well, yeah, I will take it out. You've got the number on the back as well.
Okay.
So if you do choose to have your own little configuration, at least you still know what colour is which. So I'm going to go in with my water here, and I'm just going to pick this one up, and then let's bring in our, going in with our actual palette, and then I'm just going to go in, and we're just going to then start to ink up. I'm just going to do a little bit more in here. What I would also say is once you're happy and once you've finished, don't wipe any excess off, Dave. It'll dry within the mixing palette, but you just regenerate it with more water again.
Excellent.
So you don't need to worry.
We've just been looking online actually to like the cost of half pans, like decent quality ones, and they're at like £5-6 each.
Yeah, they can be.
You get 48 in there.
You get 48. Not only is it Sheena, but you've got Leanne that's had a hand in this as well. We all know Leanne, Spectrum Noir, it's her baby, so she knows colour.
And quality.
All the quality, absolutely. Now, the best way to explain is, at the moment, you can see for a flower, that is still a little bit too dark.
Okay.
Still a little bit too dark. So all that you're going to do is you're just going to keep adding water. We are going to end up going in with, that was what, about full brush tones over
Gorgeous
the palette. And you've got a really, really nice pool. So this is where it's going to last such a long time. So if I go in, yeah, I'm quite happy with that now. So you can see, you can still keep going. And even although it's water-based, you can still, look at that.
Do you know what? Watercolour doesn't scare me. I think acrylic sometimes scares me because it's like you can't do much about it. If you put it on too heavy, it's there.
Yeah.
Whereas watercolour, you can always water down and make lighter. You can always intensify and make brighter and darker.
Absolutely.
So it's more forgiving, I think.
Well, I always say when people want to start colouring, I always recommend start with water-based colouring, exactly as you said. It's forgiving. You can pull the colour out, you can add colour in. I love, love, love my tri-blends, but alcohol-based, that then just means you have to be quite precise, you have to be quite quick. Once you've let the alcohol evaporate, there's no going back, there's no blending, it's very, very hard, whereas you can keep going back with your watercolour. So for this, even though you've got the outline, you don't have to be precise. If you paint over the line, Dave, your heat tool will still take away that outline.
Yep.
So don't worry. And it's just about building up. So I always like to go in lately. And I'm saying lately because even I've not been doing this for a long time. I've only had my set a couple of weeks. But we're going to go in with the large brush here. And all that I'm going to do is I'm just going to go in and I'm just going to flow around with that large brush, following it all the way around, individual sections. I also like to leave maybe just like a little bit of white, but using that colour that's still, look, I'm still going.
But the line is giving you the confidence.
It's giving you the confidence. Yeah. It is. Giving you that confidence to keep going all the way around. I've not applied any more colour.
Alex, our producer, just said it's like having stabilisers on your bike. It's a bit like that, isn't it?
It is. It really, really is like that. It just means that once you've finished, what you're going to find is you're going to have that look that you've gone in and you've sketched this, painted it, or not even sketched it, just gone in by hand and then started to then free flow colour and painting by eye. And then what you can also then start to do is you can still go in and pick a little bit more depth. And this is where, Dave, you can go in and start to create the depth. You can start to go in and create that highlight. Water-based, Dave, so that means if you think, obviously at that point, it's Craig, it's maybe a little bit harsh, but you just go in with your paintbrush and your water.
Soften it.
And blend it out by softening it. So we can just keep going in and we're just following it around. So I also think, yeah, you're going to treat yourself to all of these stamps, that you can still do all the techniques that you love, but think about maybe the stamps that you've got from, maybe from Sizzix, when they bring stamps out, Hunkydory, they bring their stamps out. You know, all of these stamps, you're going to be able to create that outline, because it doesn't have to be floral.
No.
You know what I mean? This could be characters, and you're going to have that artistic look that you've free-flowing drawn and sketched. So if I just go in with water. I'm just dabbing some of that water off. And then if you want to start to blend them out, you can start to go in, blend that dark tone out, leave that little bit of white because it creates that natural highlight. You don't have to, but I like to leave that natural highlight. And then what happens is once you start to come in with your heat tool, what can happen is you can then start to create that sketched look. Now, what I would say as well, I know when it comes to Crafter's Companion, Dave, you guys that are watching from America can't buy our Crafter's Companion products from here from Hobby Maker, but I know, of course, many of you tune in. What Sheena would say too is beware when it comes to the heat wherever you are, because if you're in a country, a house that's really, really quite warm, that can make your ink disappear as well.
Right.
Not too bad here in the UK, but if you are somewhere really hot or you're in a room that's really, really hot, it can make your ink disappear. So just keep an eye on that. But if you go back on YouTube and also on Hobby Maker, and then of course you can watch Sheena and what she done. So let's go in. Do you know what it's also like? Do you know the disappearing ink pens that we have on Soane Street?
Oh yeah, same
It's
sort
like
of idea.
that,
Yeah.
but when it comes to ink. So we're going to go in here. Once you have used the heat tool, like we're going to do in a moment, that's you lost your image. There's no way to bring it back.
Okay, fair enough.
But if we go in, now you can keep going and going and going. So if we go in all the way round, and then we're just going to keep adding when it comes to round the side.
So basically, the stamps are giving you the guide, giving you the confidence to pick up the brush, to know where to put the paint.
Yeah.
You've got the added benefit of having the guide on the front of the packaging as well to show you how Sheena intends it to look like. You've also got the YouTube tutorials as well that you can search for too. But the lady who's put it together, Sheena, is one of the most talented artists I've ever met. She's such a clever lady. And she inspires people, like Sandra Rushton does with Sandtackle. She inspires people to have a go. Even if you don't think you're an artist, even if you don't think you can paint, these stamps are going to give you the encouragement to pick up that brush and give it a go. And you're going to get all of the stamps you can see here. They're all 7 sets. Plus you're going to get that fantastic pad of watercolour card as well. That's actually got 15 single-sized watercolour card prints that have actually been printed on there. So you're getting that as well. Plus you're going to get all the brushes, you're going to get all the paints. There's 48 paints in there. You're going to get the spritzer bottle, you're going to get the disappearing ink pad, and you're also going to get the palette as well. All that for $139.99, and on 4 split pays, it's $34.99, your first payment of 4. But I think for a lot of people, Craig, it's something that a lot of people have wanted to do, and they've been waiting for a set like this to come out to make them go, do you know what, I'm going to give it a go.
Yeah, and I can tell you that, Dave, because I would not do this without this product.
No.
I come here at Hobby Maker, Crafter's TV. When do you see me doing this sort of stuff? It's not that I don't enjoy doing it. It's just, it's not my expertise area. But having the product, having the range, having Sheena there as well. And I have to say, I'm very lucky that, yes, I've got Sheena's number in that. I could drop her a phone. I've not spoke to Sheena.
No.
I've just followed what she was showing as well the other day and then just learned that way. And that's what it's all about. It's just having fun. It's learning. I'm going in now with the deep forest green.
I'll tell you what I do is if you're ordering this now, and lots of you are, I'm pleased to say, go back and look at the show on Thursday as well, where you'll see Sheena actually talking through the process and giving you demonstrations as well. Order it from us now. Stay with us till 8 o'clock, and then maybe after 8 o'clock, then go and have a little back on the app or indeed on the website. You'll be able to see. Do you know what time it was on Thursday, Craig?
It was either 2 or 3 o'clock.
2 o'clock in the afternoon on Thursday. And you can see the lady herself demonstrating and giving you all the inspiration. But do you know what? It's really refreshing to see you, Craig, doing it, because this isn't your expertise. Like you say, this isn't your natural comfort zone.
You talked to, we've got Lauren on the floor, and just before we went live, I'd said to Lauren, I always get nervous just even now. As we go live, my heart starts to go, I always get nervous, we'll go live, and that's it, it's disappeared. I was nervous for this. Again, it's not because I don't enjoy it, it's not that I don't feel comfortable with it,
It's not
I
what
do.
you normally
It's
do.
just not what I normally do. So to actually be able to do this, after having a little play, even in the green room, Lauren was having a little play as well, because it's really, really quite therapeutic. It's very, very easy. I could keep going and going, and we'll come back shortly and we'll do another demonstration.
Okay. Well,
But the whole exciting bit about this is if we go and then we show how you've then got the ink. So if I come in here, and you can just kind of see that outline. So I'm not going to do the other leaves. We've got the outline of that disappearing ink pad. Now what we're going to do, Dave, is we're going to get our heat tool. I don't know this, but I'm presuming even a hairdryer for this. We don't say that for heat embossing because you need that extreme heat. But if the temperature in a warm room could potentially make the line disappear, even a little hairdryer may work. But what we're then going to do now is we're just going to go in. So if we look at the outline that I've not coloured, so if I go in that way, so we can just see that outline. Not anymore, it's disappeared.
Doesn't
but
take
now
much heat, does
look
it? And it goes.
at that full image. If we go over, it disappears so quick. We're going over. Now that, you do not see the outline.
No.
And that is as if I've gone in and I've just gone in with my palettes, done a little bit of watercolour, freehand watercolouring without any lines, without any barriers. And that is all because of
the disappearing
ink that you've got here.
Okay, well, let's remind you of what you've got in the main offer. It's $139.99 and it's on 4 split pays as well, remember. You're going to get everything. You're going to get all of the 7 stamp sets. You're going to get the disappearing ink pad. You're going to get the pre-painted or pre-printed, watercolour pad as well, with all those wonderful floral designs on there. Over the other side, you're going to get your paint brushes, hand-selected by Sheena, the paint palette. You've got the water spritzer bottle as well, and the most important thing, the 48 colours in the fantastic watercolour palette as well. The whole thing is $139.99. It's also on split pay. Now, if you just want certain parts of this collection, you can. We can break it down. Now, say, for example, you like the idea of the disappearing water the disappearing ink pad. We've got a collection just here, which is all of the tools, basically, without the stamps. So if you're wanting to take up painting, you're not interested in the stamp side of things, but you like the idea of having the watercolour palette, the brushes, the 48 coloured palette, the water spritzer bottle, and the disappearing ink pad, all of that together, we can let you have that for $63.95, but that's not the price. That's what it should be. We can do a deal on that for you as well. You can have all of that without the stamps, basically, for £56.99, and that's on 2-way split pay as well. So if you're already someone that paints and you like the idea of going and getting new brushes, the palette, the extra paint palette, that's the only 2 ways you can get the disappearing ink pad, okay, in the main collection with everything, or indeed in just the kind of tool aspect of the collection without the stamps, okay. So that is another option for you, £56.99, and on split pay, that's £28.49. Now the stamps, maybe you're loving the idea of these stamps and you're thinking, do you know what, I just want the rose, or I just want the peony, or whatever. The rose means something to me, or whatever it may be. Again, these are designed by Sheena herself. You can choose any of these. They're available for $9.99 each. Let me run through the individuals. I'll show you again which ones you've got. So you can choose, for $9.99, you can choose the Perfect Peony. Is that the one you were doing?
No. I done a moment ago the Radiant Rose.
Ah, okay. So that's the Perfect Peony. Again, lots of inspiration in the imagery on the front, £9.99, but it's all open outline, so it gives you the space to do the colouring and gives you the outline that you can follow. Then we've got this one, which is your Wildflower Trio, and again, $9.99, but look at the size of them, beautifully done, beautifully sketched and beautifully designed by Sheena herself. So that's that one, Wildflower Trio. The Daisy and the Wild Rose is the next one. Again, you've got a lot of foliage there, of course, and lovely petals and so on, but a nice open artwork sketch, which leaves you free to just enjoy and get the benefit of the colouring, which of course you can take from the inspiration on the front.
We're going to use that one next.
Oh yeah, okay. This one is the one that Radiant Rose that Craigie was using. So again, I mean, top tip will be probably go in pale and build up colour rather than
Yes.
go in heavy.
Absolutely, yeah.
reducing.
You can always
So-
draw the colour out and add colour.
Absolutely, yeah. So there we go. That one's your Radiant Rose. Then we've got this one, which is your classic chrysanthemum. That on its own, just $9.99. And again, just so you can see how open the actual design is, there you go. And then lastly, this one here, this is all your foliage. The foliage fillers is this one. And there we go, you've got some sentiments as well coming up in a second too, if you want those. But that's the, that's all your basic, what do you call it? Foliage, yep. And then there we are, the sentiments. You've got happy birthday, take time to smell the roses. All the flowers of tomorrow are in the seeds of today. So really kind of profound words. If you want that one, $14.99 for these, LK2087. Is that the price? That is your price. Okay, £14.99 if you want that one with all those wonderful verses. So the whole thing is obviously the best value for money, but if you just want to cherry pick certain things, you can do, can't you?
That's it, absolutely, yeah, of course you can do, yeah. And it's fun to get creative. And in a moment, what we'll do as well is to show you how you can mask over without actually masking over. It's a great effect. Okay, now we have got, which one on its own? Oh, the watercolour palette on its own. Okay, yeah, not the ink pad. The watercolour palette on its own, if you want that, that's £34.99. That's the one that looks almost like a sculpture. It is, yeah.
Really,
it's a
really amazing.
beautiful piece.
Oh, that one. Not the mixing palette, the colour palette. There we go, that one. $34.99, there you go, 48 individual colours. And again, think about the potential and the number of colours you can actually achieve by mixing them together as well. $34.99 VI2064 if you just fancy getting a new watercolour palette today with 48 colours in it. Fantastic. Right, Craigie?
Rightio. Right. And just wait to reiterate once again, there's a reason being. Remember, you can go back on YouTube as well as a Hobby Maker app on Thursday and watch Sheena at 2 o'clock. I think she was on with Nigel. You've also got Crafter'S TV. She was on, I think it was last week Sheena was on. Just put Watercolour Fusion. Not only that, you do have QR codes on the back of each packaging. Just with your camera app, just open it. You don't need a QR code app, just your camera app, your phone, your tablet, and that will take you to videos as well. And also, now I know you're probably not going to get this home in time for Wednesday, but on Wednesday on Crafter'S TV, I'm doing a 1 hour live craft along with this collection. Now you can go back time and time and watch that. For me, when I do it, because believe it or not, I do them as well and follow Debbie in that because I am a crafter. Very rarely, I don't do it live. I do it in my own time because then you can pause, you can rewind, you can reiterate and do whatever I've done. So on Wednesday, I can't remember what time it is, but on Wednesday on Crafter'S TV, I'm doing a 1 hour craft along. So once you get it home, what you can then do, Dave, is go back and watch, and it's an hour craft along, real time project from start to end using this collection.
Also, though, you made a very good point, which I didn't realise until you said it, that on the back of each of the packets, there's the QR code. Now, I think we're quite used to QR codes now. I bet they scare everybody to start with in the early days. But all you do is basically zoom in with your camera on your phone, and it takes you directly to a tutorial on how to get the best results for this rose and this one, which of course is the next one, which is that one was your daisy and wild rose as well. So each one's got a QR code on there, so you don't have to wait for anything. Nope. Just basically take a picture of that, takes you to the website. Full tutorial from Sheena.
Absolutely, yeah. The craft along's Wednesday at 5 o'clock and myself 1 hour, so you'll always be able to go back once you've got it delivered. Now, I love masking, so where you're masking papers, you're masking rolls, but although we've got them on the show and we've got them on the website, we don't actually need them. This is so easy. So I'm going to go in, this one we're doing the daisy and wild rose. So we're going to go in, I'm actually going to change that. I'm not going to do the wild rose, I'm going to do the daisy. So I'm going to just pop that into the middle for now. And I'm going to do these separately, Dave, because I'm going to overlap to give that effect of masking. Okay. Now I can't overlap the stamps here because it makes it too thick. So I'm going to go in and I'm just going to press that in with my disappearing ink, remove that. Now I can see it, you guys can't at home, so therefore I'm going to go in and I'm going to do it again, just so we can try and make it a little bit clearer for yourselves. So if I go in and do it again, and then I'm just going to do it once more, ink up. You can kind of see the outline coming now, so we can press that in, and then we can release that. So we can see that a lot clearly now. Now, I'm going to go in with, let's go, tell you what, I know, let's do that again. So we're going to do that one again. I'm just going to take any of that excess off for now, just so that it doesn't transfer. And this is where usually what you would do is you would take like your masking sheets or a masking gum, pop it over, and then put your stamp. But you don't need to worry about that. What we're going to do is we're just going to go in. Because it is only an outline, what we're going to do is we're just going to ink up so that once it's inked, we're coming in with our colours and then we're following the guide. So let's press that in. Once again, I'm going to do it a few times to make it easier for you to see. So you can build up your own bouquet, you can build up your own floral display if you want to. And then I'm doing this one again. Pop that in and then press, and then let's just do that once more. And where you've got the lines that cross over there, it doesn't matter because once again, they're going to disappear.
Yeah.
So let's pop this one. You can, I'm just using the daisies 3 times, but this could be the leaves as well. You can mix and match. You could bring in one of the radiant roses and then build that over the top. So let's press this one in, go in again, and if you're wanting to use all your other colouring mediums, Dave, you can absolutely do that. For it to disappear, you want to use something that's water-based.
Right.
If you use an alcohol pen, that can then keep that outline, make it harder to disappear. So let's press that one, move that out the way. So we've now got our 3 daisies. Now, these are overlapping. Now, if that was a permanent ink or our waterproof ink pad, we're going to see those lines crossing over. And once we've coloured it, there's nothing that we can do. Now, all that we need to do at this point is we just need to choose, because our lines overlap, all that we need to choose, what line am I following? Am I following that centre daisy, or am I following the outer ones?
So what's in front and what's behind?
Exactly,
Right.
yeah. So we're going to go in, what we've done, my water just here. So let's go in with one of the greys. Let's go in with Skipping Stone. And if you didn't see the start of the show, all of these, if I bring this in, all of these colour guides are in that order.
Right.
Get yourself a little bit of watercolour card, create your own little bit of a swatch for you to then, I'm going to move this way because I'm going to use the grey towards this side, so it might make it a bit easier. I'm not moving any of this colour that I've got on my mixing palette because after the show, I'll just let that dry, Dave, and then I can reactivate that with water.
There's no waste.
There is no waste. So let's go in. I'm going to go in with the Skipping Stone, and then I'm going to go and add, so that is like before, for me that grey is a little bit too dark, so I'm going to go and I'm going to use my mixing palette. We're going to start to add that grey into my palette, and then to really start to water it down, because as you said, Dave, what you're wanting to do is you're wanting to have it really quite light, and then you can always come along and then add extra depth. But if it is too light, don't worry, just add that depth. If it's too dark, just pull the colour out. So if I come in here, that's a lot lighter than the original one.
Definitely.
So if we go in, and then for that, all that I'm going to do is I'm just going to go up. So I'm going to focus on that centre daisy, and then I'm just going to then pull that in. I'm going to go in with a little bit more, like so. Add that in, using those lines as a guide. I'm not keeping myself in them.
I love the fact with watercolour, you don't really have to be that accurate.
No.
Just just like a hint of colour is all that's needed, and it can look amazing.
It is.
Having the guideline shows you where to go, what to do.
It does. And then where you've got these quite light tones, I'm going to go back to my pans. Remember, you can pop them out if you want to, but then I'm just going to go a little bit more heavier handed, and maybe would have gone with something like a stone arch grey or a raw umber, but the point really of this one, Dave, is just to show you how if we go in, let's just add some more water. I'm just going to take some of that excess water off. I can then start to blend that one out because it is just a little bit too grey, but hey ho, we're just going to keep on going. The point of this is to show you the disappearing ink pad. Where we've got this crossover, we're still going to do the same, but instead of doing that full petal, all we're doing is where we've met, we're just going to pull that in. Let's show you that one as well. And then let's do one of the centers so we can kind of get the idea. And I'm going to go in with, let's go in with the pollen here. So I'm going to go in with the pollen, within, let's just add that in by adding water. I'm going to go in with a little bit of card just to see maybe a little bit more. Water that one down. There we go, I'm happy with that. Pick that one up. I'm just going to go in the circles and then we can go in. Let's take that, dab a little bit of the water off. I'm going to go back in with the pollen here and then I'm just going to dab a little bit of darkness just around. We're just going to then add that one in. I'm going to do the same here, following the lines that are already there. And then, if I then take some of that, so it's just a little bit of a damp brush here.
Do you know what, the Craig? Although this isn't your forte, this isn't, you know, what you spend all your time doing, it's something quite new for you. It's looking great.
Oh, thank you, Dave.
It really is.
It's the lines that are doing it. It's the lines that
Well, they help, yeah, but I mean, no, it's looking great. I mean, I wouldn't have a clue. Without those lines there, I wouldn't know where to start.
No.
It'd be a right dog's dinner. But to have the stamping ink and the ink then disappear is a fantastic thing.
And I would, as I said, I would go for a lighter grey, but you've got so much choice there. You've got your 48, or of course, you can keep watering down that grey to then, of course, get more of, it's a bit, anything that's like white and snow and snowman, we tend to go in with a light grey because we don't want to keep it pure white. But then what you have also got is you have got the actual white as well. So you've got the white. So if we wanted to take just a little bit of that excess off in here, and then we can just start to lighten it ever so slightly. But at this point, we have got the crossover of lines.
Yeah.
So this is where we're going to come in with our heat tool here.
This is where the magic happens.
And then so we can see at each side. And then what we're going to do, so I'm going to start up here and then work my way down. So if we go in, so we're going to start then, there we go. And then what happens is the ink, even where we've crossed over, disappears all the way up in the centre of the daisies where it's disappeared in the petals there. And just by doing that central of those two daisies, that really shows off how the lines completely disappear, Dave.
So clever.
It is so, so clever. 6 years that Sheena's been wanting to do this ink pad. And of course, it's come to us. And Leanne and the team has made it happen.
It's happened, absolutely. So, the disappearing ink pad, the only way you can get that is either to buy the complete collection, which lots of you have done this hour, or the accessories with the brushes, the watercolour palette, the palette itself, the spray bottle and so on. So that's available as an option, but most of you seem to be wanting to go for the main collection. And do remember, I mean, although Sheena's not here today, it's myself and Craig doing the show, Sheena has developed these stamps with tutorials very much in mind, and also holding your hand and giving you the confidence to go in. Basically what she's done here, stamps do vary obviously. Some stamps have a lot of detail in them, some stamps have a lot of shading in them, and some stamps don't. These are deliberately outlined stamps so that you can basically follow the outline lines with the paintbrush, and then with the invisible ink just basically heat it, and then those lines disappear. So you've got here something that I know Sheena has been wanting to do for a long time that she's now achieved, and it was so busy when it was launched on Thursday. But don't forget, you have got a free instant tutorial by literally scanning this QR code with your phone. Go to the website that it takes you to, and you'll then have a tuition on how to get the most out of these stamps, Each and every one has got its own on-demand tutorial from Sheena herself. So don't think you'll be left high and dry thinking, I don't know what to do, I don't know how to use it. Everything has its own tutorial on the QR code on the back of the packaging. And that's at literally your disposal any time of day or night, okay? $139.99 will get you all the stamps, including the peony, the roses, and of course that lovely foliage collection as well. And you're going to get your verse stamp set too. And as well as that, you're also going to get this, which is your watercolour card pre-printed pad. Now, if you can see on there, like Craig was saying earlier on, this isn't printed in black, it's actually in a light grey, and that will virtually disappear when you're actually painting over it as well. It's going to be very, very discreet. But you're getting 15 images pre-printed in the watercolour card pad as well. If you do want extra watercolour card, check our website. I know Crafter's Companion do that regularly. And you can buy this pad on its own too if you want it. But over the other side there, you've got the palette, the brushes that Sheena has hand selected, the spray bottle as well, the mister. You've got the disappearing ink pad, and you've also got the 48 wedges of watercolour there. What do you call them? Are they half pads?
Half pans, yeah.
Half pans. We've been looking on the website, on the World Wide Web, and half pans ranged in the region of about £5.50 each. So if you were paying that, 48 of those, you'd be looking at about 260 odd pounds. So to get a 48 half pan paint palette in there as well, with the brushes and the mixing palette together with the spray bottle and everything else, for that price of $139.99, it is remarkable. And what would you pay for an art class? What would you pay if you went to an evening class teaching art or watercolour? You probably pay, I don't know, probably 50, 60, 70 pounds per lesson or per course a night.
Why not? It would be close to that, yeah.
Yeah, it would be. I mean, if you go to workshops, for crafting workshops, they could be 40, 50 pounds. So to have a one-on-one tutorial, which is what you'll have with Sheena by following that QR code, VK2080 is the product code today. If watercolour and painting is something you've always wanted to do, what's the most popular thing to paint? It would be flowers, I would have thought, for so many people. Looking out of your lounge at the moment, out to the garden, seeing everything blooming. Oh, we had a picture sent in. I forgot about this,
brilliant.
actually. We had a picture from who? David. Hello, David. David Hughes. Thank you ever so much. Now, he's just sent this in to us and said this is a picture that's been using wax pencils, but using the invisible ink before and after.
That is absolutely phenomenal.
It's amazing.
Look at that.
Yeah. So the image on the left is the invisible ink before it becomes invisible.
Yeah.
David then used the what was it? The wax crayons over the top of that, and then used the heat gun or a head roll or whatever to make the ink disappear.
Whereas usually what you would then have is on the finished one there that you can see on the right-hand side, you would usually have a black outline or a flagstone outline or a pebble or a rustic brown. But look at that, nothing. The outline that you see is from the way that he's coloured and shaded that.
David, thank you for sending that in. You're automatically now in the draw for next month's Share Your Makes, by the way, because we did the draw for this month's yesterday. One person wins £100 account credit every single month just by sending in something they've made on a photograph. So, David, you're in there. If you fancy doing the same, even if you've not made anything today, maybe you're making something next weekend, take a picture of it, email it to us, studio@hobbymaker.co.uk, and you could win £100 worth of credit. Okay, now, also in the show, we've got, when you're dealing with stamps, it's always nice to be able to clean them and keep them in really good condition. Now, when I first saw this, I thought, what a brilliant product. What an absolutely brilliant product. This is the stamp cleaning station, complete with the stamp cleaning solution. If I take it out of the box, you'll see. What it is, it's full of very, very short bristles. One of them is completely removable and one isn't. The one that's got the little groove there is the one that's removable. So you can easily remove that and wash it if you need to from time to time. The idea is that you, with the soft bristles, clean your stamp on this side and then dry your stamp on that side, and you get the stamp cleaning solution as well. These are brilliant products.
They really, really are. Let's take, and I would still do this even when you've used the disappearing ink pad here. Now, what we would actually say, because it's absolutely friendly on the hand, so don't worry, but what we tend to say is actually spritz your stamp. You can spritz the pad if you want to, but you're just going to spritz the stamp like so. It just means that you're not going to be wasting it. You've then opened it up. You've got clean on the left-hand side, and it shows you clean with the arrow, dry on the right-hand side. So you're just going to go in, and then you're just going to then clean it. That will be it completely clean. Now, Dave, because you're using black, you're using blue, you're using reds, that will get, as I always say, manky.
Yeah.
That will get manky. So what we can do is we can go on this side, and that's it completely dry now. Now that side you can take out, and you can just give it a wash under lukewarm water, maybe a little bit of liquid there. It will stay stained. You're not going to get it back to the pristine look, but it'll take the colour out. It's not going to bleach. Let it dry and then pop it back in, and then that's you good to go. So this is my one that I bring with me. Very rarely do I use it when I'm live in the studio. The one that I've got at home, I've not even cleaned it. You don't have to clean it every single time. It's still just going to take the colour off. It's still going to dry it, and then that's you good to go when it comes to your stamps.
It works on photopolymer stamps and rubber stamps? Any stamp? Okay.
Any stamps, not just ours. And to have the actual stamp cleaning and the solution as well, it's brilliant.
Okay, do you want to know the price today? It's not going to be not going to be £20.98. To bring your stamps back to life and to keep them in pristine condition, under a tenner, that's never been the case.
For both of them.
For both.
For both.
£9.98 to clean your stamps and keep them clean. All types of stamps with the cleaning solution as well. Under £10, a delivered price if you bought anything from us today since midnight last night. NE2024 is your item number. Craig, good to see you, mate.
Yes, you too.
Safe journey back.
Thank you very much. I will see you in about 2.5 weeks for a little bit of a longer stint. I'm here for about 4 or 5 days.
Oh, cool. Look forward to it. All right, see you then. Last show of the day coming up. Sharon and Sizzix seeing you through till 8 o'clock. And today, remember, it's the last day that we're on air until 8 because from tomorrow, we're on air until 9 p.m. every night.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobby Maker app. Head over to your app store now and search Hobby Maker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobby Maker app.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker.
Hello everybody, Nigel here. I don't know whether you've heard or not, but exciting things are happening at Hobby Maker. As from the 1st of July, we are bigger than ever before. Yes, every day we're going to be broadcasting live until 9 o'clock at night. That's 1 extra hour every day. 1 extra hour every day. That's 7 extra hours every week. That's, oh, well, you can do the maths, but yes, more craft than ever before. The channel of choice, so keep it here at Hobby Maker. And remember, you're with us every day until 9 p.m. as from the 1st of July.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobby Maker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobby Maker gift card?
Shopping with Hobby Maker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Hobby Maker app. Simply head over to your app store and search Hobby Maker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Hobby Maker. Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobby Maker app. Head over to your app store now and search Hobby Maker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobby Maker app.
Evening all, just after no, it's not 7:30, it's just after 7. Hello, wishing the day away.
Yeah.
With you for the last hour of the day, right the way through until 8 o'clock. And don't forget, tomorrow we're now live longer every day from 1 o'clock in the afternoon till 9 o'clock every evening. So a whole 8 hours of Hobby Maker
Extra
every
hour.
single day. Hey, cool. So it's the last day of being finished at 8 o'clock. Lovely Sharon's been with us all day long. Of course, Sharon represents lots of companies, but one of the biggest companies you represent is
Yes.
Sizzix.
Yes.
A company that's really kind of close to Sharon's heart and my heart as well, because the quality of what they deliver, whether it's dyes, whether it's cardstock, whether it's machines, is always absolutely superb. Absolutely superb. Now, I've got to let you know, we had 2 shows earlier this afternoon where we were talking about the Big Shot machine. Now, with the stock of this has flown this afternoon. We've literally only got single figure stock left of the Big Shot machine. It's going to sell out any minute now. If you want it, let me just explain to you the deal that we've got here. Big Shot was one of the first ever die cut machines and embossing machines out there on the market 20 odd years ago. It's still very similar to what it was then, because if something's perfect, why change it?
Exactly, yeah. It's changed very little over the years. Really, the only thing is the colour. I think when we switched to this grey and white colour, they tweaked the pressure a little bit to make it a bit better because technology had moved on.
Yeah.
But pretty much it's exactly the same as it was when it launched in 2005.
Now, to give you a fighting chance of getting hold of this, and we literally only have single figure stock left of this deal, you're going to get not only the Big Shot machine, you're also going to get everything you can see in front of us here. You've got 60 sheets of the Sizzix linen cardstock, which is absolutely gorgeous. As well as that, I can't remember what it's called now.
The crystal paste.
The crystal paste, there we go. The crystal paste you're going to get as well, which is great for maybe doing snow scenes, that sort of thing.
Great for snow. The paste is opaque and then it's got a crystal glitter in it. So it's great for creating snowy scenes. If you like making 3D sort of projects like houses, it's great for putting snow on the roofs, that kind of thing. You'd like it for your model making and things.
Absolutely, yeah.
So it's great for that. Also great for your cards, you know, if you want to just put a little bit of snow and sparkle on your card fronts.
And you're also going to get 10 of the card blanks in green and 10 of the envelopes to go with that, 300 GSM as well. So all of this bundled together should be a total of 164.96. And remember that another great thing about the Sizzix Big Shot is the fact that it does not only your thin metal dies, it also does Biggs dies as well. Now that is going to future-proof yourself. If you've got Biggs dies that you can't use because your current machine won't take them, If you wanted to buy big dies, maybe from like Eileen Hull at Sizzix, and you couldn't because your machine won't take them, buy this machine and it will allow you to use those big dies as well as the thin metal dies and all your embossing folders as well. Okay, now the deal at the moment, it should be £164.96. This is why we've sold so many of these this afternoon. Already Margaret's checked out, Janet in West Yorkshire's checked out. We haven't even dropped the price yet, but you probably saw earlier where it was going, where it went to. We are going to drop the price now and give you 4 split pays if you want it. Every one that we have available is in baskets. £119.99 for the big shot, plus all the accessories and the pre-printed plates that show you what plate formation to use for what type of die you're using, what type of embossing folder you're using. And it's on 4 split pays. Someone made a boo-boo there, so it shouldn't be.
No, it shouldn't be at that price, should it?
No.
But hey, take advantage of it.
I know. For £29.99, first payment, plus the P&P, unless you've paid it, that will be on its way. I mean, where on earth can you get a parcel that will weigh as much as this will, delivered in the UK for £3.95? It doesn't happen. That would probably be £15 postage.
It would, because it's quite, you know,
more.
it's got metal inside it. It's quite heavy.
Yeah.
So that is a great deal. And it's nice to have that little starter pack with it of the cardstock, the paste and the cards and envelopes as well. You kind of can get straight to crafting.
And it's also nice to know that you've got a machine that you can be proud to have on your table, proud of the heritage and the pedigree that it's got and it's had for so long. I mean, ask anyone who's been in the business or been crafting for a number of years, which machine would they recommend purchasing? I reckon a big percentage would say the Big Shot.
And you never know where your crafting's going to take you.
No.
Okay, you might be a card maker. You might see someone doing some soft crafting and think, I want to
quilt.
try that. A quilt, exactly. You need a machine that can take the big size then.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
for quilting, you need some of our quilting big size. So it just means that if you see something, you know, in a year's time that you think, I'd fancy trying that, your machine is going to work for you. You haven't got to go out and buy another machine to try that new thing.
I just popped out the plates just to show you. I mean, these are the cutting plates. I mean, they're incredibly robust and strong. They've got a chamfer on them, so that helps to guide it into the machine when you're feeding it into the machine. And they really do last a long time. And they're not heavy, and they're not cumbersome, and they're not bulky.
They're
but
not.
Look, all the plate formations you need, whether you're using dies or whether you're using embossing folders, they print it on the base plates.
Yeah, all your instructions are there. And of course, those are the only plates. So you've only got a platform, a thin metal die adapter, and your 2 clear plates. So there's no complicated sort of, oh, you need A plate, C plate, a magnetic shim, and then you're cutting, you know, it's not, it's very simple. Also, there is tons of inspiration and help on the Sizzix website. So if you are completely new to die cutting, I think the Big Shot's the easiest machine to both use and learn how to use.
And where do you store your plates when you're not actually using them? You haven't got to prop them up against the wall or up against the door or anything like that. Just pop them on the...
Pop them on there. Yep.
There we go. It's so compact, and it's also portable. You haven't got any worry about electrical supply or anything like that. If you go into the church hall and you want to offer, I don't know, personalisation and embossing or anything like that, you just literally take it with. I mean, it weighs a lot. You'd expect it to. I'd be worried if it didn't, because obviously you've got to have really, really strong innards on the machine like this to do what it's going to do.
Solid metal inside there, and you want that because you know, you want this to last you years. They do last years. We do regularly have people emailing in saying they've had theirs 15, 20 years from when they first came out. And that's what you want. You know, it's an investment to buy a die cutting machine. This is one that's going to last you years and also going to cover you for anything you want to do, really.
Yeah. Remember, this is a 6-inch mouth, so do bear that in mind. It's basically an A5.
Basically A5,
plate. Yeah.
yes.
So have a look at how many dies you've got and how many dies that you've got that are bigger than A5. There may be some, but there probably won't be many.
There's a few. I would say I use this size machine 98% of the time. I only grab my Big Shot Plus, either my switch or my manual, when I want to do something that's bigger. And I don't do that very often.
No.
I will go months without using my Plus machines.
Everyone, we've got one left. One machine left. The next person to check out the basket, or if you call the call centre, they'll check it out for you. 0800 001 4433. The last of this offer is going to be, well, it's in baskets now, but it's a case of who checks out in the next couple of seconds to get the last one of these offers. You don't have to pay the full amount if you don't want to. $29.99 is all we ask for on split pay. If you choose to pay in full, of course you can do that. $119.99 FSXC32. For the Big Shot, the incredible machine that has got such a legendary status. It really, really has, and it's been around for so long, and you can be proud to have it in your craft room. It's like if you've got a car or you've got a motorbike or something and it's won an award or something like that, and you kind of think, oh, I'm glad I got that on the driveway.
Yeah, it's true.
It's a bit like that with this.
I think so, because it has been around so long, and Sizzix were the ones that invented die cutting. You can't go wrong with that. And I was saying earlier, there are over 2 million Big Shots, and there's probably a lot more because Pete and I have been saying 2 million for about the last 3 years, so it's got to be way more now. That tells you something. You go on any of the craft chat groups, forums, etc. Every time anyone asks about die cutting machines, there's always a flood of responses. Sizzix Big Shot every time. Don't take my word for it. I work for Sizzix. Go and have a look. Go and have a look at the reviews. Go and have a look in the chat groups. It's consistently the machine most people recommend.
Also, if you've been crafting a long, long time and you've never had a Sizzix Big Shot, how many die cutting machines have you got and have you got through in the last 5 or 10 years? Why did you buy new ones? Because the other ones stopped working properly, or what didn't deliver the results that you wanted? You've got a machine here that has stood the test of time that will not let you down, and that's the lovely thing to know.
Yes, it is. I've been using Big Shots since they first came out. I've only been working for Sizzix for coming up for 8 years. I can say, hand on heart, I've never got rid of a Big Shot because it stopped working. No. I've upgraded them when new colours have come out, and I've sort of demoted them to use for workshops. I've given some away, but I've never had a machine stop working on me. Well,
there's more people wanting this than we actually have stock. So the next person to check out their basket will get the last one of this offer at $119.99. I'm going to have to move on now. And on split pay, it's $29.99. Right, let's move on. Now, we're going to go back to something that we talked about and showed earlier on today. You're going to love what we're about to show you, because these are domes. Domes and dies.
Yes.
Now, we've got these available for you. They are on an extended dispatch, but you will get them relatively quickly. So what we're talking about here, you've got 2 dies for the trees, and you're then going to get, is it 6 or 12 of the domes?
We had 12 earlier.
Oh, just the domes on its own?
Oh, it's just the domes now.
Just the domes on their own?
Okay.
Okay, just the domes on their own, right, fair enough.
So if you bought the set earlier, you might want to grab some more domes to top that up while we've got them. Okay,
so basically you're getting 6 in the pack for £5.99. So if you bought the dome dies earlier on, HZ1S78, if you want more of the domes, there's 6 in there in total for £5.99. HZ1S78, okay? But that isn't the price. We're going to give you an extra discount on this. So it's down from £5.99. We can take it down to £4.99, okay? £4.99 for 6 of these. So if you got the dies earlier or you bought them before, because I know they've been out for a number of years, they're not new, but they're always available, aren't they?
They are, but they're kind of seasonal. We don't bring them on very often. Usually, obviously, we save these for when we're doing Christmas shows. So if you've used them before and you love them, stock up while we've got them, because I couldn't tell you when they're going to be on a show again. We might be back in a couple of weeks with them, I don't know, but we don't bring them on every day, that's for sure.
Okay, now look at the sort of thing you can create. If you've got the dies, obviously the dome pops through the actual aperture that the die is cut, and then you can of course put all your little kind of sequins and things like that in the bottom as well. So that makes a fantastic shaker. But of course these are consumable. They are going to run out. You are going to use all 6. So if you want to stock up and go for 12 or 24 of them or something like that, it doesn't have to be Christmas either, the tree.
It doesn't have to be. You can stick 2 back to back to make a little bauble, Christmas ornament. Don't feel if you missed out on getting the dies earlier that you can't use these, because of course these just stick directly onto your card front.
Absolutely.
So you can very easily put some nice pattern paper behind and stick this on. So although it's nice to have the dies that go with it, you can still use them if you have.
Okay, well Julian Surrey has gone for 2. Joanne from Cornwall's in on this as well. Helen in the Vale of Glamorgan. I mean, so many of you, hundreds of you, earlier today bought the dies. So here's a chance for you to get extra of the domes if you want to. And are these immediate dispatch or extended dispatch, these? So they are from Okay, from 4 days. So they'll be with you shortly after 4 days. So we're looking at, what are we, probably 3rd of July.
Yes, yeah. Not long at all.
They'll be dispatched from Thursday, okay? HZ1S78 is the item number for £4.99. So that's those. Now we have got the star and the dies. That's still available. Okay, now this is good news. So I'll show you what you did earlier.
The star's lovely.
The star is great. And this could be for anybody, for any occasion, for any reason. And this is available with the dies as well, so that's good news. What you've got there is the die to cut out the aperture, and then you've got the die that will cut out the frame that covers up the sticky bit of where the adhesive is on the star. You're going to get, in total, you're going to get 6 star domes, and you're going to get 2 of the dies. But look at what you did earlier on.
Yes, we did this one earlier, didn't we?
You did. Well,
they're really fun. You know, if you think about it, you could never create a shape like that using the traditional methods for a shaker card where you've got foam tape and acetate. And because these are properly domed, if you think about it when you're using acetate, it's just the depth of the foam tape that gives you the height, and then it's flat. Whereas because these are actually shaped, you can get more sequins in and it gives it more shake.
Makes it more jump,
more shake,
more shakeability. But how cool, I mean, we've all got stars in our family, whether it's your little girl, little boy, whether it's granddad, mum, dad, whoever it is that deserves it. But, you know, a star is always appropriate. Also for teenagers, stars are good for their cards.
It's a good for the kind of,
good all-rounder.
I want to say the awkward people to make cards for. Men, teenagers, all of those things. And I think the star theme also works quite well for new babies and that kind of thing as well. So. Yeah.
So if you want to go for that today, look at the price. Should be $19.98. Nope. We are dropping it to just £12.99. So you can have star, you know, these are going to cut out the apertures for the star to put the actual dome through, but equally they're going to cut out stars in any type of cardstock you can think of. So you can use these in all sorts of ways, not just when you're using the domes.
No, when you've run out of domes, you know, they're star dies, so they're very useful anyway. A star is a great design feature to have on any card, so you'll get use of the dies. And of course you can always stock up on domes another time as well to top yourself up.
And I'll just show you another one. There we are, look. Isn't that great?
Yeah.
I mean, you could put jewellery in there if you wanted to. Maybe have like a perforation on the back so you could access it from behind.
So you could get in, and put a nice gift in there. And of course, Sizzix have a whole range of sequins. Have a look on the website and the Sizzix brand page, because we do them in all sorts of colours, not just Christmassy.
Absolutely. So that could be Christmassy, it could be just teenagers, it could be someone that's a bit of a musician in the making, someone that's done well at sport. It could be anything. An actor.
It could be anything, yeah.
So you get 6 of the domes and you get 2 of the dies, 1 to cut the aperture, 1 to give you the frame to cover up the adhesive, and that is just £12.99 for that one. Okay, then we've got the round one. Now,
these are beautiful.
Are these the domes and the dies? Okay.
Yes, the Snowdome.
Yeah, Snowdome.
Snowdome set.
Okay, so let's have a little look. So here we've got 4 of the giant domes, and these are huge. And then you're going to get these dies as well. These are also available for immediate dispatch at the moment. MUXC40 is the item number, not your price, £17.98. Let me show you, if I just show you around the back here, you can't really see all the dies very easily, but you've actually got dies to cut out the circle, dies to cut out the Christmas tree, also dies to cut out your very own Santa, snowman, penguin, and the presents. So you get all those dies, and you get 4 of these huge domed
circles.
Shaker domes, circles, yeah.
They're fabulous because the size of these domes means you can put a whole scene in there. So we've got the Snowdome scene, but think of all your other die sets. I use these a lot with my floral dies because I just think it looks lovely to have them sealed in a little dome.
But anything could be in that dome. Obviously you could put sequins and things like that, little beads as well, glitter possibly if you wanted to too. But equally that could be a dome with a picture of someone behind it.
It could, yeah, and it's the perfect size for that.
Yeah.
It really
and also,
is.
if you've got maybe like a sea scene you want to create with mermaids or anything like that, that could be a porthole on a ship.
Yeah, it looks like a porthole, so anything you've got. Actually, Jess was here, wasn't she, the other week with some lovely, we had a lovely embossing folder with like seashells on. And so anything like that, you could cut a smaller circle to sit inside that, and you could still use your embossing folders and things for backgrounds.
Okay, so you're going to get the dies and you're going to get the beautiful plastic domes for $17.98. No, we're going down. This price, I still can't get my head around this because we did this earlier on. Look at where it's gone. Under a tenner. $9.99
Incredible.
for 4 domes and all those dies. How many dies are there in this?
It should say on the front.
8.
Oh, 8.
8 dies.
That's because a lot of the elements are all on one die. So like all the bits for the Father Christmas are all on one die.
That is amazing, isn't it? So yeah, $9.99 gets you 8 dies and gets you 4 of the big domes to build your scenes and to have lots and lots of fun making your shaker cards. So this is the Snow Dome die set, MUXC40. We've still got stock of this, but it has been really busy this afternoon and it's really busy this evening as well. Should we do a demo with one?
We're going to do a demo with that one actually.
With this one, okay,
Yeah.
great.
Now, I've demoed this one on each show. So the first show we did one with the Christmas tree and presents. Second show we did Father Christmas.
Yeah, we did.
So this one, I thought I was running out of ideas, to be honest. Well, not running out of ideas, but I wanted to do something different.
Okay.
So I thought we'll do just a wintry scene and we'll have some snow going on. So I've got some of the pattern cardstock that we had earlier, but I think that's all gone. But you could do any pattern cardstock. I'm basically just doing a matte and layer here just to give a bit of colour going on in the background. So I'm going to pop this onto my card front and I'm doing a nice big card because these domes are such a good size. They don't get lost, even if you do. This is an A5 card.
Yeah.
They're not going to get lost because they are a really good size. So I'm going to pop that onto my card front. And then I've got another layer here that I've stamped a sentiment along the bottom. And before I stick this down, I'm just going to ink around the edges a little bit with some green ink. Just to give it a little bit of a kind of polished look. So we're going to go around the edges like so. And then I'll pop this onto the card front and then we can start putting our dome together.
Cool, fantastic. Now I've got some of the finished cards that Sharon did earlier on as well, which I'll show you fairly soon too. But I can't get over the price and the value. They really are amazing at $9.99 to get all 8 dies and the 2 domes.
It's a fantastic, I mean, all of them are lovely. I'm sure lots of you have probably used them before and you're stocking up, but it's great to get them all. We've got such a really ridiculous deal. Now this is the set. I've put mine on some magnetic sheet just so that I like to keep them all so I can keep them flat. You get the circle die in here that cuts the circle for the dome. You can either cut a circle into your card panel and have your dome coming from behind that panel. That's a neater look. However, these have been designed so you don't need to do that because this white line is release paper.
Right.
Once I pull that off, the adhesive is perfectly clear. So you can go straight onto your card front and you will not see the adhesive.
No.
So if you feel like that's a bit too complicated for you, don't worry because you don't need to, but you've got the choice.
Okay.
So what I've done is I've used that to cut a nice background die. This is my circle can then sit over the top, my dome. But we're going to create our whole little scene in here. So the first thing I'm going to do is stick this down, because then I can assemble my little scene on top and then seal it all in with a dome. And if we want to, we can add in some shaker elements. I'm not going to with this one actually, because we did on both of them earlier. So I want to show you that you don't need to always add shaker things to these. They just create a nice scene really.
And you can always get refills for the domes as well, whether it's the trees, whether it's the stars, or whether it's the domes that we're doing at the moment. You can always get those, usually on our website, because Sizzix has a brand page on our website, so they should be there.
Yeah, even if we haven't got them on the shows, check the brand page, because we'll probably, I think they're things that will sort of go in and out of stock really.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, this little die here creates your ground. So for this card, it's going to be snow, and I'm going to cut a couple of these actually, because for this one, because I'm not going to put any shaker elements in, I'm going to sort of create more of a scene and a little bit of dimension. So I'm going to cut a couple of these from white card to give me my ground. So we'll do one.
And that could be snow, it could be sand, it could be
Yes.
dirt, gravel, whatever you want
It
it
could
to
be whatever you want it to be, yes, because depending on what colour, obviously, it can be sand if you use a nice sandy colour. So that's one, and I'm going to do another one so that I can kind of have a bit of sort of perspective, because I'm not using the characters for this one. I'm just going to go in with trees and snow. So this is more of a winter scene as such. So this could be more of a winter card rather than Christmas, to be honest, because I'm not going to decorate my trees. They could just be trees.
Okay, loads of you checking out for this. Here we are.
Yeah, not
Suzanne, Maria, Rita, Nikki, Helen, Sandra, Jackie, Annette, approaching single figure stock now. So that's why we're getting a few other things added to the show, because basically the stock of everything is going quickly, if not completely selling out. So good luck. I hope you get it at $9.99.
Yeah, it's been a bit crazy today, hasn't it?
Oh, yeah, bonkers. In a good way.
In a good way. We like it. So I've got two of these, so I can create a little bit of a snowdrift going on. So that one I've glued straight on, and the next one I'm going to put some foam tape, and I'm going to maybe have it at a different angle, play around with it. I could even come in this way, snip into it, but I think what I'm going to do is have it sort of like that, and then yeah, so I've got a different level, and I'm going to use some foam tape because I can tuck in my trees then.
Yeah.
So
Now, I know, obviously, you're going to get the dies for Father Christmas, you're going to get the dies for
Yes.
the Christmas tree, but the dome doesn't have to be Christmas at all.
no, it doesn't. You really can
You put
play
all
around
sorts
with it and
inside
do all sorts with it. And check the shows we did earlier, because we did do all the, we put the Father Christmas together earlier, so you can have a look at that. Now, this is going to be a snowy scene. I'm just going to have a couple of trees here. And you've got a die here that will give you either ornaments for your tree.
Yeah.
You've got little stars there and little circles. Now, the little circles can be baubles, but equally, they can be snow. So I've cut a load of those from white card. And what I'm going to do is just dot them around. This is my snowy sky here. So I'm just going to pop a few, so they're in the background. You get different sizes as well, so they look quite realistic. You've got smaller and some nice big ones.
There could actually be a Christmas pudding if you put like brown.
It could, yes,
cardstock.
because this could be the icing on the top, couldn't it?
Yeah.
You could cut this from brown. There's your icing.
Yeah.
Yeah, good idea, Dave.
I can't take credit.
Oh,
for
is that Alex?
That's Alex and Chris. Yeah. I mean, anything round. It could be anything round. It could be a golf ball. It could be a football. It could be a pool
Yes,
hole.
it could. Yeah, it could easily be transformed for sporty things, couldn't it? So I think that's enough snow there.
Okay.
And I'm going to cut a couple of trees. Oh, before I move on from the snow, do you know what I'm going to do? I've got my Crafter's Companion sparkle pen.
Okay.
And I thought it would be quite nice to sparkle up.
Oh, that's the clear iridescent one, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. You'll find this on the Crafter's page, no doubt.
Just in case you thought you missed out on the big shot, we've got one machine left. One machine. If you think to yourself, if you heard me say that earlier on, you thought, oh well, I've
Too
missed
late.
out. Too late. There's one unspoken for. So if you want it, $119.99 with all the extra cardstock and the card blanks and the fantastic paste, of course, the crystal paste. All of that for $119.99. Next one person to check out, either using split pay or indeed paying in full, it's up to you, will get the last one of that offer. 0800 001 4433. Call the call centre. They'll tell you if it's still available and they'll process your order for you if you want to, or you can do it yourself on the app or on the website.
So you've got the Christmas tree. I'm going to cut two. I'm going to do one from a nice, actually this is the cardstock that you get with the machine. So those of you that are managing to grab the machine,
Yeah.
this is the cardstock. So I've gone with, this is a nice yellowy green. I think it's called mistletoe actually. So we're going to do one from that.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to do one from a nice kind of what I would call pine green. So we'll run that through again. The tree is lovely. I mean, just on its own, that would, if you like clean and simple cards like I do,
Yeah.
that tree on its own, just with a sentiment, would make a beautiful card.
And it doesn't have to be a Christmas tree.
No, no.
You know, you could do them lots of different coloured greens and make like a lovely woodland scene with them if you
Yeah,
wanted to.
and kind of that's where I'm heading with this card really, by not putting any baubles on them. I'm just going to have them nestling sort of here amongst my snow.
That's got a Scandi sort of feel to it.
It has, hasn't it?
Norway, Nordic.
So we'll have this one, this one at the back, and I can tuck it under that snow there, so it's kind of behind that hill basically. And then this one will have a little bit more in the foreground, and we'll tuck that there. So I've got a nice little scene, very simple. If you want to, of course, you can go in with your baubles and decorate those trees, but because we did that earlier, I wanted to do something different. You know, I want to try and show you as many different things when I'm demoing with each show.
And could you, as you've got, I've noticed that there are two score lines in the tree. Could you fold it to make it like three-dimensional?
You could, yeah, good point, Dave. You can see you've got like it's almost like a little embossed line, but it would mean that you could fold it along that if you wanted to. So yes, you could stick them back to back and kind of create dimensional. Yeah, yeah. I haven't tried it actually. I did think that when I was getting everything ready. I thought there's probably a reason they've put those lines in like that.
Yeah, so give that a go, and you can maybe just have it slightly risen off the card if you wanted to, or join them together back to back. $9.99 for all the 8 dies, remember, but the Santa die is just 1 die. Oh, Big Shot sold out. Last one's gone to someone, not sure who it was, but well done to you if you got it.
Yes, all the elements are on one. Shall I bring it in so you can see? So this is your Santa.
Yeah.
So everything you need for Santa is all on 1 die. And you've got something there, haven't you, Dave? Do you want to show that?
I've just been handed something. Stacey Park, the lovely Stacey, who is one of the Sizzix designers who came over from America a few months ago now for us. She brought one of these fantastic tools, and we've still got a few of them left in stock. Now, bearing in mind most of what we had in our shows today have completely sold out, this we have a few hundred of, I believe. Now, you might look at it, you might think, is that like a, do you remember the square eels?
No. Yes, yes.
The old
Yes.
BSB square eels
In fact,
of yesteryear.
I've got mine here, Dave.
Yeah, it looks like maybe a router for the internet in your home or something like that, or the old square eels. But they're all saying square eels. What's square eel? It's going back to the early days of satellite television. There was a square eel. No square eels. But yeah, square aerial. Square eels. But it looks a bit like that, but it's okay. I digress. I'm going off the point. This is nothing to do with internet, satellite. It's just basically a big magnet for your dies.
And it is so handy. This is mine actually that I do keep in my craft bag for coming here. The idea with this is that you pop it on your desk while you're working, and particularly if you've got little dies, if you've got lots of fiddly little dies that you're using, you can just pop them on.
Like this. Hey!
So you're not going to lose them.
That's a strong magnet, isn't it?
It is, and it's great. You know, if you're sort of production line putting things together, and you're going back and forth between lots of small dies, to say if you keep putting them back in the packaging so you don't lose them, you can just literally throw them at this.
And do you know,
it
also,
keeps them safe for
if
you.
you've lost a die or you've dropped something metal on the carpet, maybe a pin or something like that, if you're a sewer, then just scour the floor. It makes it so much, it'll just find it, lift it up.
It also saves you bending right over if you do drop dies on the floor, because I do that quite often. I've got one of these on my craft desk at home, and I quite often, I work at a desk just like this actually, standing. So if I drop a die on the floor, I bend halfway down and then wave this around to pick it up for me.
Well, this is great, and it's got its own stand as well. But if you're working on like a project and you're going to have, say, half a dozen dies at your fingertips, rather than just having them scattered all over your desk, getting them covered, getting them lost, getting them damaged maybe, everything that you're working on can just be on there at your fingertips, away from everything, not getting damaged. Loads of you coming in for this. It's £17.99. It's an organiser. I mean, if you've got, it's called a gotcha because it grabs anything metal. Yes. Really brilliant. You don't plug it in. It's not electric or anything like that. It's just got a really strong magnet in there. Yeah. But it's really attractive as an object as well. And it's got a little stand at the back that you can fold down to.
Yeah, it folds flat. So if, like me, you know, you just saw me grab mine, I keep mine in my craft bag here. So the fact that it folds flat means I can just take it with me, and then as I'm working, pop it next to me.
Are we doing a deal on this? That is your price. That is the deal price. $17.99. Strong magnet, retractable stand on the back as well. Yeah, and think if you've got like letters of the alphabet or numbers, and you can never find what you're after.
Anything like that. When you're working with small dies, you know, if you're personalising a load of things and you've got all those little alphabet dies.
And you don't have to have it covering the actual surface. You could just put a little bit of and it'll hold on, you know, to all the way around the edge.
Just keep it handy for you. Yeah. So as you work it. I also love the fact it's white, because my craft room is very neat and tidy, and I like everything matching. And I like the fact that I like the fact this is simple. I know I don't go on about it much, do I?
No. I do.
Every show I'm going on about my
the tidiest crafter I know. Yeah. If you ever get a chance to see a picture of Sharon's craft room, it's amazing, absolutely incredible. I don't know how you get a chance, but I've seen a picture of it.
Everyone has. It's on YouTube. I regularly put it on Facebook. Because I live in there, I'm always putting pictures of my craft room.
Yeah. So if you want this, there's a few, remember, available. Nowhere near as many as when we first had them. Of course, Stacey brought this to us a few months ago. They absolutely flew out then. I mean, it's a problem solver. Not just for craft goodies, but anything metal that you drop or can't find, this is going to solve the problem for you. It really, really is, because it's got a large surface area of magnetism, but it's an organiser, and it's also, of course, a tidier upper as well. If you've got tons of dies all over the place, just literally go over your worktop.
See what's
and then
coming.
it will. We found it.
There's my craft room.
You'll be there in 20 minutes.
Alex is fat. Oh, look, I'm missing it.
But see what I mean? Really well organised craft room, an amazing craft room. So yeah, if you fancy this, $17.99. We popped it in the show today because virtually everything else, if not sold out, is going that way. MK1S53. MK1S53. Okay, now the dome trees that we have available, half the stock of that has now gone. Remember, this is on delayed dispatch. It's only Thursday these are going to be dispatched. I think it's the 3rd of July. So yeah, that's Wednesday, isn't it? Wednesday. So here you go. So bearing in mind, lots of you bought the dies earlier on to cut out the aperture for the tree. We sold out of those, and we sold out of the domes that came with the dies at the time. But we do still have stock for extended dispatch of the domes on their own. You've got a couple of, there are 6 in there. Yeah, 6 of them in there, and they are a special offer today down to $4.99, I think, aren't they? Yeah, not $5.99. We're taking them down to £4.99 for all 6 of them, and they are the domes that literally fit into the apertures that the dies cut out, which of course, if you've got those earlier on, many of you stocking up on the extra domes here, HZ1S78, HZ1S78. Now the other 2 quickly, and then we'll go on to what might be our last demo. Right, we've got the stars and the star dies, yeah?
Yeah, we'll demo these next.
Okay, these are great. You won't regret owning these. The die, why you need 2 dies? Well, one actually cuts out the aperture, and then the other one cuts the frame that will fit around the dome when it's actually in there. So you've got 5 or 6 stars. With the actual adhesive strip already on the back, you just basically peel off the carrier sheet, and then it sticks down firmly onto whatever surface you put it onto. RYXC20, £12.99 gets you both of those, look, and they should be nearly 20 quid. So £7 off, better off in your pocket than in ours. But again, it's nice to have something that kind of is animated, that moves.
It is. It's extra special, and I think when you give someone a shaker card, they really appreciate it.
Yeah.
And it's going to stand out from all the other cards they receive.
And just to show you the cards that Sharon's been doing today, I mean, a shaker card, if I walked into a card shop, not that I do that very often, but when I have a look over and see what's kind of hot and what's in fashion and all that sort of thing, a card like that I would pay easily £5 for, if not more. Yes. Certainly in the kind of designer cards shops or the kind of independent ones. So yeah, people expect to pay more for them because they're different, they're more luxurious, they've got a lovely domed surface to them, so you've got lots of shakeable area in there as well, so things can kind of jump around with the minimum of effort. $12.99 your price gets you 6 of the domes and 2 of the dies. There you go. And then lastly, we've still got a bit of stock, not much though, of Snowdomes, the round circles.
Of the circles,
Yeah.
yeah, they're fabulous, aren't they?
Well, they are. You're going to get, here we are, I'll show them to you. You're going to get a pack of 4 of the large round ones, and you get, of course, all those dies as well. There are 8 dies. And the dies not only cut out the circle, but the dies will also cut out the snow, it will cut out the tree, it will cut out also the Father Christmas elements, so you can build your own Father Christmas, and the snowman, and the penguin, and the presents. It's all there. Love the designer of that.
It's fabulous, isn't it?
It's really great.
And of course, all of those elements can be used completely independently. You know, the tree, the Father Christmas, you can use them on their own without the dome, without the circle. You've got a lot of different options there.
Okay, $9.99 gets you those, and MUXC40 is the product code for less than £10. Right, now are we going on to a demo of the
We're
stars?
going to go on to the stars.
Okay.
I didn't actually stick the dome on the last one, so
Oh,
I'm
no,
going to quickly
yeah.
show you that.
Okay.
Just because show you how easy it is. Now, I'm not going to put any shaker elements in here because I've got a bit of dimension going on. Because I've gone in with foam pads, my shaker bits would get stuck behind there. So if I'd wanted to add shaker elements, I'd have just stuck that down with glue and not done that. This is how difficult it is to put the domes on. You just take the release paper off the back, comes off in one piece, and then you can feel, because the domes, this die set's been designed to work with the domes, the size is spot on. This fits perfectly around the edge. Now, if you're putting shaker elements in here, I tend to go in with the end of my poker tool and just run around and push that down, just to make sure I've got a perfect seal all round. Doesn't matter so much for this one because I haven't got any shaker bits that are going to escape, but even so, you still don't want it coming unstuck.
No,
so give it a little push down all round, and then there's your card. I think that one would look nice actually, rather than sequins. That would look nice with a bit of glitter in, I think.
Sunny days are the best days, absolutely. Lovely,
Cute,
huh?
isn't it?
So $9.99 gets you the 4 domes and also extra domes you'll find on our website on the brand page of Sizzix. And of course the dies are, well, to get the dies alone for $9.99 is a bargain, let alone the 4 domes too.
Absolutely, yeah.
Now our last demo of the day
Yes,
is
we're
going to
gonna
be
look at
the star.
Yes. And actually, give me that card because I can copy it.
Oh, that's what you're going to do?
I can remind myself what I did.
Okay.
Now, I am going to use the stamp and die set that I think sold out earlier, but I need to use that for a bit of a background. So,
Okay. Yeah, we did sell out of that, I'm afraid.
Make a Wish. Keep an eye out because I'm sure we'll bring it back. So if you're going for the stars, it's called Make a Wish. Keep an eye out for this set because if we bring it back, it's kind of a nice one to work
Well, now the
with.
snow dome, the round one we just did, we're down to single figure stock now if you want the circles for $9.99. So good luck, I hope you get it. We're heading towards a sellout on virtually everything.
We are. It's been a bit of a busy day, isn't it? So I'm just going to grab, excuse me, one of the stamps. I'm just creating my own pattern paper, really. Excuse me. Just going to grab a bit of water.
It's all right.
It must be something to do with this part of the studio because poor Kat was...
Yeah, Kat was suffering earlier on. Yeah.
I think it's the aircon, isn't it? Right, so I'm going to stamp a little bit of a background. You could just use pattern paper for this. But I was hoping to show you this stamp set that it went so quickly. I didn't get a chance. But anyway, you can use some pattern cardstock to do the same thing. And I'm just going to create basically a nice pattern on the background. I'm using a gold ink as well, so when it dries, it'll have a little bit of a shimmer and it'll just coordinate really nicely with the stars. So
It's a lovely stamp, actually.
it is.
looks-
It's a nice set, actually.
When you see it stamped singularly, it doesn't look much, but when you create a background with it, it looks really lovely.
And I think that a lot. Also with dies, when you've got die sets, you know, like if you think the Snowdome set, you've got the little presents. Any sets where you've got little elements are great for backgrounds because you can they're like worker stamps really and worker dies because it's great to just create a little background. There we go. So that's a nice background. I've got some nice Sizzix cardstock to create a matte layer and I've got a square card. So I'm going to pop my blue onto the card front and you're going to see this blue through my star.
Right.
So it's going to create a nice little a nice little background.
And the gotcha, remember, it's not like the Noel Edmonds gotcha. It's not like that. It's the gotcha for your dies, the magnetic holder for your dies, and the picky up tool is $17.99 on the screen from Sizzix. Brilliantly made. Great little product, that.
Yeah, it is. There we go. So like so. And I'm going to use, from the star set, you get 2 dies. This one creates a border.
Yeah.
I'm going to use this one to cut my aperture out, because that will give me, it will save me having to put my shaker through from the back.
Right.
It will make sense when I do it. So I'm just going to use that to cut out my
Congratulations if you got the big shot. The last one of those went earlier on in the hour. We do have, though, just to give you a heads up, we do have the Switch, the electronic version of the big shot, the A4 version. That's in stock on our website right now, just to let you know that. So we were going to have a little feature on it maybe in this show, but we still had the big shot manual to show, so we didn't have time. But it is on the website if you want to have a little look, with a special bundle of goodies at a special price. So if you want the electronic Switch from Sizzix and the Big Shot, then have a little look at the website. You'll see it there. The white one's in stock, I think.
Yeah. So I've got my panel, and because I've used the larger of the star dies, I don't have to, if I'd used the smaller one, my star would fit snugly from behind, but that would mean that I'd have to work out where to put it on here. By doing it this way, I can stick this down and then put my star in.
Right,
and I haven't got to worry about lining it up. So it's kind of a little bit easier. So I'm just going to put some glue on this piece here and pop that down. That's why they've given us these different parts to the stars, because you've got the border, you've got the star itself, so there's different ways to use it. Now I want to put some little sequins in here. Let me just grab, I've got some gold. There are all colours on the Sizzix brand page.
We did actually have Christmas coloured ones earlier on, which sold out, and we've got lots of other colourways, gold, silver, all sorts of different effects. So again, if you ever want to see anything Sizzix and it's not on air or not on the TV show that you're watching at the time, just go to hobbymaker.co.uk, go to the brand pages, and Sizzix has got its own brand page there, and you'll be able to see all the sequins and everything for the shaker cards there for you.
Yeah.
And they're not just round discs, they're stars.
You get a really nice selection. You get heart, stars, they're all different. They're not just Christmas either. We've got lots of lovely pastel colours, so they're going to cover you all year round. So I've put a few stars in, because why not? We've got a star. And make sure they're away from the edges, because I'm obviously going to stick this down. I don't want any sequins getting on that adhesive, because it'll mean it doesn't get a perfect seal.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to take the release paper off here, pop that on, and I can literally feel the edge where it's meant to be, and pop that down. And as I said before, go round with anything really, just to give it a little burnish.
That just really makes sure the adhesive
Make sure it's stuck solidly, because you don't want those shaker elements falling out. And then the piece that I cut out can go back over now, line it up with your stamping, that's it. And that's going to neaten up where I've just put down, where I've just stuck it down.
And that covers up any of the adhesive that you otherwise might just be able to see. It's very, very transparent. It's very clear.
Yeah.
You struggle to see it, to be honest.
kind of don't really need to do this, but it is quite nice to do this sometimes. Sometimes I do this in like a different colour, in a nice gold or something. It just gives it a nice polished look. But you can get away without it, that's for sure, because you know, these domes are so well designed. The adhesive that they put on them, you really can't see it. Now, on the one I did earlier, I did some of the dies. I'll just quickly cut those out because we've got time, haven't we, Dave? So I feel I'm teasing you a little bit because these have sold out, but I know lots of you have probably already bought it and want an idea, so we'll run those through and just pop them on because it finishes off nicely. You could use stamps as well. You could stamp a sentiment at the bottom. I'm just going to run those through.
Tell you what, before we go in about 10 minutes, we will give you the details of that, the Big Shot switch, the electronic machine, just in case you're in the market for that.
Yes.
As it's been payday recently for most of us. So, yeah, we'll show you that in a sec.
So I've got a nice opulent card here, Sizzix opulent. Another thing you'll find on the Sizzix pages. We had some nice patterned paper earlier. If you go to the Sizzix page, you will find some really nice options, particularly if you're doing Christmas stuff. The Sizzix opulent card comes in lots of colours. This is a nice matte gold I've used for this, but it comes in silver, ivory, rose gold. Rose gold's always the most popular.
Yeah, that's my favourite.
It's my favourite as well. I like rose gold.
It's so similar, you and I.
We are, aren't we? Yeah.
And our likes and dislikes.
I do like rose gold. Shine bright. Stick those in. I won't bother doing the eyes. They are there though. And this goes nicely with that stamp background. And of course, you can use any dies you've got for this. I had some lovely ones the other day, didn't we, Dave? With Merry and Bright and Joy and Noel. Yeah. Those would work. I have used those actually with this Star Shaker.
And what a lovely card to give someone. That could be just saying, you know, good luck. Maybe it's an interview. Maybe it's a challenge of some sort, sporting challenge or something.
Yeah, this card in particular, I don't think is really specific to any occasion, is it? Shine Bright is just a nice...
Paula has just messaged in saying, what do you do about envelopes for cards like this?
If I am posting them, I do tend to put them in like a jiffy sort of bubble envelope just to protect them.
Yeah.
The other thing you can do if you are posting them, and which I quite often do, if you're putting the dome coming from behind in your, as I showed you earlier, putting it on another piece of card and popping it behind, if I know I'm going to be posting it, I go crazy at the back, overlapping it with tape.
Right.
Because you just don't know if it's going to get more bashed about in the post. You don't want your seal sort of breaking in any way. So if you're doing it from behind, you can really go to town with sort of adding extra tape over it.
Okay, well, thank you, Paula, for the question. But yeah, either an oversized envelope or a jiffy bag just to protect it would be a good idea. But thank you for getting in touch. Okay, now before we go, bearing in mind the Sizzix Big Shot has gone, the manual machine, we were going to spend a little bit of time, if we had enough time, to show you the switch. Now, I must admit, this machine is just the bee's knees. It really is. Not that. That's gone, that's sold out. This is the switch we're talking about. So the switch is the electronic machine, okay? So we do have that available, and the bundle that you're gonna get with this is exceptional. This also will take the big dies too, okay? Don't forget that, because, there we go, this is it. It's incredibly stylish, incredibly chic, but look at all the extras you're going to be getting with the machine. And $334.97 is what that bundle is worth, basically, but you're not going to be paying that.
It's a great collection there. The other thing to mention about the switch is that it's a larger machine. This is A4.
Yeah.
So it's an upgrade. If you've already got, say, the standard size that we've been using today, this is the machine that's going to enable you to use the bigger dies that you might want to. So, as I say, I don't use my switch every day, but when I'm using like a bigger journal die or something that needs A4, the switch is the one I use.
And also, all of the plates, remember, come with the printed instructions as to what plates to use for either thin dies, either the Bigs dies, or indeed 3D embossing folders or manual embossing, 2D embossing folders or whatever. So there it is. You get all of those extras included, including an embossing folder and the dies. Now you get cardstock, obviously.
You do. Looks like you get some embossing powders there.
Dictionary definition stamps as well.
The dictionary definitions, that's one of the most popular stamp sets, that one. Designed by Pete Hughes. You've got, you get in the box actually a little starter kit as well, where you've got an embossing folder. From memory, I think it's got hearts on it. You get a nice selection of little sort of hexagon dies, then some nice, nice selection, a nice die set actually, that's got some florals. You get a kind of trellis as well for it. Yep, there we are.
There we go. So these are just some of them.
I've got a good memory.
You have got a good memory. So this is just some of the extra dies and stuff you're going to be getting.
I mean, the starter kit that you get with the machine is worth a lot on itself.
Absolutely.
You've got a really lovely selection there. I use those florals a lot. I mean, you know, florals are my thing. The hexagons, you can create frames with them as well as nesting dies. And then that one that I think looks like a trellis is great to go with the florals.
Well, let me just show you the machine. We've just found one in the studio just to kind of look at this.
It's not plugged in or anything,
Not
but we
plugged in,
can show you
but look
the
how
size,
elegant and
etc.
sophisticated this machine is. The fact that it is fully electronic, grab handles on the side there as well. You've got beautiful chrome detailing on the edge of the machine as well. You've even got a storage section in the bottom there too for your pens or whatever other tools that you may want. But it's whisper quiet and it's an A4 machine.
It's very quiet. I love the fact as well that the top's flat, because the plates for this obviously are A4, they're quite big. They're going to take up a lot of desk room if you were then putting them next to your machine, but you can pop them on the top. So in terms of footprint, although this is an A4 machine, it doesn't take up much of your desk, and I love that. The fact you've got a ledge here as well means that you can put your plates on there, then arrange your dies on the plates, and then just give it a little push into the machine.
We better get the price down. We're out of time in a minute, so let's get the price down. $334.97. We can have it today for $249.99, and it is on split pay. You get all of that for $249.99. Wow,
That's a great deal
and
for
it's
all
on
of that.
5 split pays.
Wow. That's normally, I think, what we've charged for the machine on its own without all those bits. So,
And this is not something that goes through a finance house or anything. It's something we offer as a company. So if you just pay $49.99 today, you'll get all of that in the next few days direct from our warehouse, because we hold the Sizzix stock here in our warehouse at Hobbymaker. But it will be on its way to you. This machine is absolutely top notch, top drawer. $249.99. It will do the big dies as well as the standard thin metal dies. It will do all your embossing folders. It's completely electronic. It's whisper quiet. It's wonderfully powerful. And a deal like that today with all the extras you're getting, it's too good to miss. Have a think about it, but it is available. Have a purchase of it overnight if you want to. IXXC41. Just call the call centre. If it's your first ever purchase, they'll process the order for you and give you an account. If you've shopped with us before, you can either obviously use the phone number or the website. The choice is yours, hobbymaker.co.uk. We're out of time.
wow. That
Sharon,
went quick,
thank you.
didn't it?
Brilliant,
Thank you.
absolutely.
It's
You're
been a
back
lovely
soon.
day. I'm back tomorrow, actually, tomorrow afternoon with Paper Create.
Okay, and I'll see you tomorrow evening. Ta-ra.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobbymaker app. Head over to your app store now and search Hobbymaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobbymaker app.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobbymaker.